1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
Oh, we're ready to go. Here we are. Here we are in the pick ban phase. Are we all seeing that?
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are, BTL Season 9. The semifinals are here upon us. That means that the best of fives have started, and the winners of these two matchups, we have one today and one tomorrow. The winner of these two will be heading on to finals next weekend. We have Chimps versus Mamba Mentality, and the bands have already started coming out. We from Ape Chimps and the Vane and the Kaisa from Mamba Mentality, which of course they're up against Ape Chimps. It is NA Uzi. What else do you expect from the number 1 Kaisa NA and the number 5 Vane NA? Mamba Mentality knows to get rid of those picks.
Yeah, the Mamba Mentality bans don't surprise me at all. I definitely expect the Lulu ban.
Interesting.
I don't think the Hecarim ban is really worth it, but I was interested in the Almost Evelyn ban. That would have been pretty surprising to me. The other ban makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
Remember, I feel like Yone would have instant locked that shit. So
yeah. Oh, Yone. We're just going to call him Yone, actually. But yes, if you remember in their first matchup earlier this season, in their best of 3, in game 1, Mamba Mentality did play Yone mid for Expo. That was also the comp where they played the Karthus bot lane, and they did. They were the first team to take a win, I think, on Ape. I think Ape were undefeated up until that game against Mamba Mentality where they lost. What's the score?
Interesting to see here, because I mean, recently in the meta, we've been seeing a lot of Ashe, a lot of Caitlyn, especially high up in the priority picks for 80 carries. Neither of those bans are actually coming through here in the draft, and both teams here opting for some junglers up here. Kayn and Olaf getting locked in.
Yeah, looks like Ape Chimps is probably going to go in for their Mordekaiser Ezreal, maybe throw in the Talia in the first rotation just to go ahead and get it. Other than that, Mamba Mentalities, considering that they locked in the Olaf and Lux, I'm expecting to see the Karthus bot lane again.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I think they did play Lux and Karthus bot lane when they did play that. And of course, from Ape Chimps jungler, we do expect to see the Kayn using a lot of Kayn. There's the Talia one trick. Ethan is not afraid to pick his Talia if it is left open. Mamba Mentality obviously are aware of that. We've seen so much history of that this season, so they're going to go ahead and let the Talia through for Ethan. And I'm sure they have some type of plan of
It's
it.
probably Israel and Mordekaiser, though, I think. Like,
You think so? I think if you don't pick Ezra here, I think you ban it from Mamba Mentality because we know that that's his third go-to. Oh,
Kennen.
oh, JC, good try to take something from JC. It's a
Yeah.
troll. It's a troll. Yeah.
Dude, look at me understanding these teams' draft priorities.
Yeah, we've seen these two teams play a lot. They're one of the more interesting teams to watch, and there's the Mordekaiser, and you see the Fiora. So they expect it. Like I said, I've seen as the owner or whatever of Mamba Mentality. I've watched these teams prepare. I know that they've discussed this draft a lot this past week. This is a very important matchup. They were almost the first team to beat Ape Chimps, but they did fall short earlier this year. So I'm sure Mamba Mentality does want to come back and try to improve something in this best of 5 series here. And so they expected the Mordekaiser pick, and they picked the Fiora counter pick. We did see a Fiora counter pick earlier this season as well. I think it was actually the opposite way. I think it was actually Mark. I think it was Mamba's Mentality's top laner on the Mordekaiser, and then gets counterpicked by a Fiora.
Yeah, Mamba definitely messed up on their draft a little bit. I don't think they needed to announce the Fiora. I think like they could have just held it because I don't think Ape Chimps would have expected Mark to just randomly like pick up the Fiora, even though they know it's a counter pick. I think like making sure to secure the Jarvan. I mean, the Karthus would have been the better pick. And then that's why it's interesting that Ape Chimps is banning Zed, because if anything, I would welcome an Expo Zed, like even though he can hard carry the game, at that point, it would just make the Mamba Mentality's team comp just too like AD heavy if they decided to index into the Zed as well.
Yep, the Syndra getting picked up here for Mamba Mentality. Some good AP carry there in the mid lane. We'll definitely kind of carry them through the mid towards late game. So good to see that getting picked up here, kind of diversifying a little bit of that damage profile.
I'm also very happy to see it. We've known Expo to play a lot of how do we describe it? Non-meta champions mid lane, a lot of odd picks in the mid lane, but Syndra is one of his more well-known picks from last season. We saw him perform very well in Syndra many times, and also just a good meta pick in general, a lot more team fight oriented, has strong parts early and late and scales. So it's definitely a champion that we do want to see the carry Mamba Mentality playing if he has a chance to just carry this game.
And, we do get the Alistar actually getting picked up here by Ape Chimps, which, just taking a look at this kind of draft composition here, really so far is their only source of hard engage. Mordekaiser, if he's able to land the E, it's great. There we go. There's the Kennen actually getting picked up here.
Wait,
so
is that a mistake?
Kennen, maybe in the bottom.
AD carry Kennen?
Okay. No, in the chat there, we are seeing Tristana. Okay. So, just looking at these compositions here, I do see Ape Chimps maybe having a little bit of a hard time trying to get some of those engages if Alistar is not able to find the headbutt pulverize here. Whereas Mamba Mentality does have the Lux roots that can be thrown out pretty consistently. Syndra obviously with Scatter the Reek, and Senna getting locked in for the final pick here from Mamba Mentality with the root. We'll be able to have some options for those engages.
Yeah, it was definitely good that they didn't go for the Jinx there, because like the Jinx there, I understand like the thought process behind it, but with the team comp that they like developed, it would have been really awful to I think pick the Jinx, because even though Ape Chimps doesn't have that much of like engage, the problem is that Mamba Mentality also doesn't have that much peel, and like if Jinx had ever gotten engaged on, it just would have been pretty much over. I think Senna with all her slows, the heals, and her own personal route, I think it just makes and fills out the team comp a lot better than the Jinx pick would have.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that sentiment there. But both these teams locked in champions there on the table here. And surprisingly enough, we see no Caitlyn, no Ashe, but I will leave the analytics to the gentleman on the color desk there. To introduce those who are tuning into the stream, my name is IdeaPC, coming in for the play-by-play casting for today's semi-finals in the Black Twitch League. And I am joined on the casting desk by In Defiance and good old Ito there. So welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for bringing us on here for this cast. And we're getting ready for some very high semifinals here over the next couple days.
So I know you're not a color caster, but what do you think of the two comps so far? Like, is there anyone that you prefer?
Well, I do think I do prefer Mamba Mentality's composition here. I think it's a little bit easier to execute. As far as options that Ape Chimps are going to have, I do see that the Kayn is probably going to have a little bit of a time struggling against the Olaf in the early game if they're able to find those engages. I think Mamba Mentality has some really great setup with the Lux, with the Syndra, and the Senna in those lanes. They drafted themselves a winning top lane. So overall, if Mamba Mentality is able to carry themselves through that early game with the Olaf, with the setup that they have in their lanes, I think that they should be able to carry that lead into the mid game as their champions continue to scale up with the Senna and the Syndra.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think it's pretty big on Mamba to make sure like they can play. I think the mid to top side like pretty much as fast as they kind of want to, considering they've got an Olaf, the Fiora counterpick and the Mordekaiser early, which usually forces him to build a lot of like Bramble Vest and other type of armor items instead of actually getting the damage.
Absolutely.
Kane's not a good early skirmisher. Syndra's good at controlling the lane, especially the champions like Talia. I think if they, as long as they're top lane focused and then like use that focus to get like pressure on Herald and then able to turn that into like a gold lead, I think they can forsake like the bot side and like the first or second drag.
Yep.
Because considering how dominant Uzi has been in the league for like the whole season, I just don't think it's a good idea to like heavily index into trying to like stomp the lane, especially when they've got like Tristana and an All-Star, which is like notoriously hard to kill, and you have a Senna and a Lux, which
Yeah,
isn't really known to be lane dominant.
Okay,
That's the
so
other
they did
thing I was
confirm
thinking
Ken is
too.
supposed to be Tristana, right? I didn't quite catch that. Okay, good.
They have a lot of kill pressure there with the Alistar Tristana lane as well. So I think it's going to be very, very important here to see this bottom lane from Mamba Mentality, being able to hold their own, right? And not giving up too much, right? Letting that top power and pressure that they're going to have with the Olaf, with the Fiora, and those winning matchups, kind of let it shine, right? And as long as that shine is not diminished by a bot lane that goes 0-3 in the first 10 minutes, then I think they should be okay.
Yeah, I think the one thing that definitely makes it harder for Mamba Mentality to do that, it just really depends, because like Uzi definitely is the type of person who likes to like push and just have like lane control like the whole time, especially on Tristana. It's really hard to prevent that from happening. But the thing is, like, of course, like a Senna Lux, they should technically bully out that lane, especially early on before like the resistances, the levels for like the different cooldowns and the full on like level 2, level 3 power spike come in. So I think the problem is like with the bot lane they have, it does lead for them to be very like dangerously pushed out early on, and I could see that snowballing really heavily in the favor of Ape Champs would be really good. I still think both comps are pretty fine, especially because this is a lot of Ape Champs like comfort picks. Like, to be honest, I think 4 of them are on pretty much like their best champions. Well, like of course Uzi's gotten 3 bans, so this is like his 4th.
Yeah,
and it's an off meta pick.
Yep, and I one of the things that I actually really enjoy about casting games that are kind of in that platinum to diamond range is you see the pocket picks a lot more often than you do in Surge Leagues or Challenger Uprising, and all the way up to pros, right? You see these picks come out, and that's I could say is one of the things that I really love about the amateur scene, right? You get these picks, you get these champions that you don't always see very often, and it's very, very exciting. I mean, Talia there, a champion that we have not seen very, very often, here showing its face very prevalent in this matchup. So it's going to be exciting to see both these teams getting ready to wrap up their ban and pick phase in the in-game client, and this should be really, really exciting to see.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that's something that I mention quite often, is that because we're like not at the professional level, our meta like is a little bit different here in the BTL or like at these different levels of plays, because it's kind of determined by the teams that we have in here, and the individual people in the league kind of determine what the meta is, and that kind of makes our pick ban and pick draft a little bit different because we know the one tricks of certain people. So example, Caitlyn and Ashe, which is normally a huge priority pick, was not seen as a priority pick in this game at all, because neither of these ADCs really like to play Caitlyn or Ashe. But we do know what these ADCs like to play. And same with the Talia. For example, Talia is a very rare pick, you said, outside in most meta competitive like tournaments. But in BTL, there's like, I think there were 3 Talia one tricks this season, and in the past we've had like 4 Talia one tricks. Like, we have a lot of Talia one tricks in this league, and Aethan is one of them. I think he's like number 70 in NA or something like that on Talia. And then there was someone else I think he was 73 at one point, and literally another mid laner in the league was 72 on Talia. So there's just a lot of Talia one tricks. Just, it's interesting to kind of notice how at these levels of play, the meta kind of changes. And I'm looking forward to this for sure. These two teams have some history. I mean, they're just like active members. Right, so like we hear a lot from like Aethan. Sometimes Cousin does some casting for us on the booth. We hear from the members of Mamba Mentality all the time, because of course that's my team, and they're just often active in the chat. So there's just been a lot of chatter between these two teams. We know these two teams well, as they're active members of the community, and also just 2 very good teams. Ape Chimps was like coming in here as the first seed. They ended the season 8-1. Their only loss being to Dinosaur Club, who ended with the third position. We'll be seeing Dinosaur Club play against Predictive Gaming tomorrow in a best of 5. That's seed 2 versus seed 3. And right now we're seeing seed 1 versus seed 4. Mamba Mentality coming in as seed 4, just winning their one best of 3 series last weekend to come out of the gauntlet. And so these two teams, I think, are pretty evenly matched. Mamba Mentality was the first team this season to take a game off of Ape Chimps in their best of 3 series. I think they won the first game, and then Ape Chimps pretty handily won the next 2 games to keep their undefeated record until they lost to Dinosaur Club. So
and it is pretty impressive. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see them all laid out here on Summoner's Rift in this best of 5 matchup in semifinal. Put on over to a quick break as we get ready for that spectator delay for competitive integrity of all of those at home playing, from their little battle station. So, ladies and gents, we're going to be signing off. We will see you out on Summoner's Rift for the BTL semifinals.
I'm coming in. I'm coming in.
a gold player in this game up to.
Looking at that, I was like, dang. Are we gonna do like a pause at 5, go, or are we just rolling with it?
We're just rolling.
All right, cool.
Yeah, just try to. Here we go on the Rift.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Black Twitch League semifinals day 1, where we've is Mamba Mentality again. I am the Idea PC, joined on the desk here by Indefiance and Ito as the color casters for the day. But as we get ready to set ourselves out here on the Rift, we have a pretty competitive matchup here versus our 1st and 4th seeds. I believe that was Ito.
Yes, correct. Ape Chimps being the 1st seed, Mamba Mentality on the right, red side being the 4th seed.
Awesome, and the players getting ready to set themselves out here onto Summoner's Rift. And we've got a 5-man down here towards the bottom side as Ape Chimps are looking for an invade, possibly trying to find or spot one out that might be coming their way. But it looks like we might just have Mamba Mentality setting themselves up on their side, trying to defend.
Might even start the top side of Ape Chimps, so it'll really set behind Pickle Farmer 37. All these name changes really mess with me.
Yeah, yeah. Idea is new to us here in the BTL, first time casting. So we were discussing because in Defiance and I were just using the player names as we know them. Like who is who? Like yeah, that's true. They wanted to do something special for playoffs, I guess. So Ape Chips came through and they changed all their names to match. You see, they had the clan, they had the clan tag there to match. But yeah, Pickle Farmer 12, the top laner there is who we typically called eye Force. But really, the people that there's not most like we don't really talk about the top and jungle on this team that much. It's usually Ethan, Longboy Gollum, and Uzi, which is their mid and their bot lane.
Yeah, but both sides here gonna go out for some relatively typical starts here. Olaf starting up on the top side, gonna pick up that red buff for a little extra health. Kane as well, getting the leash from the bottom side of the map. And, I think it was interesting too, though, just as we talk about these teams and these team compositions, again, I'm really going to be looking for League is Vile here on the Olaf to be making some early game plays to get his team ahead. It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out and if this Tristana Alistar bot lane can get the better of the Lux Senna. But I guess we will just have to wait and see.
I'm trying to think if we've seen many Tristana games from Uzi.
Oh, we got the flash. Yeah,
There it is now. Alistar going to be able to go in there with the flash. Flash returned, expended out of Hacksaw CA. Some early summoners blown here, hitting that early level 2 with that lane priority. Obviously, Tristana does have some ability to push out those lanes pretty easily here. So definitely trying to set themselves up for some early success.
Yeah, this is actually pretty massive for the bot lane of Ape Chimps because now the fact that like Lux doesn't have flash just kind of allows like the bot lane of Ape Chimps to play like so much more aggressively because like Alistar doesn't really need it as much as like a Lux will need it going against that type of engage.
Absolutely, especially with the Hex Flash still being able to utilize that, utilizing the Vision and the Fog of War to be able to try and get some plays here. But Ping's now coming up towards the top side. You see Olaf there with a little bit of an invade. We'll spot out the Kane towards the top side of the jungle. Mid looking to respond. Fiora, though, also having a roam timer of her own. This is going to be interesting to see exactly how this is going to go down now. Fight coming through. Olaf with the flash going on out. But Kane living dangerously low, but the Ignite going to be enough here possibly. There it is. First blood going on over to Pickle Farmer 21, also known as Ethan. Chase is going to continue on here. Mordekaiser might be in a little bit of trouble here now. Going to proc the passive. Still has his Indestructible available. But there it is. Going to force out the flash here. Fiora in a bad spot. Kane, though, have to go through the wall. And there's the damage follow-up. No one else will fall, but health bars are low. And we have some early action here in the early game.
How much Fiora does Mystery Bunny play is my question.
I have no idea. I have not seen him play it before.
Okay, because I'll have to admit, during that whole skirmish, I was kind of staring at that
There it
vital
is.
point on the bottom of Mordekaiser. And a solo kill in the mid lane.
Gonna be able to pick that one up there. And let me know if I am running a little bit ahead of you guys. I don't know if I am.
You seem good right now.
All right. Hex
I
Flash now from Alistar with the Headbutt Pulverize is going to force out the flash here from a quick slice here, but the damage coming on down. Tristana is exhausted, forcing out the flash as well. These teams, gentlemen, are not afraid to be scrappy in the early game, and I absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, that's something that we know about Ape Chimps. Ape Chimps is just.
Yeah, Ape Chimps is just
They try to, I feel like they mostly won their games by bringing other teams down into the dirt and then beating them up there. Just come down into my world, come play some dirty League of Legends, and we'll just beat you at this game.
Yeah, with the experience that they have playing in the mud.
Right.
It definitely comes off that way. That's why I don't really like. I do think that they should have been doing top lane skirmishes, but they obviously weren't on like the same page, like on the top side at all. It was kind of interesting. I think that I guess Expo should have just roamed a little bit sooner, but it's always hard to say because Ethan's always determined to probably leave his lane anytime he gets the chance to. So
Oh yeah.
it's hard to match the Talia roams in comparison.
Yep. It
But
absolutely
it definitely
will be.
hurts. It hurts the largest strength about Mamba Mentality's comp though, and it would especially with a 2-0 Talia in the mid lane, it's really gonna help them try to snowball the bot lane.
It absolutely will, and getting close to that level 6, already has the Lost Chapter in completion as well. And to be honest, those 2 kills in the favor of her really do make up for the I would say minor now CS differential when you account for that kill gold that she has been able to pick up with those early game skirmishes here. But overall, Fiora managing to get a little bit better of the Mordekaiser on the top side of the map here. Cinder there, gonna find Scatter of the Week onto the Talia. It does hit level 6 first here, has some damage out, but that is some impressive damage output coming here from Ethan. Obviously, that lost chapter doing its work.
Definitely still all in all, I'd say a win traded in Ethan's favor because like the fact that he didn't burn any like summoner spells or anything and just kind of burnt potions, meanwhile Expo had to burn flash and then like all of the resources to just get him to that level, I think it's really good for Ethan and puts his lane in a decent enough spot.
Yeah. Kane now looking towards the mid lane here. Has not been spotted out on wards, but Expo will have enough game sense to back himself away. Taking a tower shot for his time. Just going to be able to walk that one right on out. And this is looking pretty good for Expo. With some of that gained, we'll waste some of this Kane's time. Not going to pick up any orbs off that one here. But Kane now looking towards the top side, looking to find this Olaf, possibly on his Krugs. Tilly also with the roam. You know, I was all in all going to look at the gold graph here, and, you know, in the mid lane here between this Cinder and Talia, we do have ourselves about a 400 gold difference here, but now a little bit of a fight here. Olaf going to find himself in some trouble, and that's a kill going on over to Pickle Farmer 37, our own boy Alex Williams.
Ethan a little bit too over aggressive with that wall. He really should just be saving it for the bot lane, I think. Like the bot lane and dragon fights, I think like as much as they want to fight around here.
Fiora though, gonna be looking for the kill down, and there it is. Expo gonna be able to pick that one up with the Scatter of the Week, and now we have Ethan in some trouble. Shutdown gonna go on over to Syndra here, and that is gonna equalize the gold here. 400 gold in her favor.
Oh
That's
no,
really bad.
Ethan is about to have some flashbacks. So fun fact, BTL Season 8, the final two teams were Ishtar and Active Rush, and the mid laners were Expo and Ethan. So this is the second time in place that these two have matched up in the mid lane together, and Expo kind of demolished Ethan last time, specifically on Syndra. There were like I think 3 games in a row of him playing on Syndra and just dominating the mid lane. So Ethan is not a big fan of playing against Expo Syndra, and we'll see how this turns out.
And the thing that's kind of becoming a little bit worrying now is, you know, Talia, yes, she has amazing roam potential. She has the ability to impact the early game once she hits level 6 to be able to go to the top or bottom side of the map. But you're now looking at a 30 CS deficit, 2 kills in favor for the Syndra, also being able to pick up that earlier shutdown gold. You got to be careful, right? Because she is now at that point where once she gets that recall off, she's able to cash in the gold that she has earned for herself. You know, it could spell disaster here for Ethan in the mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Definitely hampers a lot of his roaming potential. I think they just need to take like the Olaf kill and then just leave.
Yep, this is not looking good now, though. That's going to be Triforce here, taking Fiora into the Death Realm, looking for the Mace and the Obliteration. Kill picked up in the counter matchup here for Ape Chimps. That is absolutely huge. That is going to really be able to allow this Mordekaiser to have some more agency in the lane and be able to fight back against this Fiora.
This game's definitely interesting so far. A lot of unexpected things happening. Really close still. Gold lead perfectly even between the two teams. Definitely didn't expect Triforce to start getting ahead in this counter matchup, let alone the fact that, honestly, Quickslice has been playing this bot lane rather well. I expected it to go like really poorly after losing the summoners early, but they still have both their summoners now at this point, and the fact that their lane state is still this even is like really good against their team comp.
Yep, and this is, you know, it's kind of one of those things, right, where you do have to maybe worry about the 1v1 matchup with the Mordekaiser and the Fiora, but when you have your bot lane that's being able to hold their own, and you know that they're going to be scaling up over time, you have this Syndra who now has priority to be able to make some moves in the mid lane with lane control, with the gold lead that she has. It's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. Ocean Dragon, though, on the table here for Ape Chimps. They are going to get the bot rotation first, and that is going to be First Dragon going in their favor.
Yeah, definitely interesting stuff so far.
A little bit late there. He had a thought. He had an inkling, like, they could be on Dragon.
Yeah,
He's trying
it's going to be a swing and a miss. Yeah, but now Olaf here, going to call up the Rift Herald towards the top side of the map. That's going to be first tower gold going on over here for the side of Mamba Mentality, so they're looking to fight back here. Mordekaiser now will find the Undying Grasp there, but this is spelling some trouble now. He's taking a lot of damage, does not have the healing available, and that's the kill. Mystery Bunny, you got to pick up the kill on Triforce. First tower gold as well puts them in the driver's seat here in game 1. Very aggressive flash, though. Yep, gonna be the dive. Tristana with the rocket jump will find the last hit. Shelly, though, getting a lot of value up towards the top side of the map. But Chimps here looking to make plays across the map and find some victories of their own. Absolutely essential for them in this matchup. You know, and that's one of the biggest things, right? If you're gonna concede the top side of the map, you have to find something towards the bottom side. So it's good to see that Ape Chimps are looking for those opportunities in these games.
Yeah,
it's kind
I'm
of
really
unfortunate.
happy about both teams there. By,
I'm kind of happy,
yeah.
but I think that like top side, they should have just went ahead and rushed down the top lane turret. They had like an extra minion wave coming in, and like I know that like Mystery Bunny wanted to go ahead and reset, but I think having like such an egregiously long lane for Mordekaiser and just the extra turret gold earlier on Fiora could allow like basically Mamba to do what they're doing now with the lane swap, and then just had like Fiora permanently bot lane with the TP pressure. I just think it would have been a little bit better. Like it's just a little bit more optimal, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the damage from the Syndra absolutely insane. There it is. And that's going to be
God.
her ult coming right on out there. Unleash power, gonna just delete Ethan in the mid lane. And this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. You know, you have this Syndra who's able to get that gold. Once she's able to get that, she's now sitting almost on Luden's gold, I do believe. Yeah, just another 100 or so gold in her favor will do the dirt. But it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to go here. I do not believe that Ethan's going to really be able to have any kind of agency left in this lane. We do see Alistar and Tristana now making their way on over, trying to clear these waves out. But now the question becomes, well, never mind.
N.A. Uzi.
It's because like I think this is why he picked Triss, because like there are other meta AD carries who are generally better in the meta. But like for like how Ape Chimps plays or whatever, it's basically like Uzi just needs to do his own thing, right? And like he just needs to carry his own way, play champions he can get his own leads on, play champions he can peel himself, be aggressive and stuff like that. And so I think Triss is a really good pick because like it's hard to see how like the Olaf is going to get on a rocket jumping Triss later. Like he should never really be in range of Syndra if he's not just going to kill her. Same with Fiora, Senna, Lux. I think it's going to be really difficult to keep Uzi out of this game.
Absolutely. You know, he has the mobility to be able to navigate these team fights or, you know, take small skirmishes like that in his favor, which absolutely could make the difference for them in this game, especially given their lack of engage. Both teams, though, here just kind of battle dancing in the mid lane. Trying to get these swaps going here. Syndra up towards the top side of the map. No major objectives just quite yet, but a little bit of a skirmish here towards the bot. Just trying to trade blows back and forth here. Fiora doing Fiora things against the Mordekaiser as we would expect. Has that completed. Ravenous Hydra will allow her to have lane control. Kane here. I don't think this is a fight he's going to want to take here. Olaf way too strong in the early game. That's just going to be an easy kill. Stepping up a little too close there. This is... Man, it's kind of hard to justify that. You know, you don't have the support of your members nearby. You know that this Olaf is going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially for Kane, who, if I believe I was correct in this, had not yet hit his form yet. So maybe not an advised position for the jungler here for Ape Chimps to take, but a choice made nonetheless.
Junglers can't help it when they catch a little bit of scuttleitis where they just feel the need to be able to contest it no matter what lane state is. They just think about that free juicy 112 gold. Very unfortunate.
Absolutely, but we do have ourselves the Infernal Dragon getting ready to spawn here in about 20 seconds. You see the bot lane here from Mamba Mentality getting ready to put back the recalls, get those items cashed on in, and send their little butts on down towards the bottom side of the map. Gonna be interesting to see exactly though. Mordekaiser here gonna be forcing his recall out. Will not be there in time. I would expect Mamba Mentality to make a quick move towards the Drake here. You know Mordekaiser just recalled, really doesn't have teleport available.
Neither team really making much progress towards it. Seems like everyone's kind of just doing their own thing.
Yep. Stalemate here in the game, but now we've got two members here. Looking for the Fiora. Chilling Smite gonna find the slow, but no follow up there. Alistar just gonna go ahead and clear out some of the vision down there towards the bottom side of the map. Lux, Olaf here have arrived. Vision in the is now finally starting to posture. Expo, still no teleport, is making the long walk down from top lane after pushing out the wave. And I'll start with the recall here. This could be an easy Infernal Dragon here for Mamba Mentality. They will be able to equalize the drag score. And, I would like to see more initiative, though, coming out from these teams for these objectives. It just seems kind of loosey-goosey. These teams have had multiple recalls back and forth that have allowed them opportunities. Fiora now, though, teleporting towards the bot lane. We are going to get all 5 members down here for what I assume will be a dragon fight for us. It is just going to get started up here, and that's going to be an easy dragon take here. No contest here from Ape Chimps. Ooh, nice scatter of the week there onto the Kane. We'll be able to knock down some HP, and these laners will just go back and farm it up. Well, we are moving steadily now on into the mid game here, past 15 minutes. Still waiting though, and there it is. Death Realm going to be called out here. Triforce trying to get the better of Mystery Bunny here in the 1v1 of the Death Realm, but it is a Fiora. Nice parry there to block the Obliterate, but she will find herself in a 2v1. Oh, that's no flash available here. Will be caught up and locked in. That's a lot of damage coming out here from Ethan, and it's just going to be an easy kill picked up here for the Ape Chimps mid laner.
It's kind of surprising like how much this game kind of like right there is a little bit higher tempo, but it's still surprising me like how much the game kind of like slowed down once it hit like the about like 13-minute mark, because neither team really seemed like they wanted to aggress on like objectives, and it just seems like it's more people getting caught out than...
Once again though, formless Kane finds himself face checking into the Olaf. We'll be able to get some healing done, and we'll have to back away as the bot lane comes to save the day. Mordekaiser, though, took a full combo there from Expo in the bot lane. Will force out the recall, and that is just more time that he's going to be spending out of lane. Syndra here has done what I think is a great job at managing these sideways. We've seen her go and push out the top. We've seen her rotate down towards the bottom side. She's getting a lot of CS in her name, and she's doing so quite well.
Okay, so...
Teleport, though.
Or no? Because he should almost have it now. I went back a little bit to see how long he had his Darken form ready, and like it should be just about to pop, because he's had the Darken form ready for a while, and he's planning on going Assassin Kane. So I think on this recall right here, he's specifically going to finally get his form.
All right.
I always think Assassin Kane is such a risk.
Well,
it's such a risk to go.
Not going to be picked up, but it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to work into the Fiora, who has a lot of healing in her kit, has the ability to kind of out-sustain. Obviously, though, with him going blue form Kane, it means that he is looking for the Syndra, the Lux, the Senna here. Headbutt, though, going to be called on to Fiora. She finds herself in the middle of 3 members, but Syndra now coming on in, Scat of the Week, and Unleash Power going to find themselves on to Alistar, but the damage is coming on through, and that is the kill here for NA Uzi as they're going all in. Lux finding himself with the root onto Alex Williams as they dance around this Rift Herald, but it will get picked up here by Mamba Mentality. Flash forward from the Mordekaiser, will not find its mark, rooted up now by the Lux, but the Death Realm is called in. Gonna find the Obliterate here. 2 members though waiting on the outside. Nice scatter of the week there from Syndra, being able to lock up that Mordekaiser, and that's the kill here for Expo. Ape Chimps not able to find it. Headbutt pulverized though will be the redemption they needed. NA Uzi jumping right on in, looking for the Olaf, trying to find the damage down, but they do not have the vision. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a 1-for-1 there in this exchange. Expo will fall, and Pickle Farmer with the overextension. That will be all she wrote.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd really put that too much on Triforce in the top lane, just because like it seemed like it was kind of miscommunication. Like the team obviously wanted the fight, but they didn't want to go into the fight at the time they did. So I think a lot of it was like miscommunication, which caused like Mordekaiser to go in and try to basically be like the tanky initiator in a way with his face. But unfortunately, it was a little bit disjointed, but they still managed to bait out Expo to going out a little bit too far and getting another kill on top of their Trist.
Absolutely, and that is, the kind of initiative that this AD carry can kind of demonstrate, right, in these fights. Allowing her to take those fights and, equalize maybe a little bit of the misplay or the miscommunication that we saw there is exactly what we're going to need from NA Uzi in this game.
Yeah, he's really good at finding like the scraps out of like really good skirmishes. Like I swear, the longer the skirmish lasts, generally like the better it always ends up being in like NA Uzi's favor, almost no matter what team he's playing. Because like it's pretty much like almost every 15 seconds like a skirmish lasts, like another kill is almost guaranteed into his pocket with the way he plays.
Yeah, exactly. Like NAUZ just shows time and time again that he just plays these fights better. He's just built different.
Built differently indeed. But We do have ourselves the Cloud Dragon here on the table, boys. In 30 seconds will be the designated soul as well. Very good for champions like Mordekaiser who can really utilize it. Good for the Olaf as well. So I definitely expect some of these teams to take advantage and look for this dragon as a little bit of priority to get some of these carries a little more strength in their ultimate forms.
One thing that's really good for Ape Chimps is the fact that their jungler finally ticked his Shadow Assassin form. It's very unfortunate there's such a hard timer on it instead of collecting orbs to being able to like lower the timer, but they've got a big power spike for this dragon fight, so I definitely expect them to keep fighting it, or to actually fight this one.
Yep. All 5 members of each 2 teams here finding their way towards the pit. That's going to be a Rift Herald called down towards mid to try and get themselves some space and time here. Fiora looking for the damage now on Mordekaiser with the chase. Trying to get the kill, trying to get some kind of CC locked up here. Nice dodge of the Obliterate there. We'll be able to have a nice HP advantage, and they're able to push the majority of the Ape Chimps team off. But there is no Blast Cone still in the back of the pit there, but they're only going to look for the re-engage here. Kane going right on in and going right on out as he finds himself in between the mob of Mamba mentality players here. The wall there, though, gonna be able to attempt to block the Fiora off, but she's just gonna be able to dash right on out of that one. Good initiative, maybe poor judgment, but overall here, both these teams vying and fighting for control over these objectives, and that's exactly what we came here to see.
Oh wow, Expo actually just got violent.
Wait, what was that?
You saw that, Ito, right? That Expo picked up the Gromp, and then so Vile was chasing it.
Oh, but the tower dive coming right on in here. They're just going to be able to wrap up Mamba mentality here. Looking for the kills there. The laser beam not going to quite find its mark. Chilling Smite might be enough to get the slow, but the dash will give her a little bit more distance. But there it is. Kill going to be picked up there by Long Boy Golem, and the rocket jump to be able to get on out. Clean dive executed here by Ape Chimps, and they're going to be able to wrap that one up very nicely after losing that initial dragon fight.
Yeah, at this point, I think Ape Chimps are just going to be in the driver's seat for like the next 10 or so minutes, unless like Expo gets like a really hard stun off. It's going to be really hard to deal with this Triss at this point. She's got like the 2 items, the rapid fire really coming in here, and then she's already going to be like half of the way there to her 3rd item. And I think it just might be like too much for the team comp of Mamba mentality to handle. I just don't think they have any good options besides like a really good stun from Expo.
Yep. Yeah, man, you can see it there with the attempt to try and get something going, but Alistar, I mean, that's his job. Peel, CC, and give your carries the opportunity to put the damage down, and that's exactly what they did. You know, it's actually kind of staggering now looking at the leads that NA Uzi has been able to generate for himself. Ethan as well now, you know, after kind of what might have been a rocky start to the lane, has managed to equalize nearly in gold value with the Syndra here. But Tristana now sitting 3,000 gold above the Senna. I mean, it's going to be very difficult here. We do see the Quicksilver Sash being picked up here, which will be able to cleanse any scatter of the weak or Senna roots that do find their way, and I think that is really going to be a lot of where their win condition does come from, is being able to set up this Tristana for opportunities into the mid and late game to find the fights that they need. Syndra now, though, going to find herself in between a rock and a hard place here, looking for the damage. Alistar with the flash forward, and the headbutt pulverize will not find its mark. Being able to get away, Expo will breathe a sigh of relief as he backs off from mid lane.
It's actually crazy though how Ethan was able to actually get his like, no, I wouldn't say lead necessarily back, but get back into the game as much that he had. The fact that like, sure, he's still down in CS, but he's about as down as he like a little bit further down than he was before, I guess. But then like he was able to pick up those kills, not die anymore, and with a Syndra that was that massive, having to side lane against that, and then continuously racking up deaths. Yeah, I think that's just really good.
Absolutely. Mordekaiser, though, going to take the boy on into the death realm here. Mystery Bunny going to be trying to fight back and forth here, but to save the day, Pickle Farmer coming right on in. 1-2 autos, and there it is. Alex Williams with the cleanup from behind the back. Going to find themselves the pick that they needed here. And they have their entire team up towards the Baron, but they have the pings coming here for the mid lane. Nice route here from the Lux to be able to deny Alistar engage, but the delete from Alex Williams on the Kane here. gonna find his mark, and that is exactly what this Blue King is intended to do. Pick off scattered members of Mamba Mentality, and that is going to be Baron for this team.
I said that was pretty well played by the top laner there, the Mordekaiser there. Just kind of, I feel like he. At first I was wondering, oh, this is kind of a random ulti, but I think the ulti was just used as a CC to make sure that Mr. Bunny could not run away from the ganking members
Absolutely.
of his team. So, I mean, it is a CC. You do have to stay within this stealth realm. So that was well done there. He was suppressed and had to stay up there for waiting for the rest of the teammates to make it there.
Yeah, it just gives you enough time to be able to pull the rest of the team off. And, you know, we see Ape Chimps here really kind of communicating effectively here in the mid game, really utilizing some of, you know, their advantages that they were able to get themselves back. Obviously, off the back of this Tristana as well. Very, very far ahead at this point in the game. It is going to be kind of difficult now to deal with. Just when you have these members that are so far ahead in their respective roles. It makes it a little bit difficult here for the side of Mamba Mentality to really find picks or find any kind of advantage when they're forced to team fight over these objectives. And if they don't team fight, then we have a situation exactly like we just saw, where you just have these members getting picked off in ones and twosies, and then large neutral objectives going on over in favor for Ape Chimps. Scatter of the Weak, though, they're going to find its way onto the Kane. He is going to get shut right on down. Quick Slice will find himself a little bit of revenge there now, but Mordekaiser coming in over the wall there. Death Realm will send, it is the Senna into the Death Realm there. Gonna be looking for the damage, but he's gonna get rooted and CC'd up while he's in there. He's a little too far forward here. Gonna find some damage. Will go golden, but Scatter of the Weak there does find its way onto the Alistar. Damage coming right on through, but Tristana coming through with the double kill now, making a triple quadra kill here for NA Uzi, carrying the fight and making it worth their while. Ladies and gents, that's going to be the Cloud Dragon going on over to the side of Ape Chimps as they were able to drive the score of the Drake count 2-2.
Keep your eyes on NA Uzi if you're playing Ape Chimps every single time. You know, we've seen it time and time again. This is not our first rodeo watching Ape Chimps play. If you do not keep track of NA Uzi in those team fights, he will carry the team fight.
Yeah, I think that I might just have to go ahead and talk about next game, because it was really close like early on, but now I'm curious if they're gonna keep just banning Uzi out, because I feel like he's just effective no matter what champion he plays on. So like really giving Ape Chimps like all of their main champions might not be the best drafting strategy, I don't think.
Yep. Maybe get rid of the Talia, maybe mitigate some of that agency that the champion has in the mid game to be able to roam. Might assist them a little bit. But overall, I mean, it's, you know, it's hard to say that Mamba Mentality didn't do some things right in the early game to try and generate themselves some leads or generate themselves some advantages. But to me, this is just looking like overall like team fight diff, right? When these teams are together and they're all grouped as 5, it just seems that Ape Chimps are getting the better of the execution here as these fights continue to go through.
I think a lot of it to me is that there shouldn't really be many team fights from the side of Mamba Mentality. Is like, the way I see it is that basically like Fiora should almost always be like pressuring a side lane, and the rest of the other 4 should be kind of like kiting back and like threatening objectives with slows, snares, and like snapbacks, and it should always be like front to back. But I always see like Mamba trying to also like run at them, and I see Fiora also trying to team fight, and I just think it's like not a wise decision. And I'm wondering if a little bit of it too comes from the fact that like Mystery Bunny isn't well versed in the Fiora, or maybe the fact that Triforce just obviously he also plays a lot of Fiora himself, so maybe he just is really good at mitigating the counter matchup. But I think like when you get such a good counter matchup for Mystery Bunny, including like maybe missing out on the potential Arthas fight.
Here it is. Oh man, Hacksaw CA just going to find himself absolutely obliterated here. Nice Scatter of the Week though, is going to be able to find a trade 1-for-1 here in that little fight. Mordekaiser though with flash forward will find Fiora in the Death Realm. Good for the damage here, but Fiora actually getting the better of the 1v1 here. Will go golden, but will it be enough? No, it will not. Mystery Bunny finding himself the exact advantage that you wanted to see in Defiance.
See, that needed to happen though, because like that's why Fiora is so good in this matchup. I would have liked to see Mystery Bunny kind of fight with his back to a wall more. It seemed like he kept exposing his parts. Oh, that sounds horrible. He kept exposing the portions of like the Fiora ult like by walking around to where she wanted to hit him next. So it was very unfortunately played by him, but it's very good for Mystery Bunny to be able to realize like that he still has these win conditions, his kill conditions, and it seems like Mamba's more playing towards how they should have been playing probably from the since the 50-minute mark.
Absolutely. If they can, I think especially with Kane going blue form this game, looking to pretty much just blow up one of the members of Mamba Mentality, if they're able to trade back in a 1-for-1 when the Kane goes in like that, I think that is enough of an advantage for them to get. So that way Mystery Bunny can do exactly what he wants to do with the pushing and splitting of side waves.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Ape Chimps is definitely kind of on a timer now, and that's why it's good that at least Mamba was able to secure 2 dragons, because we got a pick going on right here.
Yeah, coming right on down. There it is. Olaf will go unstoppable. The shield will not be enough, and that is the boy, Alex Williams, finding himself to kill. Fiora now, though, finding herself a little bit overextended. Gonna flash over the wall into 2 members there. Pulverize and the rocket jump coming right on in, and that's the kill now. We have Talia on a rampage. Ethan showing Mamba Mentality what for. And this is a little counterintuitive, right? You know already that you have these waves that are overextended. You see people getting picked off. This is not good. They have these respawn timers. This could easily be an inhibitor here. Gonna go Alistar with the flash forward, finding the headbutt pulverize here on to that Syndra. Nice route though. Gonna come out here from Quick Slice to be able to stop that engage. They have to buy themselves a little more time here. That's not gonna be it right there. Hacksaw gonna find himself dead and in the gray screen here. Syndra, though, still has a great ability to wave clear and apparently a great ability to kill still here at 32 minutes despite the man advantage. Kane, though, finding himself going right on in, will be able to knock the health bars down here. The Nexus Tower is here in a little bit of danger, but Syndra still healthy and alive, able to find the kills. Double kill now here for League is Vile, flashing on forward, looking for the kill here, but that will be the kite away. You still have to give respect to N.A. Uzi. That's going to be the disengage here, but good fighting here, coming out from the side of Mamba Mentality, trying to hold the floodgates. Just on with the rocket jump, behind the autos there, and that's going to be the kill and the shutdown. 1-for-1 here, going on over for both sides. Expo will find himself with the timers rolling here. Cloud Dragon has spawned. You do have N.A. Uzi here still alive. I feel confident in his ability to solo the dragon down, but with a lack of members nearby.
Oh, he's doing the blue. Okay. He's actually trying to do something really cheeky there, and he was trying to put the blue trinket down like right in front of him, and then have like Senna go over to try to like right click and clear it, and he's gonna jump on her, but they also used a blue trinket and spotted him out in the bush. It's unfortunate. That's a play I really would have liked to see happen because it's very cheeky.
It's a nice cheeky play, yeah.
Dude, yeah, it would have been pretty heads up by Uzi. It just shows you all the different ways he thinks about like expanding his gold lead in each of these different games.
That's something that we notice a lot. N.A. Uzi finds his way to get his gold every game, no matter what.
Yep, and it's honestly really, really impressive. I mean, you're now seeing it 11-0-8 here on the Tristana 302 farm. Pretty much the golden standard for 80 carries when it comes to CS for the most part here. Just shy of the 10 CS per minute mark, but pings coming down onto the Baron here. Super minions still coming in through the bottom side of the map, so they do have a bit of an advantage that will force at least someone to answer the base and be able to push that wave out, so they will be able to set themselves up for vision here around the Baron pit. Kane fishing for something.
Yeah, they're looking for the top lane. He just ulted the Fiora.
Yep, there it is. Gonna come on in, and there is the Cavalry. This time you see it. Mordekaiser just putting Fiora into the Death Realm, and the rest of Ape Chimps collapsing and doing their jobs, playing very cohesively as a team, being able to get these objectives and pick them up and set themselves up for success. I don't see how they can ever contest this Baron.
I don't think obviously Triforce is listening to me, but did you notice like how much easier it was for him to survive when he just put his back against the wall right there, and then Fiora couldn't get that 4th vital proc off? It makes it so hard for Fiora to fully combo you. But that's just kind of what I wanted to see from my Triforce. I expected something like that from him just because like he plays a lot of Fiora himself, so I expected him to like know like all the different like minuet counters you can do to like the different abilities.
Kane there, gonna get himself popped with Scatter of the Week and Unleash Power, finding himself over the wall. It's gonna be a much needed pick. that Mamba mentality needed here.
At the very least, it's fun. It's fun to just see that happen over and over again. Just the king come up near Syndra. Syndra just absolutely deletes him off the map.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. You know, I'm sure Mamba mentality is getting some entertainment out of that at the very least.
And I mean, it's exactly what these champions are intended to do, right? Syndra easily capable of 100 to 0ing you, and Blue Kane, no slouch either in that regard. It's just really a matter of which of these players is going to be able to get their combo off first.
Maybe he's just trying to big brain it, and he's like, look, we can get the inhib if I just eat the Syndra ult instead of an Uzi.
I mean, that's also fair.
His master plan.
Well, and Uzi right now on full build, it looks like.
Yeah, full build
Yeah, I don't
here
think
for
really.
the first
I
time.
don't know what you really do about that.
I mean, it's kind of full build. She can still sell boots.
Yeah,
and
I guess,
get
but
like,
like, what do you do about any Uzi at once he's at full build and 11-0-9?
But at this point, it's going to be kind of interesting. I mean, I think Mamba Mentality is doing a pretty decent job of being able to hold the base, right? They've had 2 Baron pushes here that they've kind of been able to really hold fast and steady. As they continue to kind of scale up, the lead that N8 Uzi has generated for himself is going to be less and less as this game continues to extend into the hyper late game. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of keep this continued success that they've had. I think it's really just going to, for Mamba Mentality, if they want to win this game, it's going to really rely on Mystery Bunny not finding himself overextended in the 1v1 versus the Mordekaiser and having the rest of his team being able to respond in time. Obviously, that has been a bit of an issue because they've had these inhibitors down for a while now, which is drawing their attention back and forth here. But Ape Chimps here going to be looking for the final tower up towards the top side, and Uzi will be able to pick that one up as his champion kit is very well inclined to be able to do. Baroned up super minions though, moving on in. You have to keep in mind though that this still is an exposed nexus, so you do have to be wary here of all the angles of opportunity that they have. Senna though going to find herself and having to use the flash there to get on out. That could be some trouble here for N8 Uzi, but he still has the GA and will be able to rocket jump himself away. Mordekaiser now going to take Syndra into the death realm. That is huge for this team. Syndra has so much ability to be able to control these waves. The Nexus is about half health here. There's the double kill now for Kane. Make it 3. That is the game here in game 1. And Ape Chimps are able to close this one out.
I will say there's definitely some things I would like to see Mamba Mentality change. I don't think the top, the jungle, and the mid laner of Ape Chimps should all be allowed their favorite champion. I don't think that's the play.
Yeah, I thought that was questionable. It's just my thing is like, it just didn't seem like it did. Like all those bans didn't do a single thing to make an AZ like uncomfortable. Like it's like they even banned the Yuumi for like the free, like the free help like later on to like his other teammates, and then just him in general. And like it didn't matter. He had an All-Star. He picked Trist. Like none of his champions are even technically like that meta. Like I guess like early on in the season like Ezreal was, but like I mean overall like. Ape Chimps just kind of look comfortable the whole game. Mamba definitely could take it to them early, though. And I think that just goes to show that Mamba just needs to draft a little bit differently. And we can definitely see the whole series flip on its head.
Yeah, we see that the most damage of the game was actually done by Expo by quite a bit. Besides any Uzi's incredible performance, Expo just did a lot of damage in that game on that Syndra pick. So, I mean, looking forward to see something similar from Expo in pretty much all these games. You know who I think really underperformed, who I definitely expect to see do better throughout the rest of the series?
Mystery Bunny?
Yeah, exactly. 1000%. Mystery Bunny. Mystery Bunny is one of the highest elo people in this league. Besides any Uzi's probably like first and second in terms of the highest elo like they've peaked this season. So, I mean, you don't expect to see Mystery Bunny choose the Fiora counter pick and essentially lose lane and be like 1-6 at one point. So
I believed in him though, because like generally like I often kind of question his picks at first, but I'm like, well, it's Mystery Bunny. So
yeah,
like,
we've seen him play. We've seen him play support top. We've seen him play everything from Lilia top. We've seen him play Soraka top. We've seen him play Karma top. And you know what else was available this game that he didn't choose? Maokai. He chose to not. I don't think Maokai was. Unless I'm crazy, I don't think Maokai was banned this game. I don't think he liked that matchup.
No, he doesn't. I think in general,
I think that's why he doesn't like that matchup.
I think Mordekaiser is actually a counter to Maokai.
Mordekaiser is pretty rough for the Maokai there.
Yeah, but I think that the utility that it brings is worth it.
Exactly right, and just seeing how they kind of played that game 1, Mamba Mentality, they were trying to go kind of head to head in these team fights. The Fiora I don't think was used to its greatest potential in the side waves for most of that game, and I think maybe the Maokai or picking maybe a more utility team fight oriented tank top laner definitely could have maybe been a point of power for their team that they kind of lacked in game one.
I mean, honestly, I think at this point, I just kind of want to see almost a completely different draft. I think League is vile on Olaf isn't bad, though. I think there's a lot of potential with the different drafts that Mamba can do, that his Olaf isn't necessarily the problem, even though he had problems this game. I think the biggest problems to me, I think, were the top lane pick. I just don't think, I honestly don't think at any point in the game, Mystery Bunny looked comfortable on Fiora. Because like even from the get-go, like in that early skirmish, I saw him just kind of like leave the Vital Proc open for like a while. And like that could have changed like that early skirmish from instead of being a 1-for-1 into like a 2-for-1 or something like that in like the favor of Mamba if he like had a bit more mechanical proficiency on that pick, I guess. But I generally still believe in him to bounce back, so I wouldn't be surprised if he plays another highly mechanical pick and just does fine, or even the same pick. But I'd still like to see him change it up for this game. It's a long series, and I think people underestimate how much drafting a completely different comp can help mentalities, especially trying to come back being like down one game in a best of 5. I'd also definitely want to see Hacksaw on a different champ too. I think Lux with like Karthus and like certain picks is fine, like Caitlyn, but I don't think it's a great Hacksaw champion maybe. And I like maybe more of a protector, like a guardian type pick or like an engage pick, I think would really help out Mamba mentality a lot.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Definitely agree. Would love to see something different. I know that they have different things that they could play and the different that they do have set up. I think that they were probably looking for the Karthus bot. I think that was probably something. Also, we've seen him play different things into the Mordekaiser, or you could just get rid of the Mordekaiser. But I feel like even if it's a counter champion, I don't see like Mark doing worse on Maokai into Mordekaiser that he just did on Fiora. Right.
I mean, I can agree with that because that was a pretty bad game on Fjord, to be honest. But like it all obviously all is on Mark, like because it's easy to look at the KDA and then say like, oh yeah, Mark had a bad game. But I think most of that comes down to, like because obviously like the larger portion of the blame is for him for like overextending or not like finding the right timing.
But I feel like there was a lot of overextending.
It's a team call.
Right.
So, because like like it's easier for a top lane to overextend during split pushes if like his whole team is hiding under the turret, because then like since there's no pressure on any other part of the map, like then it kind of negates the Fiora pick, and like so it could also be one of those things that not only is he not as comfortable on Fiora himself, his team is also not comfortable playing with a champion like Fiora. So like I agree with you that I think Maokai is just kind of the go-to pick at this point, or at least like I think Mamba just needs to play comps that just skirmish at this point, because like Ape Chimps are going to get what they want. They're going to always skirmish. So why not just try to pick like a comp that can just skirmish harder than them, has more CC, really easy to play.
It looks like there is some Senna cannot skirmish nearly as well as Tristana, right? Like that is just not a thing that Senna will be able to compete with Tristana on. And I feel like there are other picks that Quick Slice we know are in his pool that he kind of strays away from. Like we saw their first weekend playing on Mamba Mentality. A pick that Quick Slice really enjoys playing is in fact the Jinx. And I think Jinx would have been a bit of a different champion. She's a really good skirmisher. Just like whenever she gets a kill.
I don't think they just picked a comp to play Jinx with. I think really the luck.
I mean, like you could have they could have done the thing where they like we've seen Mark win lane against a Mordekaiser with Soraka, for example, right? Like we could do Soraka top and bring in the Jinx.
Well, because like the way I saw it was like, I honestly think it was a draft misstep, right? That like kind of messed up their whole draft. I think I think that when they picked Fiora early like that, they fucked up their whole comp. To be honest, because like
it wasn't necessary.
When I look at what Mamba wanted to draft, like I'm pretty sure they wanted Olaf, Lux, Karthus, like, and then they pick Fiora because they're like, oh, there's the Mordekaiser. Let's pick the Fiora counter matchup. But the thing was that they immediately banned Karthus, and then I think that's where all of a sudden X was like, well, let me go ahead and play my safe carry, and then Quick Slice was like, let me go ahead and play my safe carry. So I think like I think it actually kind of altered the draft like heavily from Mamba mentality, and like it just goes to show you how much those like small minute details can really like change a draft. And like it just and I honestly don't think Ape Chimps would have been like, oh yes, let's ban Mark's Fiora. I just don't think
exactly.
That
yeah. If anything, there probably would have been a Mordekaiser ban. I mean, not anything like a Maokai ban. Probably still. I think Yeah, I think they in general don't want to play into Maokai. In general, you don't want to see.
So, I mean, I could be wrong, but I swear Mamba wanted Karthus.
Yeah, I think so. They probably did. That was how they got a win the first time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is they played that Karthus spot.
And I think the Lux.
I think it was Lux Karthus.
It gives away too much because they played Lux Karthus twice in Ape Chimps, and then you pick Lux and then don't pick Karthus. Like at that point, you should just
because they picked
early.
the Fiora. Yeah, they should have picked Lux Karthus instead of picking that Fiora then.
Yeah, basically either that or even Karthus instead of the Lux. Like I know they didn't want to like give away their hand, but they already kind of did like in previous weeks. And so I think trying to save the Karthus as like a haha surprise, you just can't do that. They expect it, and so it got banned out, and I think it just really messed up their plan because like for example, like this whole game would have been different if they had the Olaf, Lux, Karthus, and then you have a Fiora and Zed in like side lanes. Like of course that's just assuming that they didn't also ban the Zed, but like if for example Mamba got that, and then you have Fiora and Zed creating havocs in side lanes, and then you just have like the Lux, Olaf, and Karthus just staying safe, and then when somebody goes to collapse on the side laner, you just press R on maybe even Lux too and Karthus, and then you just win the skirmishes. So that's why I think that's the kind of comp they're going for, and I think like the Karthus not getting picked made, and then like the Zed ban as well made Expo go, you know, I need to go AP this game because we're obviously going double AD, and I think it just really threw everything off.
And I think it would have been interesting too, right? Even with the Karthus and the Zed being banned, and you know, Zed can really hold his own in the side waves, has a lot of mobility, can kind of get out of maybe some of those stickier situations that he would find himself in. You know, I think even the Twisted Fate that is even within his toolkit of champions that he likes or would consider to be played could have been a good pick as well if they do decide to go with the Fiora, right? Because if you know that you're going to be playing the side wave champion that kept getting collapsed on time and time again in that game one, you know, maybe if you have something with the semi-global ult in the Twisted Fate that can kind of come in and react to this kind of plays could have also made the difference as well.
Very, very true. So we're gonna try to get everyone here into the lobby. We'll take a quick break until we get all of that configured. I believe so. So I am a terrible video editor, right? And you may have seen last week, if you guys are watching last week, you may have seen my attempt to make a montage video for Comfy Gaming, and I believe it was Team Solo Chill. I've attempted to do that again today, and it's not great quality, but it's just some of the clips of some of the plays that we've seen these two teams do earlier in the year. And I put it up on our YouTube, and I think we can try to get it up on stream as well, if I am correct in that. And we'll just be waiting. We thought we may play that. It's about like 4 minutes or something like that. Play that while we wait to get everyone in the lobby for game 2. And then we'll be back on the draft. We'll see what changes these two teams make. And we'll be back then.
shots 3 members of PG. Yeah, he just shows up. Oh, he does. He snipes the Zac with a W. Resident sniper over here. That's a quadra kill for any of oh my. They're 0 in the flash engage. Onto each other. Not even enough to save. Oh, barely hits the E. And that's a kill. And that might be in him. As they're trying to kill Sincere. Shen ultimate. They find it. And they kill Shen as well, it looks like. Might be
pushing out, 'cause I cannot fight this feeling anymore. Feels like I've been blown away. I'm pushing out, we're not running round in circles anymore. Feels like I've been blown away, and I won't do it again. No, 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 I won't do it again. No, 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 I won't do it again. And I
Oh, the pro draft started.
All right, let me know when we go live.
Should be good to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for game 2 in our Black Twitch League semifinals, where we have Ape Chimps up against Mamba Mentality. And Ape Chimps there able to get the better of Mamba Mentality in the late game and be able to close that game 1 out for the victory.
Kind of surprised by Mamba Mentality not really changing up their draft so far. Oh, the Mordekaiser ban, there it is.
That's a good change.
So the Markai gonna be first picked, right? Probably.
Well, we will have to wait and see, but this is kind of the stuff we wanted to see from Mamba Mentality, changing it up a little bit, getting rid of some of these solo lane picks here for the rest of the team, and kind of evening out the focus in the draft. I'm a little bit surprised, though, that we are not seeing the Tristana band. I mean, I guess, you know, if you guys, kind of as you guys say, right, where NAUZ is such a threat in these games, it does kind of make sense that maybe you wouldn't ban some of these champions, because it almost doesn't matter what you put him on. He's going to perform at a high level in these games. But Yuumi getting picked up here from the side of Mamba Mentality, you know, going to try and power up that bottom lane, definitely give them some late game power in that Enchanter support. And Kenna now getting hovered here for the side of Ape Chimps. We'll be curious to see if they go through with it.
I'm pretty sure it's not Kennen. What?
Does get locked in, ladies and gentlemen. We will get the Kennen here.
Yeah, I swear they locked it in just because you said it wasn't.
Yep.
I swear.
Yeah, getting picked up.
Is
Alistar
it
with the hover as well.
That's
Yep, chat does confirm it is the Kennen. So adding a little bit of team fight power to their team composition here. Kennen Alistar can be quite a devastating combination overall once these team fights do start getting rolling in the mid game. And there's the Maokai pick that we all wanted to see here on the caster desk is going to get picked up for the top lane here.
Ash.
Hmm.
Did not expect
not bad.
Ash. Yeah, not bad, but unexpected from me, I would say.
Definitely going to give them some more engage opportunities as well. The Ashe obviously can fire the arrow from range, be able to get the stun, and really kind of set up the rest of this team composition here. The Yuumi and Maokai can kind of be a little bit of annoying composition as well. Maokai being able to go right on in, Yuumi with the Lost Chapter can spread it down on 5 members and just kind of knock this all out. So I think I really like this Mamba Mentality draft so far. We do see the Talia getting picked up once again here for Ethan, so that will be the at least suspected mid lane pick here for the side of Ape Chimps. And bans are underway here. LeBlanc, Syndra getting rid of some of those mages. Expo, as we see the Ezreal and Kayn bans rounding us out here for ban phase 2.
Sounds about right. I'm actually still kind of surprised they banned the Ezreal, though. I would almost let them, like, just pick Ezreal at that point. Just because, like, I think Ezreal just takes longer to get online, and I would try to do all my stuff, like, while Ezreal's doing his own stuff. But if you're picking Zed and stuff like that, it makes sense, so.
Yeah. Zed gonna get locked in here as the pick. And, you know, they could use a little AP damage here. I'm kind of looking to see what they will pick. Karthus, possibly. Kha'Zix.
None of these are
kind of
real.
for
Yeah.
None of these are real. None of these are real.
Yep, still looking for a jungler here. Ones that come to mind, the Nidalee, Fiddlesticks, Gragas, maybe even we have seen recently in pro play.
There you
But
go.
the Olaf getting locked right on in. Mamba Mentality says run it on back with the Olaf here. And Trundle, Tristana. There it is. Interesting. Tristana getting picked up here.
Yeah, the Alistar Tristana again in the bot
Yep.
lane. It's gonna actually be Kennen mid. Wait, no, what?
Top. It's top.
Kennen top.
Kennen
Kennen top.
top.
Yes. Kennen top.
I think Triforce just played it earlier this season, but like way
Yeah.
earlier this season.
Yeah.
Yep, getting all locked up in here. I do like the Mamba Mentality draft this time around. It is more oriented, especially with the Maokai and the Ashe, towards the team fight, which I think will net them a little more success. The only problem that I do kind of have with it is, you know, if this Tristana is able to kind of get the same kind of agency that she had in game number 1, they don't really have any like hard point click CC. You know, if she's able to get the rocket jump away.
So Maokai W, Zed ult, Ashe ult, and like the Yuumi
are snare. Like they aren't perfect, but like they're much better than the amount of tools they had last game.
Absolutely. Let's see here. All in chat. All right. So Ito, any thoughts on the Ape Chimps draft here going into game number 2?
I think it's strong. I think it's definitely strong. I'm kind of, Yeah, I mean, I think the Tristana and Alistar bot lane is very strong, and I think that's where you kind of have to focus on. Along with the Talia mid lane, even if Aethan loses, lane has a bad laning phase, he's so good at using Talia's other like utility, like as a champion, specifically the roaming utility, and his use of Talia wall we saw last game is just really smart. It's really impeccable. So like he'll find a way to make Talia a useful champion almost like no matter what. Like even if he's like 0-5 in lane from the Zed, I think that it's just going to be really good. I think that they're probably going to win through bot side, just through with the Talia, the Alistar, and the Tristana. And the Kennen, it seems like probably a pretty smart pick into a Maokai. And the Silas, I think, just has, it doesn't have like, yeah, I think Silas. So I like their team comp overall. I think it's still pretty easy to execute. I think
Silas is okay.
Like, yeah, it's solid.
So I don't think the ulti can steal are that great because I don't think Zed's ult works like that great with him. Olaf ult is okay. Like Ashe, Maokai, and Yuumi aren't bad though, so it's like it's not bad, but like considering how Ape Chimps plays, like it's about right, I guess. Like because he's a big Kayn Silas one trick in the jungle.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how this one does end up playing out here. I don't know. I think, you know, Mamba mentality, they did have some problems in the early game going up against Ape Chimps. We didn't kind of see the typical early game Olaf power trough that we are used to, and that was kind of product of that initial fight that kind of did not really go in their favor where Talia was able to pick up 2 kills early in game number 1. So to see exactly how this is going to turn out this time around with the Olaf, at least now, you know, he does have a little more setup in some of these lanes, particularly top and bottom side. So I'm expecting the Olaf to pick one lane and choose it to kind of camp for the early game, get some of those early kills, and hopefully start generating that early to mid game snowball as these teams continue to go out onto the Rift for game number 2.
I think one thing that definitely helps him out too is the fact that Silas isn't really known for his healthy or hard power farming ability in the jungle. So I think having Olaf who can like hard power farm and can just like literally be more useful by like hardcore chain camping, I think it gives Vile a lot more options this game.
Absolutely, indeed, and you know it. You know, I want to say that the Zed's not a bad pick in the mid lane. You know, as far as being able to like rotate and move and have some mobility in his kit, but Talia really is just so much better at it as well. So I think it's going to rely a lot on which one of these mid laners is able to actually be the first one to respond and have priority in their lanes as far as the jungle matchup is going to go in rivers over things like fights for scuttle, fights for vision. I think post 6, Talia definitely has a very clear advantage where she can just put up the wall and pretty much be wherever she wants to be in a short amount of time. Zed will obviously be able to follow, just not as quickly post 6. As far as the actual team fights go, though, I think I do prefer Ape Chimps' composition here. You have Silas that can kind of peel a little bit for the Tristana, for the Talia. You know, Alistar obviously excellent for that task as well. And overall, I mean, Kennen with his Maelstrom, I think is going to be absolutely great into this composition with the Ashe, with the Zed possibly. So I do think I slightly put my chips a little bit towards Ape Chimps as this game will go later and later into the game. And if NA Uzi is half as good as he was in game number 1, I think that you will kind of see a very similar kind of end maybe to game number 2.
I think I agree with that. Like, of course, like Expo can always like, you know, Zed's the type of champion that can always like subvert expectations. But I think I would have liked to see him on more of a pick that could like control team fights, like a more team fight.
Orianna. Pick. I think Orianna here actually would have been a great pick, as opposed to the Zed here, just because it does allow you to have so much control over choke points and spaces when it does come to these fights.
allow for damage diversification too, instead of just being all in on AD.
Yep. Damage diversification, being able to more safely check bushes and brushes with the Q, things of that nature, right, would kind of set themselves up here. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? If they realize and recognize that about this composition that Mamba Mentality has drafted for themselves, and if this Olaf does say, okay, well, maybe my Ashe and Yuumi, maybe they can actually make plays on their own this time around, right? Because before we did have the Lux and the Senna, which, yes, they do have these roots, right, which are extremely useful in being able to get set up. But it just seemed like they didn't have the kind of pressure that they needed to have against the Alistar Tristana lane. But maybe with the Ashe and the Yuumi here this time around, they have a lot of slow power. If Alistar, if he does ever overextend, could be in a little bit of trouble. But they do have to be kind of careful and aware for the re-engage, because Alistar very easily can just headbutt pulverize with a Tristana rocket jump right on top of your face. And
I definitely agree with that, especially the sheer amount of CC that Ape Chimps has. Like, you got the Kinetl, his whole passive in general, the E from Silas, the W from Talia, including the slows fields that she gets later on. The Triss can jolt people away from her, and then All-Star in general, like with his 3 different forms of CC. It's kind of hard to deal with that, even though you pick champions like Zed, Olaf, Maokai that can kind of deal with that better. Yuumi, who shouldn't really be getting CC that often. Overall, I still expect like a good game, but I just do agree with you. I think like I just have to kind of put more favor into the draft from Ape Chimps.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we get ready to load out onto Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going on over into a short spectator delay and intermission here as we get ready to load out onto Rift for game number 2. Again, I'm the Idea PC, joined by In Defiance and good old Ito here, giving us that color casting here on the desk. We will see you shortly after the break, and do not go anywhere.
Alcohol.
Well, gents,
Here we are. Game 2.
yeah. I'm going to wait for Prince Par to give us like a thumbs up or something in the chat when we're live.
I usually use the Discord
good, we're
thingy,
good.
and
Yeah, we're
whenever
good.
whenever the undeafen is done. Yeah. Every time Para's little thing is undeafened, that's when I just say that's a go symbol.
Here we are. We're
Right.
good to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Black Twitch League semifinals. I'm the Idea PC, joined by In Defiance and Ito here on the casting desk, and we're getting ready to wrap ourselves up for a nice game number 2 in the semifinals. Gentlemen, welcome back, and I am very excited to see exactly how these two teams are going to approach game number 2 after we kind of saw Mamba Mentality kind of falter a little bit towards the late game. Their composition just was not able to kind of secure themselves the advantages that they had intended to get for themselves in the mid to late game. And they've kind of rectified some of that, I think, here in game number 2 in the draft. But overall, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we have the changes with the Maokai up towards the top side of the map. Expo here on the Zed for game number 2. They've got some champions that I think have a little more agency to be able to take these fights, these team fights in the mid game, but we're gonna have to see exactly how it's all gonna play out on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game comes down to really honestly like how Expo plays and how much tempo like Vile plays with. I think that's like a very important part about how this game will play out.
I thought something else very interesting and very two notes in this game. I think just we've seen with Lomboy Golem and NA Uzi not being in bot lane together, because this is actually Pickle Farmer 99 is not Longboy Golem. That's not Longboy Golem on that Alistar. It is actually their sub Squid Hat Jack that is playing on Alistar. And I think for the most part, NA Uzi, from what I was hearing from Ethan, is pretty particular about who he wants to lane with. So this will be the first time it is not a D3 Alistar. It'll actually be a gold player down there with NA Uzi. So we'll see how that works out for them. But I'm still definitely looking forward to NA Uzi still showcasing his dominance and his skill, of course, on this Tristana pick. Mostly in those late game team fights, we'll be seeing that. And also, we'll see. I think if when you're playing Zed mid, you have to like dominate. I feel like if you're playing Zed in general, you have to showcase and get some type of lead. Otherwise, the champion is not as useful. So I'm looking forward to see what not NA, what Expo does on Zed in mid lane.
Yeah, but we can see the Ashe Yumi here already getting themselves a little bit of a health advantage down towards the bottom side of the map, which is exactly what I kind of wanted to see, right? Was them draft some champions that were going to be able to poke and fight a little bit more effectively, possibly. Not to say that Lux and Senna don't do that perfectly, but you know, you're able to get maybe a little more damage on the Alistar, who wants to constantly step up with the slows that come out of Ashe's autos.
It's definitely interesting. I don't really expect this game to be like too fast though, because Silas generally isn't like the healthiest jungler early on. I think Olaf is going to want to basically just kind of farm it out. I think most of the action is even going to come from like a really good headbutt pulverize in the bot lane, where it's just going to be like an outplay in mid lane. I think mid lane is where most of the action is going to end up coming from.
Absolutely. And talking about action here, no shortage of that. Both these mid laners duking it out, trading back a good amount of health here, but Expo gonna have to walk back there. Does have to be careful. Talia a little low on mana. So there is at least that going in his favor. But
no potions left either.
Yeah, it's been a slugfest in the mid lane. Both these champions and these summoners trying to trying to get themselves that priority that they need. And you know, talking about earlier about what the words you had to say about the set. Actually, down here, nice headbutt pulverize coming in here from Pickle Farmer 99, able to find the stun and the lockdown. Silas looking for first blood, but he's not gonna be able to find it. And the slows coming right on out from Quick Slice manages to find himself first blood as we get a fight towards the mid lane here. Both ignites being popped and burned. The flash coming out from Olaf. The slow will be found, and that's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, all of a sudden I said the game's going to be kind of slower in the beginning and just starts blowing up.
Yep, it's that caster curse that we are all so familiar with. Nice damage though coming out here from Tristana. Looking for the damage there. Nice stun coming out here from Triforce in the top lane. Mystery Bunny trying to find some trades back and forth here, but Ashe kind of dangerously low at this point. I mean, one headbutt pulverize pretty much will put you pretty low. Nice, just there we go. Yeah, I was looking at it and I was like,
standing there.
That's a weird spot for that Ashe to be standing. All right. Well,
yeah, that was very aggressive for a second.
Yeah. As we
with that amount of HP, he's just standing there menacing.
Yeah.
Dude, I was like, dude, Quick Slice came to fucking play.
Yeah, that guy's got some big cojones, my friend.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not scared. Not scared in the face of absolute daunting danger.
Yeah, just standing there. Like, who is in Uzi anyway?
Yeah, right. Well, as we rectify some of these connection issues here that we clearly are experiencing with a few of these players, I do just want to take some of this time. I guess we're back. All right, back out on the Summoner's Rift. All the problems fixed up here. Good to know that we're not in pause for too long. But Quick Slice, if he is able to kind of avoid some more poke, if he is able to avoid the all-in under the tower here. Nope, there it is. Flash coming in, pulverized up on the Yumi. She's not going to be able to get back on here. That's going to be the kill going right on over, but the tower aggro will trade back 1-for-1 here in the bot lane as Hacksaw CA picks himself up a kill on the Alistar. And yeah, both supports there, picking themselves up some kills in the bottom side of the map there. Just an assist here for NA Uzi, but it will be enough with the experience and the minions that he's crashing into that tower. Feels really, really bad for Quick Slice because he is going to be down.
Oh, we're gonna see a little 2v3 come out.
Yep. Looking for the fight now here. Silas now. Nice damage coming down on League is Vile, and he's going to pick that one up right off the bat there. Not scared of the Olaf here in the early game, and Silas, with the rest of the support of his team, did not really have a whole lot to worry about. Kind of unfortunate, though, for the side of Mamba Mentality. They're just kind of on the back foot in some of these plays, and, you know, Ape Chimps, I think, rotating very nicely, even if it, you know, did not make much of a difference in that last kill going over one way or the other. It's nice to know that you do have the support of your laners there that can come in at any time when they are the first ones to rotate. So good initiative, I think, being shown from both of these teams here. A lot of action all across the Rift here. 6 kills already in 6 minutes. We'll see if that does manage to hold up or if we will kind of stall out towards the mid game like we did last. But both these top laners, I do want to point out here, though, the teleport advantage going in favor of the Kennen here could be useful in this upcoming dragon that we do have. And the stun going to be coming out. That's good damage coming out here from Mystery Bunny onto the Kennen. Despite the ultimate and the Slicing Maelstrom being used, going to be slowed down here. Does not have enough damage, though, to be able to follow that one up. Oh, Flash coming out here, looking for the kill. We'll have the Flash in response, and that is going to be one low health Pickle Farmer 12. Good old boy Triforce up there in the top lane. Gonna have to be forced to recalled here. Might actually be able to equalize the teleport advantage.
Yeah, definitely not a bad trade by the Mystery Bunny.
Oh, gonna be going all in here. Not gonna be able to quite find
missed
too
the
much there.
Qs. If those
Yeah.
Qs hit, Ethan may have been in trouble of dying.
I probably would have, if I remember how Zed's kick works.
Dragon, though, gonna get taken here. Oh, nice catch on the change there. Gonna be able to find that one down, but not enough damage to be able to follow it up. Axe gonna be thrown to be able to get the slows and disengage here, coming from the side of Mamba Mentality.
It was almost such a sick play by Expo there too, jumping to the W, going into the ultimate there. But just that slight misplay or error in execution, I think. Just missing the cues.
Yeah, not quite able to get that one to fall, but CS relatively even here in the mid lane. In fact, CS pretty much relatively even across the board here. Both these teams very, very competitive here in the early game, but they were able to utilize their jungle proximity and the Olaf with his early game power to be able to pick up that Cloud Dragon. And the fact that Silas was not able to get anything mid definitely is slightly in their favor.
Incredibly close game so far.
Absolutely is indeed here. And, you know, I do like how both these teams have picked some top laners that do have a lot of agency in these team fights. It is just kind of a slugfest right now between the Maokai and the Kennen. In the 1v1, I do absolutely expect the Maokai, as he continues to build up some more MR and health, to get the better of those matchups. Maokai, one of those champions that can kind of be a little deceptive in how much damage he is able to actually deal and dish out.
Oh, very true.
Yeah, so, you know, I don't think that this matchup gets any easier for Triforce here up in the top lane. He is just going to have to kind of continue to fight this one out. But right now, Maokai in complete control of the wave. If he even thinks about stepping up, you know, it's going to be another trade that I don't think goes in Triforce's favor. So maybe going to be looking for some jungler help to be able to try and push this wave out. You know, or maybe he does have the potential to be able to outplay it and just be able to kind of slowly whittle away, utilizing the range advantage that he has. But overall, going to be kind of difficult for him to deal with. You can see he wants to be able to push this wave, to be able to crash it in, but Maokai, being as tanky as he is just kind of holding it there. And this is really allowing Olaf to pretty much just go and do this Rift Herald right now that he's going to be able to pick up. Towards the mid lane, also Silas looking at the wings. Yeah. Just gonna be looking for it. There it is, Mystery Bunny in the 1v1, and yeah, it feels so bad, right? You're pretty much stuck there. Maokai has the freeze under the tower. You're losing and hemorrhaging CS. I mean, he's already down 20 now, but here it is, 3-man in the mid lane here. Zen gonna be able to nice utilization of the ultimate though to be able to get himself out. Ooh, nice plays coming through here. Expo showing us what for and why the Zed is a pick that he likes. Nice dodge at the chains there, but he have the ability. Nope, flash forward, headbutt, pulverize. That could spell the end, maybe? I don't know. Yep, that should be able to wrap that one up there. That's gonna be it.
Meanwhile, bot lane.
Yeah. Well, and so that is kind of what you take, right? You send the Alistar and the Tristana towards the mid lane. You have the Silas there, but Zed was able to buy himself enough time where they're at least able to get some of that gold back in the form of Tower Blade Swords of Outside. And now with the Herald coming out here, this is definitely going to be looking like a large amount of gold that will be in the pockets here of these, well, I guess just the Olaf going to be able to pick that one up for 320. So it does equalize the gold that was kind of taken, especially when you consider the fact that there were 4 members that went to respond to try and get the kill on the Zed. Dropping the Herald bot, they're able to equalize that gold value, and that does show us in the gold value.
Oh man, barely missed the back calling.
Yep, gonna be forced to make a very, very long walk without boots there on that one. Maokai, though, now gonna go in up towards the top side of the map, looking for some nice trading of damage back and forth. He really, really wants to set up this freeze. You can tell just with the positioning and how he has this wave set up, which I think is really, really good execution from Mystery Bunny. I think that he does look a lot more comfortable on the Maokai than he did on the Fiora.
Oh yes, Maokai. In fact, around here we call Maokai Markai. The Mystery Bunny's his name is Mark, and we call it Markai because he is very, very well known for his dominance on Maokai this season and last season and in solo queue. Like, this is the champion he probably peaked on. He's incredibly well known for his Maokai gameplay.
Yeah, him being able to recover freeze like this is definitely showing off why he likes playing Maokai as well. Not a lot of champions can like freeze that easily.
Yeah.
And it feels a little bit bad, right? Because as the Kennen, if you're never gonna get your jungler up there to help you shove that wave in so it does bounce back to you, I would start looking for the roams, right? Okay, my top wave's frozen. Maybe I can roam towards the mid lane, right? But in this case, it's a Zed, right? Ganking a Zed doesn't always work out in your favor if he's able to get the W backwards.
They literally
to get under the
at him,
tower.
and he almost escaped earlier, right?
Yeah, so it just kind of puts Triforce in this really kind of crappy situation, and he's been overextended the entire time. And just like this, now you have Olaf coming in, being able to secure themselves a kill here. Slicing Maelstrom not going to mean too much here, and that's going to be the kill going on over to Mystery Bunny up towards the top side of the map. It's really starting to look more and more like a black hole top side.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
With Olaf showing top, though, that is going to signal the start of the dragon here. Going to be able to equalize that score 1-1. Drakes will be a mountain, which means we will get either our Infernal or Ocean Soul for this game. Both highly sought after and prized by most League of Legends players. Maokai, though, able to get himself some plates up top side. That's only going to further exacerbate kind of the power shift we are seeing between these two champions top side. At this point, I'm spam pinging my jungler. Please come help me top. Can we move the wave? Can we get a kill? Getting a kill, maybe a little, how should I say, ambitious, yeah. Not exactly the easiest of champions to kill, especially with all the CC and disengage that he has in his kit. But if you're not helping the Kennen top, you need to be making plays elsewhere. So I would like to see the Silas, maybe trying to get some plays more on the bot side of the map with his Alistar on the engage. But we're gonna have to see exactly how that one turns out. Not to say that he hasn't been doing a great job already, but it is just something that I would like to see a little more of.
No, I definitely agree with you. I think you bring up a really good point, and I think that he should just be trying to play around bot side and get things going for him. I think obviously them scaling isn't really that bad, so the current game state isn't really awful for them. But the problem is like you pretty much reiterated was the fact that if Kennen's just constantly going to be put further and further behind with this Maokai freeze and potential solo kills, they really need to get something done somewhere else on the map.
Absolutely. I mean, it says a lot when your top lane Kennen goes Cole, because he knows he's behind, right? And so he's looking for a little bit of that extra gold to be put in his pocket. But I will say, we do have 8 Chimps here, at least taking a little bit of initiative on the dragon, which I do like to see, especially after your top laner does fall. Ash, though, getting a decent poke out here on the bot lane. Already at half health here for the Alistar and the Tristana. you know, it's not bad. I mean, they're able to pretty much keep, for all intents and purposes, the CS pretty much even here towards the bottom side of the map. I think that both of these champions, the Tristana and the Ashe, are perfectly fine with kind of the state of this lane. And I think that really kind of speaks more to the advantage that Mamba Mentality has been able to get for themselves, right? A Kennen that is far behind, yes, he's very useful with the Slicing Maelstrom and being able to lock up multiple members. You know, once he gets the Zanya's Hourglass to kind of protect himself, because I think he might need it if he is a little bit underpowered going into the mid game. But for as far as these 80 carries go, right? If you're not able to get those advantages and you have these 280 carries that are more or less at the same power level, I think that's going to really cause your difference in the top side of the map to be more prevalent in these fights. Olaf going to be trading back and forth here with Silas in the jungle. 1-for-1. As Slicing Maelstrom with the flash forward now will find a lockdown on Maokai, but that's huge damage coming right on out. The Kingslayer will get him some health. Pickle Farmer 21 now going to come in and be able to wrap this one up. Kennen will fall so far. Is a 1-for-1. Looking for the damage here. Silas staying alive for very long, but it's not going to be enough. And that is the Mamba Mentality coming out on top. Team fight.
That Ashe arrow was actually super nice.
Yeah,
Super nice
honestly.
Ashe arrow.
Oh, okay. He
Yeah,
stepped
looking
out of
for
the
it.
ditch a little bit.
Looking
But
for
basically, like the way I see it is like it was a really good fight for Mamba to take, but I'm kind of disappointed in Expo because like during that, if that Ashe arrow basically wasn't like one of the most smurf cross map like ults there was, like I don't think they would have gotten a kill there. That's mainly because like Expo kind of missed like a bunch of skill shots there, which is kind of like like very surprising considering like generally the level of Expo's play.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that earlier too. When he almost had the kill on Ethan.
Yeah, but
Like 2 potential kills that are missed out because of that, because he could right now even be like 3-2-2 or even less than that if he had managed to land those skill shots.
so I do just want to see if it is possible here if we can get our observer to toggle the gold here real quick. The gold lead that we have right now in the top lane is at about 2.5k, which is absolutely huge, right? And I think it's not as big of a deal for, you know, that speaks to, the Maokai being ahead, but as how far the Kennen is behind, right? At this point in the game. The fact that Maokai is as tanky as he is going to bode really, really well for him this game goes on. We do have the dragon actually spawning. I believe it is in about 30 seconds here towards the bottom side of the map. So these players getting ready to put themselves for the vision, fighting for control of the river. Both top laners have their teleports available, but Maokai's already down here, so that will bode well for him. Flash now with the knockback here onto the Alistar, but he's going to be very, very tanky with the ultimate being called down here. Only, Ethan down here towards the bottom side of the map, able to find one. Expo is, and a nice ult steal coming out here from the Silas. We'll be able to trade that one back here rather easily. Support for mid laner does go in their favor. Slicing Maelstrom, though, going to find some damage down onto the back line here as Maokai will fall. And there it is, Exhaust coming out with the flash out from the Tristana, looking for something. Yuumi trying to get the heals down. The Lost Chapter going to come out, looting up that, that Silas. Flashing forward here is Quick Slice as he's able to wrap this fight up. And that is a one-team fight here for Mamba Mentality.
I think Quick Slice is actually playing out of his mind so far this game.
Very, very well.
Yeah. Because like right there, like I could probably question a little bit of his flash, but I think the only reason I could question it is because like he wanted to play it smart, right? Like he wants to be the carry. He wants to like do his job. He doesn't want to sit there and just randomly into an Uzi for no reason. Especially because he still had ult and everything. So I understand him not flashing like more aggressively, because I think he could have just like cleaned up every kill if he did. But I think everything else there and his mindset, everything right there is perfectly fine. So there, I don't see any actual problem with what he did. It's just like a little, I guess, like optimization. But other than that, I think Quickslice is playing absolutely crazy. And like the Yuumi coming in super clutch and actually made Uzi end up having to use his flash because he thought he could kill Olaf, and then he ended up being able to hop over onto Olaf, heal him up. And the fact that Mamba still basically came out of that fight winning is actually terrifying for Ape Chimps, because Mamba basically wasn't there like for most of that fight. It was pretty much like almost a 2v4 or 2v5 at the beginning.
Yep, Zed going all in here on the Kennen now. We'll be able to find the damage there and the kill. Nice ult back here. Gonna find himself in a little bit of trouble there with the dodge of the chains, but doesn't have the cooldowns, and that's gonna be the kill 1-for-1 here. And Sly is picking that one up. 5-3-1 has a Iceborne Gauntlet in the inventory. I have to be honest, I've actually not seen this
Wait.
build before from Jungle Silas.
I just realized how pushed up Mark is right now. Misty Buddy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
gonna
only
find himself in a little bit of an unfortunate 3v1. He does do a lot of damage. He is very tanky, but I do not think that if they play this right, yeah, it's just gonna be a kill going on over to the side of Ape Chimps. Lost chapter though, not gonna quite find the root, but Silas does a lot of damage, cannot get healed on through. Yumi could be in a little bit of danger here, but I do not think the chains are there just quite yet. Yep, he's found it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be a nice display of talent coming out here from Alex Williams here on the Silas, and that should be an easy pick up here for this team, picking up those 2 kills. They are pinging on the Baron. It is, I mean, it does seem a little early for a Baron here.
Whoa,
but I wouldn't
wait.
put it past these teams. Yep,
Yeah,
there it is.
It's a bug that happens from time to time.
Oh, I was like, wait, what's with the coal stacks right now? He has 65,000 coal stacks.
That's probably how it felt like early game when like Mark was freezing lane constantly.
Jeez, Cole stacks. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've never seen that book before. But
Is there like some technical significance to that number?
I don't think-
right, 65531. That'd
Yeah.
be interesting. That'd be interesting. If I was like the unique
Maybe I'm
identifier for that item or something.
Okay, I could see that then, because I was about to say, like, I remember it with different numbers before, so, like, maybe with preseason coming soon, the Cole's, like, identifier was changed. That makes sense. But yeah, he should get, like, a single CS, I think. I don't know if jungle camps, like, because I know they count as 4, I don't know if that fixes the number glitch, though. Especially when Ethan takes them all.
Maybe that's what the question mark pings are there for. We're trying to fix this coal situation.
There it is now, though. Ethan, nice wall here. There is a flash available here from the Olaf. Is going to be forced to put that one out. Now flashing forward, though, is the Silas trying to find the damage. Zed, though, able to get the deletion down onto NA Uzi. Huge slicing Maelstrom will be able to find a trade kill back. But Silas now a little bit overextended, and Quick Silver is playing, or sorry, Quick Slice is playing absolutely amazingly here. Olaf and Yumi there, able to get the root down on the Alistar. Does not have the room to be able to get away and give him the double kill. Quick Slice really coming up clutch in these fights. Despite, I mean,
Armor will
it's just
be found
so
out.
much pressure. I mean, he is, you
Mark
see,
going in.
you know, all the challenging kind of situations he's being put in. Silas going very, very hard for the Ashe in that last fight. But, you know, Ashe will always be Ashe. She will always be able to kite back away from these fights, especially when you have a Maokai on bodyguard duty.
Not only that, though, his positioning has actually been really incredible, I think, so far. I think in a lot of fights he's been able to get optimum damage without being, like, extremely dangerous in his positioning, and I think it's just really going to show, like, this game that he really doesn't want to, like, just be shown up by an AUZ, or he doesn't want to seem like a liability or whatever, which he obviously hasn't been. He's been playing really, really well.
Well, that's going to be an easy Baron now, picked up for the side of Mamba Mentality. You know, after that game 1, I'm glad to see them fighting back, and not just fighting back, but I would say getting the better of Ape Chimps here in game number 2. It's, you know, you watch game 1 and you think, okay, well, you know, maybe there wasn't a whole lot that went right. Yes, the draft was maybe a little bit botched, but, you know, everything here in game 2 so far going pretty much their way.
Yeah, a lot more comfort, I think, coming out from Mamba Mentality. This game, and then, like, I think before, it was just kind of like an unfortunate early game for League of Fox. I think generally when he's on Olaf, he almost always has a good game, I think. Like other jungle champs, it's a little bit more variance, but I think like his Olaf is generally pretty good.
Absolutely indeed here. All right, Infernal Dragon now is the prize for these teams to fight up on over. It will be Mamba Mentality taking the driver's seat with control of the river here, and they're just going to be able to burst this one right on down. Nobody in sight from Ape Chimps. Gonna really be able to get this one going, but now Maokai ult stolen here, coming from the Silas. Gonna be able to find the lockup on the Maokai, but he is so damn tanky. Lost chapter coming out, finding multiple members on the route up here. Alistar in some trouble, have to flash out. Kenano, nice flash forward with the slicing Maelstrom. Able to get the shutdown here on the quick slice, and that's gonna be the kill that they needed to find. But Yumi, with the healing, will be able to have the longevity in the team fights, and this Olaf is going to go absolutely insane. Triple kill picked up here for League is 5.
So fortunate that Mark happened to not walk in that bush.
Yep, definitely a lucky one here, but overall, team fights going the way of Mamba mentality. Yumi showing up big in these games, and this is why this is a champ that I permaban in solo queue. You hit mid to late game, and Yumi is this unstoppable force on whoever she decides to land on. It just becomes absolutely unkillable. Tower aggro does not even matter. Olaf just able to get the heals from the Yumi right on out of that one, and they're able to walk that one out cleanly here. I mean, I want to say it's a champ diff, you know, but at the same time, you have to give credit to Mamba mentality for how well they're playing.
Yeah, they definitely are a lot more comfortable in this draft, like in general. And I think the Yumi and the Maokai really allows, like, basically, like the other three to really like play the champions to like their fullest potential, because it just kind of gives them like that beefy front line, the heals, and the assurances of being able to like really like push the champions to their limits. Expo is also starting to look a lot better as the game goes on. Still kind of dying a lot, but like mechanically, like I can definitely see like it becoming cleaner and cleaner, I think, in the fights.
Yeah, I would say that too.
No, absolutely. Able to get the kills that he needs to get. You know, good utilization. I think to hold on to the ult, to be able to secure the kill onto Tristana as that game kind of went on, that team fight went on. But overall, I mean, you have the 7K gold lead now in the hands of Mamba mentality. We're 26 minutes into the game. And it's been a while since we've seen kind of a sign of life in this game from Ape Chimps. We are now on Soul Point, which I think is definitely going to be huge for this Mamba mentality team. I absolutely expect them to be prioritizing that overall, especially for champions like Zed that just have so much burst potential. The Infernal buff does a lot for you in those cases, so it's gonna be interesting to see if they are able to get a little more priority this time around from Ape Chimps.
I think Kennen might have gotten like a little bit too far behind for them to really feel like a full team, I guess, because he just really needs that Zonias at this point, and like more levels into his kit to really like feel strong.
Yeah,
but they still have a lot of good CP.
Absolutely, and I mean, Kennen has come up. I mean, I think he came up well in that last team fight that we did see over the Drake, but it is just kind of maybe a power level difference at this point in the game. You know, he had the flash forward, was able to get the kill onto Quick Slice, who has been hard carrying some of these fights, but, you know, then you still, if you get the 80 carry, you still have the Yumi Olaf to deal with, which is an absolute menace. I mean, Olaf, now sitting at level 15, is, even in levels with his solo laners, has a level advantage over Alex Williams in the jungle. Definitely is going to be difficult to deal with, so, you know, it almost doesn't matter.
He went more tanky than you would normally expect an Olaf with like a Maokai and Yumi to go. But like with just a Black Cleaver alone, his ult passive, and then what I'm assuming is going to eventually be a Death Dance, it kind of just makes him unkillable at this point.
Definitely difficult to deal with overall. Yeah, you know, you're going to need a miracle at this point. You're going to need that beautiful team fight where just everything goes right. You get the right CC. Yeah, you're able to catch Yumi hopping between people. So, you know, something, right? But overall, very difficult, I think, at this point for Ape Chimps to kind of find something. I don't know.
I definitely expect Yumi to be like a high priority, I think. Or like basically, I think Yumi might end up becoming picker ban for the rest of the series.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, she still is in a very, very powerful spot. I just think that we haven't seen as much pick ban priority over the champion because champions like Ezreal, who are very, very common, that we saw with her, have kind of fallen maybe a little bit out of the meta after we've seen buffs towards other AD carries in general. But I still think that Yumi as a champion and how she kind of uniquely breaks the game in a way is still absolutely a monster to deal with. Scryer's Bloom there going to find the 4-man bush camp here. Good awareness from Mamba mentality. Gonna be able to get a little bit of damage traded off on the Maokai, knocking him down to about 66% HP, but I do not know how much that is going to matter. He is quite the tanky boy, and when you've got a Yumi on your team, well, your health bars are looking pretty healthy. That ultimate not going to really mean a whole lot on the Olaf here, just gonna go unstoppable. Looking now for the fight. Kennen watching for the backline here, flashing in, slicing Maelstrom, might be a little too late, is finding the stuns down on members, but where is the damage? You need to find it. Ash just gonna be able to get the kill there, slowing down the Alistar now, looking for the double, will find it and clean the fight up. Ladies and gentlemen, ace here for Mamba mentality as they pick themselves up the soul.
Dude, not even close. 5 for 0, 26 to 13. Pick up the soul, and then just gonna run it down mid. I think with the death timers, especially considering how tanky Olaf is and just Yumi in general, I'm pretty sure they just ended here.
Absolutely possible here. Maokai does have the teleport. We should, I would say if we do see the teleport from the Maokai, they're definitely going to be looking forward to end this game. They could still do it here. 15 to 10 seconds left on most of the members of Ape Chimps here. The first Nexus Tower will fall here, and the second one surely now to follow. This game is looking very, very, very over. Maokai just sitting in the Dragon Pit, not even moving from his place.
He's soloing the dragon.
And there it is.
Soloing the dragon.
Oh, he's still doing it.
Soloing dragon. He's the FFO. Yeah, we saw the FFO. Alright, one good series. What do you mean good series?
It is a good series. It's game 3. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it's 1-1. Yeah. I thought they were saying that it's over or something like that. Yeah. 1-1. Look at the Maokai damage. I think that we've seen this every single time Mark plays Maokai. He is nearing the top of the damage charts with going full tank Maokai every single time.
And that's kind of the beauty of the champion. You know, you just have so much unsurprising damage that comes out.
Really exciting to me about Mamba is the fact that I think everybody's kind of stepped up. I would have said almost everybody, but Expo definitely brought it back in the end. And honestly, it was hard carrying the last few team fights because he basically made it pretty much impossible for NAUZ to even play, which is really good to see. But I think for most of the game, sure, Expo looks fancy with his 10 kills, but I think Quick Slice, File, and Bunny played absolutely out of their minds. So we're pretty much kind of carrying Expo, even though Expo definitely carried his own weight as well.
And we do have an update actually from Twitch chat here. The boys that are playing over at I believe it is Mamba Mentality. Ape Chimps, yeah, Ape Chimps. They do have their support actually back. So we will be getting Longboy Golem back on support in the bottom lane.
And hopefully we have Triforce getting off of Kennen in the top lane. I do not think that was the pick. Didn't look comfortable on it. And honestly, Mark really had his way with him in the top lane. It was not even close.
Yep. And just having that kind of pressure in a lane, right, where you can pretty much do whatever you want, really kind of unlocks the rest of the map to be able to influence and get advantages where you may not have had them if the top lane went any differently.
Oh yeah, because then you don't have to actually send that much pressure up top lane, or you could even 3-man it. You've got so many different options available to you when a lane's getting that manhandled.
Gonna definitely be looking for a pick that gives them at least a little more agency up towards the top side of the map. The Mordekaiser looked great, but it was banned there in game number 2, so it's gonna be interesting to see what they are going to decide to bring out. I think that if you are if you're Mamba Mentality, you like the draft that you just had, I think maybe there could still be some room for some tweaks, some improvements. But overall, if you're able to get the champions that you had, if the Yumi still is on the table after the first ban phase, I think that is an absolute pickup for them if it's not taken as first pick here from the side of Ape Chimps. But I want to see exactly.
I'd really like to see a Maokai ban. I think Maokai is just a ban at this point though, because I think it would just unlock your top laner to play other picks. Yeah, I think he likes playing. He likes playing Mordekaiser. Obviously, he will always pick it when it's up. Otherwise, he likes playing Riven and Fiora, especially in solo queue. And both those picks don't really do that well, especially into a Bramble Rush Maokai. And then obviously his Kennen does not do well into Maokai. So I think at some point you just gotta get that out of the equation, especially considering how game went when he was trying to play a different type of champion.
And that also does kind of make me think too is. If the Maokai does get right now, I'm expecting a Maokai ban. I'm expecting a Yumi ban. I think that Yumi is absolutely picker ban at this point, especially with just how oppressive that champion can be towards the late game with the heals, with the slows. It's so hard to play against.
That's why I'd actually like to, since they're blue side this time, I would actually like to see them first pick Yumi, and then pick Ezreal in second rotation. Especially considering it always gets banned in the second rotation of bans. So I think in the second rotation of picks on blue side, it would just be smart to go ahead and just easily pick up the Ezreal.
Yep, definitely.
And I think just
see how that one plays.
Yeah, I think just having the guaranteed Yumi Ezreal while also taking it away from Mamba's pretty big. I think if if I was Ape Chimps, I would ban Olaf and I would ban Maokai for sure. Olaf maybe, but I would definitely like hold off on the Hecarim ban because I just don't like throughout the league. I don't think I've seen Vile like be crazy good at Hecarim, and obviously he's very comfortable in Olaf, and they'll keep picking Olaf no matter what happens in the game. So I would do my best to try to get Mamba uncomfortable in game 3. I think.
Yeah, and if you're not going to ban the Hecarim and you do ban the Olaf, I think that the Yuumi is an absolute necessity to pick up because the last thing you really want is a Hecarim with a Yuumi on it, diving your team and being unkillable. So I definitely agree with that sentiment in Defiance.
Yeah, I mean, because since they're blue side, I think they should just straight up first pick Yuumi, like just straight up first pick it, like without a doubt.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what kind of complications do arise as a result of game number 2. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go over to a quick intermission as we get ready for the pro draft in game number 3. But we will see you all out on the draft here shortly. With that being said, I'm the Idea PC, joined by Aim Defiance and Ito on the casting desk. Gearing up for game number 3. Let's see if these teams can push it over the edge. Ourselves up now for game number 3, Ape Chimps versus Mamba Mental. And we had quite a game number 2 there where Mamba Mental was able to come back and keep that mental intact after what was kind of a disappointing game number 1, but able to come out here swinging. The bands, though, relatively staying the same here. Lulu and Maokai with the hover. We might get the Yon instead, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think they banned both. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the third band will still be Maokai.
Yeah. Something has to be done, I think, about it, especially if you just leave it up in the first rotation. I think that it ends up getting picked up here. Mm-hmm. And kind of to speak on what In Defiance had to say earlier, I think that if the Yumi doesn't get picked up here first pick, I think that could be problematic. But Mamba Mentality, there we go. Yep, they will just ban it out here. So I think we might get a little more or less of the same. Mordekaiser is left still on the table, so that will be picked up here for the guy Triforce up there in the top lane here for Ape Chimps. So good to see that they are at least relying in some of these comfort picks. And it'll be interesting to see this time around what Mamba Mentality will do about the Mordekaiser top side. The Fiora, I think it's safe to say we all were not as impressed with the Fiora pick into the Mordekaiser, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what they will pick. I think Ornn actually might be not a bad pick into it. You can prevent a lot of that CC with the Bellows Breath. Hecarim, though, going to get picked up here for League is Vile, not banned away, and so it will get picked up. Trying to look for some of that those fast chain ganks across the map here in game number 3.
Yeah, definitely looking forward. I'm really interested to see what they decide to pick into this Mordekaiser top this time.
I think they kind of got baited almost into the Hecarim pick. It's like they feel like since it wasn't banned, they should go ahead and pick it. But I personally, from watching File, I don't think he's bad on
Malphite.
Heck. I just think that he's much more consistently effective on the Olaf compared to the Hecarim. And the time that he honestly looked the worst in Hecarim was against Ape Chimps, I think. So
right. I feel like
that kind of worries me a little.
Silas loves going into Malphite, right? I feel like a mistake was just made there with the
Hecarim.
Yeah, and Hecarim. Those are both amazing ultimates for Silas to take. So I feel like with the Silas up, I guess they were banking on him picking Kayn, but I think a Silas player.
He had a good game last game. Yeah, he had a really good game last game.
And I think a Silas player just salivates. Oh, I mean, wait, Silas is in love right now with these ultimates, right? These are amazing ultimates.
And then not only that too, it's like the way that Alex, I believe his name is, plays Silas. Like he plays like the bruiser. I want to like always stay alive, in your face, constant CDR, constantly using abilities, constantly healing, constantly ulting you type builds. That I honestly think that Mamba is kind of like lapsing a little bit in their draft here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how the Malphite, I think, as well, is going to kind of play into this composition.
Oh, we do see the Talia ban though, so there's going to have to be a completely different look in the mid lane. I'm expecting either, honestly, I expect Galio, but I could see the Nivea, I think, from
Nivea, or maybe even like a Syndra. He can play Syndra too.
It's a, and when you pick the Malphite, right, you are looking for those squishy members that you can kind of.
Oh wait, I just realized who Expo could play mid.
Expo can play anything with the way the team is built right now, though. Like, but it's also Expo, so Expo could also build anything.
Yeah, so it's also Expo, so Expo could literally play. Oh, I guess for idea, something that you may not be aware of. So throughout the entirety of the regular season, throughout the 9 weeks of best of 3 series, Expo played a different champion in every single game this season. It was known as the Expo Bingo. It was just like a challenge he wanted to give himself. So he literally played a different champion in every single game of BTL this season.
And they were all best of 3s. So it's not like best of 1 every week. It's like literally best of 3 different mid lane every single game. And of course he sweats.
I think I actually have the list.
With the Syndra.
That is extremely impressive to be competing in,
right.
I mean, it's yeah, sure. We're not looking at challenger players here, but to be competing in this, ELO, to be playing a different champion every single game over 27 games, that's, I have to say that is quite the marathon. But
yeah, it was a meme at first. We were saying like, man, Expo is so hard to ban out because I feel like he literally has a champion ocean. So I guess this season he set out to prove it. Like I could literally play a different champion every single game. It doesn't matter what you ban.
To make it a regular season for achievements. Mm-hmm. Is this going to be a Kali from Ethan? That's much more aggressive than
There's no way. There is no way. I've never seen him play an assassin in comp. There is no way. Okay. I was like, come on. There's no way.
Technically, Ari's an assassin. I mean, Riot forgot that about like 3 seasons ago, but
Oh, you know what I'm looking forward to here? You know what I want to see? Yasuo. But they want to have AP.
That is such a Yasuo.
Oh wait, I forgot the champion was up.
Yep. LeBlanc still left up on
Oh,
the
this
table.
is a signature
And number
Expo
2.
champion. Oh,
And
that's
we
a
got
signature Expo champion. I forgot it was up.
It is.
Anyways, let me go ahead and go through the list of champions that Expo did play this season because I do have it. So start off with Xerath, then Renekton, Ahri, Zillion, Irelia, Camille, Nocturne, Karma, Zed, Cassiopeia, LeBlanc, Talon, Yone, Kassadin, Katarina, Sylas, Syndra, Ziggs, Yasuo, Akali, and Xin Zhao for the last game of the season.
All of them mid.
Yes.
Yep. Expo's a monster.
Very,
2 mid
very
laners that
impressive.
are very monstrous are Expo and Dupless. And Jaw's no slouch either. Especially when Jaw's on point, Jaw's actually really terrifying.
Yeah, ever since Ethan was talking about Jaw and lane, we were saying that Jaw being like I think he was like the D1 Masters mid laner, but he was an ADC main. He was a Grandmaster ADC main, and then switched over to mid lane this season. And then he was kind of underperforming early on in the year, and then he just started dominating after we called it out, after Ethan called it out that, oh, Jaw's been kind of sucking this season in mid lane, then Jaw just started dominating.
Dude, that's what's so annoying is that happened against my team every fucking game this season. Where like somebody would be called out for something and then they'd try to have their statement game against my team every single game. Like, cause I remember like even going against Mamba, it's like they drafted so horribly against like Ape Chimps or something like that the previous week. And then they just came into our game fucking sweating and it just, whew, Expo gave it to us. So did Mark, but I mean like,
Yeah.
Expo really gave it to us.
whenever
that Cinder game, yeah, the ball was literally in his court. Like, oh my god.
Always fun and exciting to see, but we did get to see some of the draft changes. You know, I think for both teams.
I think both actually made, like I personally think they made a lot of good and interesting draft choices. And like the thing that makes me happy is especially because like Ape Chimps generally plays like pretty singular style. It's nice seeing like even though Ezreal's like an obvious NAUZ pick, it's still nice seeing like the Ezreal, seeing the Taric, seeing the Ahri. Like even just seeing him on like Sylas instead of Kayn. Yeah. it's a nice different look, especially like the Mamba comp is also like a nice different look. Especially with Expo on LeBlanc and then Hacksaw on Blitzcrank. I'm very excited about that, especially like considering that they're going to be going around trying to be playmakers. If Quick Slice plays anything like he did the previous game, like that's actually a very scary bot side of the map.
Absolutely, and yeah, a lot of agency too. If you're able to get the hook onto the Taric, yeah, I mean it's going to be hard to run away from that. First of all, because you have the knockup that'll follow up and ensue, and then the slows that'll come out from Ash. I will say though, you know, Ezreal can buffer the Blitzcrank hook, so at least there is that, and that is kind of something that I do worry maybe a little bit about the Blitzcrank pick going into this team composition. You know, if you hook the Sylas to the Mordekaiser, you put them exactly where they want to be in the middle of your composition. Makes it a lot easier for that Mordekaiser to get access to those carries, to bring them into the Death Realm, and then kind of have his way with them, for a lack of better words. But you know, so I'm going to be interested to see exactly who they do decide to prioritize with the hooks, because Ahri obviously can basically just 3-dash out. Ezreal can buffer it with the Q. I'm sorry, with the E. And then you have Sylas and Mordekaiser, who are these big champions that want to be in the middle of these fights. So I think it's definitely going to be interesting. I think maybe for the lane phase, it might work out for them. And it does look like the Alistar was picked up instead of the Taric. So I think maybe that might have been a pro draft error, visual error.
Oh, was that a pro draft error? Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
so we
the fact that no one's exiting draft makes me think that it was certainly said.
Yeah, and so I mean, even with that now with that additional information, I mean, it's kind of scary, like playing Blitzcrank in this composition. I think because a lot of these.
Oh, it wasn't said. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Your support is Taric. They're not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of confused about that.
Yeah, I just think in general, I just don't know how I feel about the Blitzcrank, knowing about the rest of this this team composition.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Any
That'd be
thoughts?
really interesting. I don't mind the Blitzcrank pick, but that's just because like I think there are certain things, especially like an intangible of like chaos, right? That I think like makes the Blitzcrank like more viable than normal. And I think like having the LeBlanc come in from the sides doing wacky shit, then you've got like the Hecker and Malphite press R comp, and also like the Ash throwing arrows. I think it just allows like when they're reacting to everyone else doing stuff, like, you know, if like Ash hits an arrow, right? And then all of a sudden Ari tries to use one of her dashes to go away, and then Blitz hits it, then it just makes Blitz's like hooks more efficient. Same thing like if Ezreal has to try to dodge something with his E, all of a sudden Blitz can hit him with something. And then Blitz can also take away the free shields that Tarek and Mordekaiser get with his ult. And the silence in general is really strong into Ape Champ's comp. And then not only that, but if Hack Slice plays like really, really well, and like for example, if like Mordekaiser or Silence are starting to get on Ash, if he runs the opposite way and just hooks them like further away, stuff like that can be like very beneficial. And it all just really depends on about like the Blitzcrank's mindset, because what's also like underrated is like Tarek's just kind of a pseudo tank. He's like an off tank, so he is actually very, very likely to get picked off constantly if he's not careful with his positioning.
Absolutely, and well, these teams now getting ready to rumble. We are back into the client draft, and hopefully everything goes as expected this time around. But I mean, overall, I think you do make some very good points. There is a lot of CC, and maybe that's something I didn't really think about beforehand. You know, Mamba mentality, I think. You know, we talk about this all the time when it comes to analyzing games and casting. That CC wins games. You know, it's kind of like the sentiment, the general
CC
sentiment.
is king.
Yeah, right. And if you're able to get those combinations off, it just makes it really difficult for you to press your buttons and do anything, right? Which is the whole point of
But I
the
do think
budgets.
your point of like the Blitzcrank into these picks though are still kind of questionable. Like I'll still 100% agree with that, because it is still very hard for Blitzcrank to function on his own. But I think what just happens to benefit him a lot, and I don't know if Mamba planned for this or have just like scrimmed with it before, so I've seen success. But like the amount of chaos potential that they have on their team, I think can help basically like cover up for the weaknesses you mentioned about Blitzcrank, because they are very valid. Is the fact that like it's going to be very hard for Blitz to just turn around a game by getting an easy pick, because like, you know, because Mordekaiser can just ult like one other person and slow it down to where his team can get in position to actually team fight. Like Silas, like you said, can steal like certain ults and then maybe get out or just continue the fight. Ezreal and Ari in general shouldn't really be getting hit. And stuff like that, I think, are extremely valid points, and always worth bringing it up when there is like a Blitzcrank, considering it's such a volatile pick. But I do think like the extreme chaos like really helps the champion
The composition out, yeah.
Mhm.
Absolutely, and I think even more so if they're able to find skirmishes where, you know, it is 2v2 or 3v3 situations, or I'd even argue maybe even 4v4 situations, where you're able to get that one member that is kind of out of position, especially when you have things like a LeBlanc, like a Hecarim, like a Malphite, that are able to follow up with a lot of like high burst damage. Just that one player being out of position can get blown up pretty quickly. So I think that is also important for me to consider as well when being, you know, maybe playing devil's advocate on the Blitzcrank pick. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go into our spectator delay here for game number 3 of the Black Twitch League semifinals matchup between Mamba Mentality and Ape Chimps. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back after the break, and we will see you out on Summoner's Rift. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for game number 3 between Mamba Mentality and Ape Chimps in the Black Twitch League semifinals, day number 1. And we have had some pretty intense games so far today. Both of these teams showing signs of life in the series, not willing to back down, not willing to give an inch. And they're in game number 2. Mamba Mentality definitely coming back with a solid draft and definitely letting Ape Chimps know that they were not just going to roll over for an easy 3-0.
Man, that Mordekaiser skin, the Dark Star with like, I think it's like the opal chroma, is just so freaking good. Every single time Triforce walks by with that chroma on, I'm just like, why is that chroma so ridiculously good?
Yeah, it really is.
I think it's Prismal, actually. I don't think it's opal. It could be opal, but I think it's Prismal. I think that's the term for it. It's so good. I love looking at skins before games. Always fun to see Final Boss. I love Final Boss. Such a good skin line. Great chromas on that as well.
Absolutely. And I do think it's kind of interesting. I mean, I think every game so far, for the most part, we've seen Ape Chimps just kind of walk 5-man into the bush, like waiting for the invade. This time, I think it makes a lot of sense, obviously, given that there is a Blitzcrank. And you do have to watch for those invades. But we have seen it pretty consistently. So interesting to see. I don't know if that's something that they've just practiced beforehand, but
I'm kind of interested in that too, because I don't remember Mamba really always invading every game though. Like, do they invade often? I didn't think Mamba really invades
Not very often. There's been games where they have invaded. One of the clips in that highlight was with the Blitzcrank when they did invade. So
Yeah,
most of the time, no. From what I remember, most of the time they don't invade.
Yeah, Mamba just keeps. I mean, Ape Chimps just keep playing it though, like they invade like every single game. Like, so I'm just like, there's something I don't know about, like, because I just remember Mamba kind of 5-pointing most of the time, and maybe Chigi invading like 1 out of like 6 games or something.
Now, just talking about some of these individual lane matchups, overall, I do expect the Mordekaiser to have a pretty good showing against this Malphite, and I do believe it is Comet Malphite, so I'm expecting AP here. Nice dazzle stun here, early level 2 for the bottom side of the map. Weird hook come out for the Blitzcrank there. Not in the right direction to find its mark, and that's going to be a good trade coming out here from the side of Ape Chimps now. But Ezreal going to be a little low now. Nice dazzle on the double stun here, able to find the damage now. Blitzcrank looking for the hook. The heal's going to come right on out. Damage of flash is all coming out every which way. The Q Mystic Shot will not find its mark. But a nice hook there, able to find the damage, Can they get it here? Volley not going to be quite Fair enough. The caster minion's not going to be enough either. All the sums blown in the bottom side of the map here, and health bar is very, very low for both of these 80 carries.
Oh, I was so butt clenched.
The fact that it was
So
that
close.
close and a blitzcrank hook basically went closer to
Went
his
the
own
opposite.
enemy team is actually pretty crazy.
You're right.
The difference maker in the other direction. Hex Flash now going to come through, looking for something. Has the hook available. Israel is pretty low health here, but has level 3 and the little dash, jump, hop, skip away, whatever you want to call it there. I'm forgetting the name because, yeah, it's been a while. Hey, Arcane Shift, yeah, there we go. But overall, no shortage of action here in the early game. Seems to be a common occurrence for both these teams wanting to take swings at each other early. But you know, if there's anything that I know after jungling for all the years that I have, the one thing you love is early blown flashes. So I'm expecting both of these junglers to pay a visit towards the bottom side of the map. We do see Hecarim kind of positioned maybe to take advantage of this.
Yeah, he definitely was looking for it, but he was spotted out by that ward that's in the pixel bush. And like, so we're gonna see if he goes the long way though, especially considering the fact that like you can tell by the way the camps are in the top side or the bot side, they're not gonna catch vision of him. And after getting these Krugs, he actually does have a good angle to maybe get a kill on the
Yeah,
front.
if they're able to shove the wave in and actually get it under tower here, it could open up a spot for the Hecarim now. Up towards the top side, Flash gonna be called out here. Mystery Bunny will fall here. First blood for the Mordekaiser from the top lane, and he will be king.
I think at this point though, the bot lane is just too healthy that it's too risky with like a Taric. He can just basically make it so that like League's Vile dies and then a red buff goes over to Ezreal, and that's not what you want to do with an AZ. So I agree with the fact just taking over the jungle, just constantly trying to take as much creeps as you can. I would definitely make sure to not take all of these. I think that was a big mistake by League's Vile. I guess he's waiting in mid lane to attempt to go on an NA Ethan, or to go NA Ethan, but onto I Ethan. But I don't think that's a good idea either. I don't think it's likely gonna be a good dive. He can get charmed out of his E, and I think it could be like 1-for-1.
Absolutely, still hanging around here now, looking for it. We'll be able to get the knockback here. Flash coming out from the Ahri. The Ignite burning ticking down. That will be enough. Hecarim now one-on-one with the Silas in the jungle. Oh, but the LeBlanc does go down. It is an execution, so at least there is that. No extra gold going on over. But as the LeBlanc, you're not able to take advantage of the fact that Ahri is not in lane, and Silas will find the equalization in the jungle.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a good dive. I think in general, it wasn't good to go for it, even though they were able to get like a 1-for-1. I think that they would have gotten more of a lead if they had just continuously like farmed out the jungle. I guess like the benefit of it though is like just if you just try to jump start Expo, I guess it doesn't matter what kind of deficit you can slightly put yourself into.
Yeah, that's what I was
long as
gonna
they
say.
are
It's like
getting ahead.
just money on Expo, especially on LeBlanc, especially on a champion like LeBlanc. I think is pretty huge.
The only thing is though is that like if Heck just like took the Raptors and then didn't let them respawn, and then he just went
somewhere
like
else.
to the top and reset. Yeah, he would actually have like a decent side level advantage, and he's actually behind now.
Yeah, that is the trade-off there. And there was a lot of time that he actually did spend just kind of waiting for that setup on the gank. And here we go. There it is, Unstoppable Force. And that is going to be a 1-2 pop coming out here from Expo, able to find the kill down
That's
onto.
what they're doing here. I see the game plan for Mamba on the top side is get Expo ahead on LeBlanc and then like kind of sit back with your hands behind your head.
It's Nathan Day. See, so that's where it makes the dive not as bad, right? Because they were able to actually sit there and then abuse the blown flash by Ahri and the fact that she just dinged 6 along with like the Malphite in the top lane. So like now, sure, she still has her ult to stay safe, but they're able to kind of like abuse her more with her summoner spells down.
Absolutely, and I mean LeBlanc should easily be able to get the blasting one on her next back, which does put her quite a bit ahead of this Ahri. So I definitely
gold lead on that in mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty big considering the fact that we are sitting only here at 7 minutes in the game. And if the idea is that, okay, you know, the Malphite will, you know, he'll be useless regardless of kind of the position that he's in this game. He does have himself a CS lead, which I think is awesome, especially the fact that there was already a kill that had been given on over to Mordekaiser, so that does kind of help him out a little bit in that regard. But at the end of the day, like, Malphite's only real job in this game is to, you know, find a target, press R, and set up kills for Expo. But getting sent up into the Death Realm up here towards the top side, does not have his flash or Unstoppable Force available. One more Q, or maybe just walking it on out to do it. And that's going to be the kill here for Triforce up in the top lane.
Yeah, Triforce not really respecting people these series, it seems like. Or not Triforce, but
You mean Mystery Break,
Bunny.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he's just kind of having an off day. I feel like most of it looks like disrespect though. Like it's not even like he's necessarily playing bad. It's just like he's like, I don't care.
Yep, coming on through here now. Silas able to find some damage there. The chains will land. Good damage. There's a follow-up here. Having to force Expo out of lane, but there it is. There's the hook on the member, but we have to keep in mind it is Ezreal, so that is going to kind of be unfortunate in all regards. Silas though gonna find Hecarim out here.
And this is exactly why I didn't like the Hecarim pick.
Oh, the charm.
Wow.
Oh, the charm.
That's really rough. I can't just help but blame Expo on that one because he should have just reset and everything. There's no reason to like literally stay around.
Yeah, Hecarim generally a relatively safe jungler. The arrow coming out from Ashe though will find its mark. That's going to be a double kill now. Actually going on over for the side of Mamba mentality, and right after maybe a lack of clairvoyance with the Blanc there, they're showing that they are able to still make plays. It's always good to see.
Should have paused there. Yeah, I was wondering, like, Expo was just kind of standing still when Ari threw the charm at him, which was really weird because we know him usually as a person who's very good at dodging, and it's because he was lagging.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
quite find it.
When he did that, I thought he was just watching.
Hecarim now up towards the top side of the map though here will find their way onto Pickle Farmer. Does not have the Mordekaiser ultimate available here. That will be the shutdown going on over to Mystery Bunny. And you want to talk about respect of the lanes? You have to respect this Hecarim because he is going to be there any chance or moment that he gets. More damage, nice root, nice chains coming out here from Expo. They're going to be able to find the kill here, and he's going to pick up his third kill of the game.
Okay, look at bio everywhere on this spectrum.
Absolutely.
Good. I love nothing more than eating my words when I talk shit about a player. It's generally because I expect more out of them.
And Ari though, does have the ultimate available. Will be able to use the Spirit Rush to get herself out and way to safety here. Teleport now, though, coming in from Mordekaiser, possibly looking for something, but these champions are just so elusive. The LeBlanc and the Hecarim can be particularly difficult to lock down, especially with the ultimates being up and available, so nothing going to really come out of that teleport. He's just going to get to lane maybe a little faster than he normally would, but otherwise, Mamba mentality really showing up here in the early game. First 10 minutes, I think, definitely have heavily favored them. They have advantages in the mid and jungle right now. Hecarim up 23 CS right now, actually, against the Silas.
Oh, Expo looking for Ethan right
looking
here.
For it. Huge damage going to be coming out here. Oh, still actually... You know, last time we saw him, he was sitting at about 800 gold, had the ability to go back and pick up the Blasting Wand, but will not do it here. Silas, though, able to use the Hecarim ultimate there. Will be able to get away here, though. Expo, rather elusive on the LeBlanc, as to be expected. And this is kind of the benefit of some of the champions that they were able to pick up in this draft. It does make it really, really hard. Even if you are able to catch out members like the LeBlanc in unfortunate situations, you can just always, blink away. So it's going to be difficult for them to really find... like opportunities, I guess, to make back some of this early game deficit, especially when Expo has such a lead.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. That's why I was kind of like surprised that Ari was the pick, just because like, I don't know. I just respect Expo a lot, and I don't know if Ari just feels safe enough against like a LeBlanc. Like I think on other champion, like any other Expo champion, Ari probably would have been like the perfect safe champion to play, but like, I don't know. Expo's just kind of
I'm pretty sure LeBlanc was the last pick of the draft, so it was Ari first, and then Expo picked LeBlanc.
Yeah, it was just a nice safe pick.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't mind it, but like LeBlanc definitely was just a good pick to really like counter that.
Hecarim and Silas both waiting in the fog of war down towards the bottom side of the map. You can tell that both of these guys want to fight. All the ultimates are up and available. Silas, though, going to go back on over to his Krugs. Hecarim, though, still waiting back behind the tower.
Yeah, I actually really like Mamba trying to kind of force this a bit. If I was them, I'd force it because they have a TP lead and everything.
Oh, that's
and,
right.
Dragon's still just up, so
absolutely is. Both junglers, though, just going to go back and pick up some farm in their respective jungles. Nice hook onto the Ezreal. That's the damage that we're talking about that we need to see with the Arcane Shift down. Mystic shot coming on through, going left and right, not able to find its mark though. Hecarim now finding this mid laner. That's gonna be one and done, make it two, and that's you. Mamba mentality, finding the picks here in the mid game.
I'm not gonna lie, League is Vile to me so far has been MVP of the series. I think game 2 he's played really, really well, and the Yuumi was kind of drafted like around the way he plays Olaf. And then so far in game 3, like his Hecarim has been so good. He's been controlling the map. Yeah, he's been controlling the map. He's been constantly counter jungling. He's ahead in CS. He's ahead in objective control. He's, like you said, he's impactful throughout the whole map. His presence is being felt. Expo's having a good game, and yes, the game plan was kind of around Expo, but a lot of this is coming just off of the back of Dial.
Absolutely is here now, though. Mystery Bunny taken up into the Death Realm. Mordekaiser looking for the 1v1, but the Obliterate will not land. Indestructible going to get called down, but that will be all she wrote. Not able to find the kill, and that is a important cooldown for the Mordekaiser down. League's Vile still has all of his top camps up with the wave pushing. Yeah, he's going to have to go back here, should go back here. Rift Herald is available, so I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if we do see a Rift Herald play here within the next 3 to 4 minutes.
I'd say in general, but at the moment, it kind of seems like both of these teams have like kind of lost sight on most objectives lately. So I think it might look for a kill into maybe Herald. I think Herald is almost going to be like the secondary objective. Oh, actually,
the flash coming on in. The ignite will be enough. Expo is on a killing spree. Make it 5-2-0, and this LeBlanc is looking very good. And Hecarim finds himself a little Silas in the jungle. The healing, not going to be quite enough. There we go. Man, Alex Williams really looking for something.
He did that though, because I think he did that because if he didn't instant fear Silas might have been able to turn it, I think, with his W cooldown coming up.
Absolutely.
So like I think it looked way worse or interesting than it was, and kind of made it look like, oh, he could have killed him if he did this, but I think he was just making sure to play safe, right? Like he's got a gold lead, he's got a shutdown. Like, you know, the game's kind of in his control. Like there's no reason to not just kind of like ult near yourself. If he gets away, oh well. But at least it's better than ulting towards him, not even killing him, and then dying.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Absolutely agree. At this point, you've generated enough of a lead for yourself that, you know, you can afford to maybe play, I wouldn't say slowly, but play smartly, right? Going into the mid game. And let's just go ahead and do a quick check-in here across the board. CS levels looking really, really good here. Ari, though, going to find herself face first into a Hecarim. Going to have to back up off that one.
Hecarim just hiding on the other side of the wall right there.
I'm telling you, like, I know
200
I know
IQ.
Expo is giving so much pressure to, like, Ethan and everything, but so much of that is facilitated from just the way League of Vile's pissing off.
Yeah, very true.
Like, it's already annoying dealing with Expo, but when you're dealing with a jungler and
Ethan?
Yeah.
Yep, looking for it now. Oh, the Blitzcrank hook not going to quite land there, finding itself onto a minion.
Imagine how tilting that would have been if he got hit by that Blitzcrank hook. Oh my god.
See, the funny thing is that even not getting hit is kind of tilting. You're like him fucking too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
Like, you're just mad. You're like, why is
Who else wants to come to my lane? You know? But I would say, I mean, Ashe, I think she's actually done really, really well for herself, being, for a large majority of this game, really 2v1 in the lane and still even in CS. I think really is a testament to Quick Slice's performance. Obviously, some of that is just the fact that it is an Ashe.
God.
And
God.
hello, health bar. Goodbye, health bar.
No, I definitely agree with you. Like, I honestly think, like, especially towards the end of the games, yeah, sure, Expo will always find his way into kills, and yeah, Expo looked good game 1, 2, and 3, even though I think 2 he looked a little bit sketchy at some points. But so, like, I think most people would probably say like Expo's been the MVP, but I think League is Vile has just done so much work. Has been so underrated. And the same thing with like Quick Slice. He's just been so consistent, even when things have been going badly for him.
Good play there from Mystery Bunny to get himself up and out of the Death Realm. Unfortunately, at this point in the game, Mordekaiser just isn't quite doing enough damage to really put impactful damage on a Mystery Bunny, especially with the Abyssal Mask being completed right now. I think that even an Adaptive Helm maybe as well is not a bad idea, considering that it will do... Well, there it is. Once again, Expo putting the pressure on this Ari. And you know, just to kind of go back, I mean, when Ito had made the comment of Ethan just kind of getting chunked out, Hecarim once again waiting in the wings here. Charm will not matter. That's going to be the kill.
Oh my god.
Picking that one
the
up.
Charm with the ult. I love to see it. League is vile. Really like
Just
really
absolute-
playing so well this
yeah,
series. Like
wonderful
even though
performance.
Expo is dominating, I guess like that's just it. Like right, we expect Expo to dominate. So like it's hard for him to like get MVP in my eyes, which is horrible. But like League is vile, just really facilitating. And the fact that he came from like such an annoying game one, like he really didn't have like a good game one, to come into game 2 and 3 and then play like this well, I think is very like a very good testament for junglers.
Absolutely is indeed. And, you know, it's been a couple times now where in the mid lane as well, you know, because you've been given such a lead by this jungle pressure, Expo's just at that point in the game where he bullies the Ahri out, and it was 2 times in a row where Ahri steps up into the lane, LeBlanc just face rolls the keyboard, Ahri's left with 10% HP, and then is immediately forced to recall right as she just got back to the lane. So, I mean, we're seeing that kind of demonstrated here in the numbers of health. LeBlanc getting good damage here onto the Silas, looking for the damage. Hook will not land, but that's going to be a flash up over the wall and a repeat flash to get himself out and away. Knight taken down with the arrow. Does not matter when you have the pony boy. League is vile, is unstoppable here on the Hecarim, and he is making this look easy in game number 3.
It's definitely, God, it's hard to say because like it's like I don't want to take anything away from Expo, and he's definitely up there in the MVP of this series conversation just because like how well he's played in every game, obviously the amount of pressure, his combos and stuff like that. But like a lot like you said earlier, like every time he came back to lane, like yeah, Expo kept bursting him, but it was like the same thing like with Hecarim, right? Like he'd go to just like ward the side thing, and Hecarim would be like hiding over the wall and would just chunk him.
I'm
He
waiting.
didn't have to kill him, would just chunk
Yeah.
him, yeah. Or like
I'm
blow
waiting
his
for
ult,
you.
or he'd
Yeah,
like blow his flash in a gank or something. And like when all of these resources are constantly being blown away from the Ahri, it just makes Expo's job easier. It's not that Expo's not doing a good job, it's just that like League is Vile is really doing his job as a jungler and really facilitating his team, taking objectives, and then just honestly like out jungling the hell out of Alex.
That's another top tower gonna be falling down here. Double dazzle gonna come through, but it is a tank Malphite. We'll knock him down to about 30% HP, but you should be able to clear this wave out. Then probably gonna be forced to recall here. LeBlanc looking and fishing for a little bit more there. Herald called up towards the top side. We'll go down before getting the second charge off, but I think that if you are Mamba mentality at this point in the game, you are feeling pretty comfortable where you're sitting at 20 minutes with 5k gold lead.
Yeah, I think if you're Expo right now, you're feeling.
You feel, yeah, you're feeling yourself. And there it is. There's the hook. There's the arrow, and that is just. I mean,
See,
you blink and you missed it,
Team
folks.
Chaos. That's
Yeah.
that's the advantage of Team Chaos. You just have all that shit happening. You know, Blitz just has kind of free realm, right? Like everybody will use the mobility moves, their survivability moves, and Blitz is just like, yeah, no, you're still not leaving. Like he doesn't have to be the first option, and I think that's what makes Blitzcrank even better in this game. Because generally, like if like I think you're right, like in draft, right? If he's the first option for anything to happen with the team, it's not going to go well. But if he's like the second option or even the third option for
and we
like
have
all
a
these
fed
plays,
Hecarim and yeah.
yeah, then it just ends up being very like strong, like super strong.
Yep. When you have that much burst potential and you have the ability to take people out of the fray, that's just one dead Mordekaiser. I mean, there's not really much else to say. It's just, it's like you can kind of tell at this point it is just tilt. Yeah, done. There's the kill. Gonna come on down. One more auto will do it. Hecarim still not gonna manage to stay alive. That'll be the shutdown going on over to Ethan. A very much needed one at this point in the game. A lot of damage though coming on to Blitzcrank. He will not be able to survive that one. No flash available, and that's gonna be some much needed gold in the pockets of a Chimps.
Yeah, it's definitely really good for Ape Chimps. I just know that like Expo does have to play this game like a lot safer than Vile is. Like Vile definitely was a little over aggressive there. I didn't think it was that bad though. Just generally what sometimes happens in skirmishes. But I think like LeBlanc basically has to. I think like Expo has to stay alive like almost pretty much all game long because like his pressure has to stay like kind of immaculate because like given another 10 minutes, he's gonna start actually falling off like really hard if the enemy team lets him basically.
Yeah. And
Also, you have to keep your eyes on NA Uzi. He's not out
Yep.
of this game. He is farming the best in this game. He's still
Yeah.
NA Uzi. He's on one of his favorite champions.
Absolutely. I was just about to mention too. I mean, you know, the bot lane has been able to manage to hold on to their own, and Ezreal is known for his great scaling. As he continues to go through the game, you know, he's able to get the Manamune. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Ezreal can maybe make up for some of this difference, if they are able to kind of play a little bit of the poke game. The only problem that I have, and if I'm going to play devil's advocate myself, is you have so much all-in just burst potential, blink and you miss it type kills that are possible from this Hecarim and the LeBlanc combination. When you combine that with the amount of CC and pick potential that they have as well, it makes it really, really, really difficult for the side of Ape Chimps to really be able to get anything in team fights. And I think that if they're going to have any kind of success in this game number 3, they're going to need to know where the LeBlanc is at all times. They're going to need to exercise vision control. You just have to know where she's going to be. Otherwise, you run the risk of losing at least someone at this point.
It's just really difficult, like with a 5,000 gold lead, with like the type of composition that Mamba Mentality went this game, which was a really smart composition. I think like the biggest thing is they just really need to try to get a pick off on someone and need to try to get one of these Drakes. They can't keep letting them stack up these Drakes. And the thing is, I don't think this is the Drake they can even contest. Like they'd have to get like a lucky steal off of it. But I have a feeling that they're just gonna let them get it. I think they're just gonna have to let them get it. Maybe try to pray for like an Ezreal steal. But they really just, like, honestly, a Sylas suicide wouldn't be the worst thing, as long as the base isn't broken by a following Baron.
It's going to be some decent damage, though, coming up from LeBlanc, even on the Mordekaiser, who does generally build a little ticket. There's the hook that we have been looking for right there, ladies and gents. Sylas going to get picked out and taken down to about 10% HP. Arrow coming on through, will land onto the target. A lot of damage coming on through. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, looking for the firing on the back line now. Malphite there in the mix of it all. Looking for the kills, looking for it now. Mordekaiser, though, going to be taking him down on over to the Death Realm, and that's going to be the pickup here. Looking to fight back. Ezreal being able to kite and fire the Mystic shots over the back, will be able to trade back one. But Blitzcrank does manage to get out with his life, and that will be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Mamba Mentality over this fight. The bounties still plentiful there. 300 on Hecarim, 400 on the LeBlanc, and 250 here on the Ashe, who's 0-0-6.
Okay, it was so close to actually going into the side of like Ape Chimps, but they just were not able to pull the trigger just because like
just don't have enough damage.
Stuff like this.
Yeah,
you just don't know if Hecarim's gonna do that. He just zones you with like the presence of just
being there. Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's scary. Like if you just don't have the vision and you do not know where the LeBlanc is, it's almost scary to be able to like try and even go in your jungle and get the vision that they need so badly. So I don't know. They have to find maybe an interrupt right on the LeBlanc if you're able to pull her in with a stun or something of that nature and be able to get the kill.
About their comp, right? And like their comfort champions, they don't really have like a lot of CC, or like almost a lot of their CC is so conditional, right? It's so hard to hit the Eric stun, especially on LeBlanc. Like, it's hard to hit a charm. It's gonna be hard to hit the chains. Like at that point, you're almost kind of like praying for like a Mordekaiser ult, so he can like suicide himself, so you guys can like try to like quickly
know where she's gonna be. Yeah. Yep.
I think that's what we have to hope for is like almost like just a Mordekaiser like ulting LeBlanc and then just kind of dying for it.
Crystalline Arrow not going to find its mark on the Sylas there. Just going to pick up the Raptor there and walk himself away, but that's 5-man mid here. Nice Malphite with the Unstoppable Force. Going to find itself onto Taric and Ezreal, but the hook not going to quite land its mark.
They weren't quite ready for that
True shot barrage. Find its way across the bow, and that's going to be the charm and the eventual death here of Mystery Bunny. Just a little too far forward, and that is kind of, I call it Malphite syndrome, right? So Malphite syndrome is when you see a play, and it's a great play, but your ultimate causes you to be so far ahead of your team that no one can follow up. So maybe a little bit of that there.
Jarvan's fall into the same thing.
Yep.
When you can EQ ult and you don't realize or you can EQ flash ult and you don't realize
no one else is there.
Far away on Jarvan. That's super far. You just traveled half the map basically.
Yeah, but a good pick here.
I agree with you.
Yep. Good pick here coming from Ape Chimps. Exactly what they needed here. As long as they can continue to avoid the Blitzcrank hooks and the explosive LeBlanc damage, I think they will be all right. Overall, though, not really a whole lot to fight for right now. Baron is up and available, but neither of these teams seem to really be poised to be able to pick it up. And I think I really do like the Mamba Mentality composition when it comes to being on the back foot when it comes to Baron positioning, because you have the Blitzcrank that can hook from Fog of War, you have the LeBlanc that can go in and check and delete someone. So yeah, I don't really mind it.
I like a lot. I think literally the only thing that I would say that Mamba should have done differently is that I really don't think this is a Blade of the Ruined King game from Ashe. I think Essence Reaver was
I
kind of
agree.
like the obvious play for me.
Absolutely
Because
agree.
if they just went like Essence Reaver, that's like just because like I don't think him missing arrows is a big deal. It's more of a big deal just because he doesn't have CDR. I think like if he just went like the Essence Reaver build and was just like literally ulting on cooldown to where whoever's next to Expo, I think with so much potential to just completely control the whole map that like I just think it would have been like better optimized. But I do understand why Blade of King can be stronger sometimes in lane, surviving with that extra lifesteal and stuff. But I just think that sacrificing a little bit of that for going for Essence Reaver probably would have been the better play.
And I wonder if he did it because you do have the, the Silas, he'll build a little bit of health. You have Mordekaiser, he builds health in nearly every item that he builds. Yeah, I wonder maybe if he's taking it just for the percentage damage that it does give to maybe soften up some of these targets for the LeBlanc. But, you talk about softening up targets, and it's just,
I didn't know if she had the damage.
Yeah.
I didn't know if she had the damage to kill him.
Yeah, through Merc Shreds and Spirit Visage, yeah. Put on top of the XP of Leon Trees, yeah. That's the power of Void Staff, baby.
Yeah, Void Staff, double pen, Sork boots, LeBlanc.
Technically triple pin. That's actually pretty insane.
Triple pen, yeah. And, I mean, usually when you see triple pen, it's you look at it and like, that's troll. They'll never build that much MR. But then you have that one game where you have Spirit Visage, Merc Treads, Mordekaiser, and you 100 to 0 him. He's just dead. So, Malphite now, though, finding himself a little bit out of position here, but he's buying time for the rest of his team to be able to get this dragon here. This is Soul. Keep in mind, they will not be able to find it there. Silas will go in for the all-in plane. The ultimate now coming on down, but the unstoppable from Hecarim does manage to get himself away from any Mordekaiser ultimate. Ash getting the free fire onto the front line here, able to knock down the Silos as Expo is able to pick up the kill credit, and Hecarim down onto the back line there, able to wrap up that Ahri, and Ash free firing. It is game over. 4-4-0 trade here for Mamba Mentality as they're going to march their way on over to the Baron. Maybe not.
Ooh, do they go mid?
Expo is trying so hard to make sure that Vile doesn't get MVP though. That's all I know. It's because like I just really want it to be Vile at this point, but Expo just keeps going. You do know I'm Expo, right?
It's actually kind of disgusting. The delayed ace here for Mamba Mentality. They'll be able to wrap that one up. Pings now for the Baron. Good call. This is why I don't play in Diamond Elo. So yeah, but they're able to get the inhibitor down there in the mid lane. They have the Baron free for the taking right now. Respawn timer still coming up. Everybody's still stuck in the base. They have the damage to be able to get this one. I wonder if they will go for it. They actually might just be looking for the bait.
Yeah, I think going for the bait here just makes sense because someone is going to face check. It's probably going to be Ahri. But considering it's Infernal Drake though, it's all over. It's all over. All over. Smurf Blue Trinket from NA Uzi.
Yeah.
But I just what does Apeshimp need to do in game 3? Because I definitely don't think they can come back anymore. I think there was always potential there while they didn't have Infernal Soul. But once you have like Expo with Infernal Soul, finishes the Magi's, finishes the Morello, which is actually like really good here considering like I think pretty much everybody on the enemy team heals with Ahri's passive, Ezreal in general with Death Stance,
yeah.
Tarek, you got the Silas
and Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser, yep. So he's basically like close to full build here. He's just got one more item to go. And like your mid laner's kind of just got 3 items. He's got 2 full items to go, and like all of his items are utility focused. So
yeah,
even
look at the MR. Look at the amount of MR he's built, but look at the amount of like the pen that Expo's built.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it's and I think it's very interesting too. Is you just see people. As I say that, Silas gonna go golden here. I don't know how much it's gonna really matter. No, there it is. Unstoppable Force stolen away. He is going to be able to walk away. But just on the topic of MR, right? And when you should build MR.
He's so tanky.
Hold on. Yeah. Expo just going on in, really just deleting health bars all the way down. Malphite cannot be killed. Hecarim diving in to the front line here, able to find the kills. Quick slice, able to pick up 1, able to pick up 2, make that a double. Malphite will find himself on out. Ezreal could be in a precarious situation there. Blitzcrank with the hook, maybe. Looking for it. No, it does not even matter. But Expo, yeah, Expo just gonna walk his way on over there. Looking for it now. There it is. Damage coming on through. There it is.
Okay, and
get the shutdown. But I don't think it's going to really matter, ladies and gentlemen. Here in game number 3, Mamba Mentality from start to finish made it look easy off the back of Hecarim and this LeBlanc. Game number 3 going down to the books. It's going to be a 2-1 in the series, and Mamba Mentality takes the lead.
Oh man, elimination game for Ape Chimps.
Series is
Game 3. I will just say, man, for me, the biggest thing right now is someone help Ethan with this mental, because that had to be a hard game. Like,
yeah, it's not even just that he got like out mid by Expo, like that. Yeah, sure, that kind of happened. But like a lot of it is like all of a sudden Blitzcrank, because like your Raptors trying to fucking hook you. You're just trying to ward near their Raptors at like 7 minutes in, and Hecarim was waiting over the wall just to eat you one.
Yeah, exactly. Hecarim was there. And there was like, the Malphite ulti. Whenever Malphite hit level 6, he came down, and Malphite ultied him, and that was like the second time he died. Oh my! I was like, oh no.
It felt like all of Mamba just came together and we're like, you know what, Ethan, we're tired of you coming to all of our fucking lanes. We're gonna come to your fucking lane.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like everybody just got like all their revenge on him. Like, this is for you putting up that stupid wall while I was ganking bot lane, says Vile. This is you for just coming down bot lane and then getting an Uzi a double kill, says like Hacksaw. What's his name? Hacksaw. I want to call him Hack Slice for Quick Slice, but yeah. So all of them getting their revenge. Quick Slice chilling in the bot lane, doing really well though. I still think Quick Slice is playing really, really well this series. I think all of Mamba pretty much is. I think the only one who kind of isn't is like Mystery Bunny. I think Mystery Bunny definitely isn't quite playing to his potential. I think this last game he's on Malphite duty, so obviously it didn't look as flashy. But I think a lot of the macro looked like it might have been coming through Mark this last game though. So I can't really shit on him. But I think game 1 and 2 he didn't really play that well, or at least like game 2 he played well. What am I talking about? He hard stomped on Markai, I guess. So, but that doesn't count. That's Markai. That's too OP. That's too OP. Faker wouldn't want to play against his Markai. So. But I like overall though they're still playing well, and it's pretty much just the only reason I said Mystery Bunny's not playing that well is because I hold him to like a high standard, right? It's the same reason like with Expo. He played a really good game 1, game 2 like he wasn't playing bad. It's just like game 2 he could have like taken over the whole game if he was just mechanically slightly tighter. So like I think Expo's been playing really well. I think all of Mamba's actually playing really, really well right now. Obviously. Ethan not looking as comfortable off of his main champion makes sense. And the jungler for Ape Chimps kind of a little coin flip lately. Mark just has a lot of pressure on the top lane.
Yeah. Just overall, I think that entire series, this entire series so far, has been pretty well played. But I do think that at this point, Mamba Mentality has managed to get themselves the ball rolling. Right, they've got some of that pressure. They've got the momentum going into Game 4 to try and be able to close this one out for the night and get themselves and punch that ticket on over to the finals. But as we wait for these teams to get themselves all readied up and have everything on the back end set for us, we're going to take a quick intermission, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Do not change that browser. And we will be back after the break.
see a lot of people.
Ladies and gents, we're ready for game 4.
Oh, bro,
Pro draft
what did they change?
is active. And Mamba mentality now here on the blue side. We do have the Vayne. And surprise, surprise, the Cat in the Hat getting banned away here from Ape Chimps in the draft.
Yeah, there's nothing that'll ever be done faster than Mamba mentality banning Vayne against Ape Chimps.
Oh, 1000%. like even though NA Uzi on the con that he currently is. So this is just fun fact if you didn't know, for anyone that didn't know. In NA on League of Grass, NA Uzi is #1 Kaisa NA and #5 Vayne NA. But because of just what Vayne is, I feel like everyone's more scared of the Vayne because Vayne's potential to carry a game is just ridiculous. But also, he's also very clean on Kaisa, of course. So that's why we see Vayne and Kaisa banned every time. And Yone's not banned. Yone's not banned. Yone's not banned. And look at how fast Expo. Look at how fast Expo locks that in. Look at how fast they lock that in. Yone's not banned, and Expo's like, oh.
Dude, Yone's not banned.
Couldn't have said it better
and
myself.
Ethan has to play like not Talia mid. Oh my god, this is terrible. Because the thing is that like Galio isn't even that great into a lot of like the AD matchups either, and we might actually see a Malphite mid straight up here. Pulling something from my Mark's book, America Owns All. We just run the Malphite mid. Why?
Right.
The enemy laner.
Wow. I'm just surprised. Yeah, out of all things.
I think it's good. I think it's actually I don't know if it's a Nivea mid. Okay,
Nivea.
that makes sense. Because like
You do have the egg.
Triforce wasn't doing that well this series, so I can see them. I don't know. Malphite on Triforce instead of still going for the Mordekaiser. I know he's not feeling well in the Mordekaiser, but like I feel like Ape Chimps might just be mentally broken. Maybe. Like not banning the Yone against like the one reason they thought they lost the previous time you guys matched up, and then like purposely not going into the Mordekaiser. I know he hasn't played that well today, but I just think that Mordekaiser has so much potential to like still do things.
Irelia gonna be picked up here.
Mom's going for the style comp. I got you.
This is gonna be very interesting. This is a very 80 heavy composition.
It's Blitz early as
it's Blitzcrank. Okay.
Yep. That makes way more sense.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I was like, is Mystery Bunny literally picking Aurelia into Malphite? How fucking BM is that?
Yeah, I was like, I also pretty sure last time I saw Mystery Bunny play, I really wasn't very I don't think it was very good.
But like into Malphite especially, it's like, dude, that's like picking Tryndamere into Malphite. Like, just don't. Just dodge. At that point. It's a competitive game, still dodge. Like, we're done. Go to game 5.
Kane though, gonna be left up and gonna be in some very capable hands. So
ironically, this is a great game for Vladimir. Because I know Mark has been laughing because he's like, I never even want to really play like Vladimir, and I think he said in like any game he's played, like he's never really wanted to play Vladimir. And then like people keep banning against him. He's like, all right, I'll take it. I just want to play Maokai basically. I'll play other stuff too, but he just laughs at people banning the Vlad all the time. But I think right here actually would have been a really, really good pick.
Yeah, I think the Ashe ban. I think Ashe is a great ban right now if you're not going to pick it, just because it does have so much potential to have success in lane. It has so much utility. Obviously, the ultimate can be used to initiate fights. Not that you really need help initiating fights with Blitzcrank, Hecarim, Yone, but at least it is taken off the table this time around. Quick Slice has had success on the champion the entire series.
It's sometimes why I hate people drafting, right? Is because like Ape Chimps have the potential for 5th pick. They have the final counter pick, and they have the Malphite flex. Why not just keep the Malphite flex there, and then pick your AD carry? Because like regardless, like NA is gonna pick whatever he wants.
Karthus coming out too.
Yeah, because it's gonna be the Blitz Karthus lane with the Lucian top. Like in the Mordekaiser as well. Like I think just hiding the Mordekaiser for longer would have been better.
This is Mamba mentality. They've been given the champs that they've had success on. They've been given champs that they definitely have looked very comfortable on. Specifically in the Hecarim and the Blitzcrank, which are following us from the last draft. But now you've given up these power picks in the Yone, in the Karthus.
Yeah, and,
Also,
and this
yeah.
is very similar to a comp that I think Mamba ran, and it was I think it was week 8 against Ape Chimps, and they actually like even though they went 1-2 that series, this was the comp they had when they got the 1 win. Even though the other 2 games were kind of like stomps against Mamba, this was the one they won on. And so with Mamba playing this at this level, like in the playoffs, and then still getting a comp that beat them when they were playing at arguably a lower level previous weeks ago, is actually pretty crazy. Because like I think it just bodes really well for Mamba. I just can't believe Expo got Yone. Like, what do you feel about that, Ito? That Expo actually got Yone?
I mean, I know that Ethan can't be very happy. I'm not sure if he's the one that runs the draft, but he's probably not very happy with that. But I will say that him on Anivia probably is one of the best answers for it, because Anivia is just like a notoriously safe champion.
Yeah,
So,
I definitely agree with that.
I think the response of Anivia is good.
I just can't, like, with the way Vile's been playing today, if he has a similar game into like Ape Chimps like he did previously, as long as like Expo can just scale up and then they have a Karthus in general, like it's just gonna be crazy. I definitely really hope that Mystery Bunny kind of like plays really well this game, because like I always expect him obviously to play well in the Maokai. He did stomp hella hard game 2, had great decision making game 3. But I like, now that he's on another carry pick, I definitely don't want to see anything close to what he did on Fiora. But I do think a lot of his Fiora woes were a lot of a team issue more than like also individual. There's some mechanical things that he did that were kind of questionable.
Gonna be interesting though to see exactly how this game is gonna pan out. I think that just Lucian by nature of the champ could run into some issues, playing into the Malphite, maybe the Kayn, up towards top side of the map, excuse me, if they do decide to kind of prioritize the top side here. Because Anivia, I honestly don't expect a lot lot of attention from the Kayn. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's Malphite support. I'm sorry. Ape Champ plays really weird support sometimes. So like it's really easy to forget that. They've played like Grasp Rengar support before.
Oh my god, that's right. Oh, that happened.
Like, they played Ghost Ignite Skarner support.
Yeah,
so, like,
that happened.
Sometimes looking at the spec link of like Ape Chimps will throw you for a loop. But it's always funny because it's like it's generally their support, because like everyone else literally picks the same champion every game.
Yeah, exactly. Very true. Longboy Golem is unlike Mamba, where it's like anybody can play something different, except for League is Viral, everyone, and I guess they play Hacksaw. Except for League is Viral and Hacksaw, the other 3 just play like whatever. Of course, Expo literally plays something different in the game. And
I was about to say, I see Vile play pretty much 2 champions. He plays all.
Yeah. Vile pretty much plays 2 or 3 champs, and then like we see Mystery Bunny play all sorts of things top lane.
I think what's more important though is the fact that like I think that he's been looking more and more comfortable on the 2 champs that he plays though, and I think that bodes very, very well for Mamba mentality, because like I think that like when Mamba's jungler has like confidence, it generally like shows throughout their solo lanes as well. And their solo lanes are already so strong that it's a scary prospect when basically Vile is really confident, having really good games, very good pathing. Like, it's just been so good. It just sucks that like I feel like Vile's played an amazing series, but Expo in this game is definitely going to solidify himself as MVP. I feel like the Yone AOP.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have wrapped up the in-game client draft. We'll be bringing you game number 4 here on the flip side of this intermission. But, man, we have had quite the series, gents. I cannot wait to see what game 4 has in store for us. Those viewing at home, do not go anywhere. Don't change that browser. We'll be back out on Summoner's Rift after the break, and we will see you soon.
Here we go. Oh, okay, I was like, is anyone else frozen? Okay, here we go.
It seems like on this patch it does that a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another type of freeze right there.
And, well, ladies and gentlemen, after the longest loading time into Summoner's Rift in history, we are now fresh into a pause. So we will go ahead and get an idea of what is going on. It looks like we do have a couple players that are taking some time. Ready checks are coming on through, and play will resume. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Black Twitch League semifinals day one, the matchup of Ape Chimps versus Mamba Mentality. And we have ourselves game number 4, Mamba Mentality looking to wrap up this series and punch their ticket on over to the finals. Here on the blue side and on the red side, Ape Chimps trying to make it the comeback and looking for that 2-2 wrap up to send them to a game 5.
I'm so conflicted. I just kind of want to watch Expo like hard stomp on Yone, but I really want a game 5. It's such a conflict. I know Ito doesn't have conflict. He just wants his team to win. Ito's like, do it, end them.
Do it.
Yeah, you're just like Palpatine. Oh, that's great.
I mean, I'd love to see good League of Legends, but yeah.
I need to get that meme ready for like trash talk or something like later today or tomorrow. Just Ito when he sees that Mamba's 2-1 up on 8 Chimps, do it.
and Expo locks in Yone.
And it looks like, and then it shows Expo like a Yone face over like Anakin with his 2 blades that look just like Yone's. It's so good.
Now, I will say, to kind of rue this back, we have League is Vile back on the Hecarim, which had an absolutely dominating performance in game number 3. I think that this game absolutely has the potential to be really, really over if he's able to get successful leads similar to what we saw before. Yone is one of those champions that just has the potential to really break free and wreak havoc on a team. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly where he decides to play most of his time around. An early invade, though, coming from Hecarim here. Just kind of hanging out in the bush there, maybe waiting for the enemy to overextend. Yep, that's exactly it right there. Yep, coming on through now. Able to find the stun on the Yone. Maybe not enough to pop the egg here. Damage coming through, just not quite enough. Burn on the red buff won't be enough to be able to pop that passive, but a decent gank nonetheless. Able to get yourself some priority in the lane. A huge health advantage for Expo definitely will help him.
Yeah, I understand wanting to keep your ignite, but is it worth it? Like, what is the egg cooldown? I guess is really.
I think it's like 5 minutes.
40.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So
Now-
it'd give you like a minute window to get a kill with Ignite again while like the egg is down. But that's why I was curious if it was worth blowing the Ignite to make sure the egg was like used up.
Yeah. Good return damage there with the Electrocute proc. Now I will say, talking about the Karthus bot, the one game that I have watched in the amateur league, leagues that I've casted for that had a Karthus bot ended up being an absolute stomp. It was some of the most oppressive bot lane play I've ever seen in my entire life. So, I don't know
Like
if we'll,
against Karthus or like against Karthus?
the Karthus was oppressive.
Okay, yeah.
Was wildly oppressive with the Qs. Now, I don't know if that was just a testament to maybe the bot lane not knowing how to play against the Karthus. Ooh, good trade though here in the mid lane. Nice stun coming out from Anivia, trying to buy himself some time. Damage going to come back through with the follow-up here. Kane trying to find a little bit something, and there it is. First blood coming out here from N.A. Uzi as he's able to make the rocket jump up before the turret dive. Looking for the shield will save his life. Nice trade from back out here, and the rotation from the bot lane is here now. Flash is coming on out. Nothing much left here. Nice hook coming in. Able to find the egg, able to find the kill here on Ethan in the mid lane.
Actually, died to try to give it to him.
It's going left and right. Fancy feet, fancy feet, fancy feet. All right. And all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, game 4 is no different than all the other games that we have casted tonight. You know, 80 carry roams from the bot lane from NA Uzi have become pretty much the norm at this point. So not
Finds a way to get himself gold.
Yeah, finds a way. Finds a way. Does manage to give himself a kill there. So can't be too upset about all of that, but
Sure, but he also did give a kill to Yone, and that might not
Yeah,
be the best.
Ethan can't be happy with that, man. He tries so hard to stay alive. He played that first gank well. I think the stun with the Q on that first gank kept him alive. And now he has to deal with Expo having money.
and just not having the egg too. So the worst part is
That's true.
popping your egg and dying, right?
Yeah.
Like, at least if you pop your egg, then it doesn't feel so bad because you got some use out of it if you stayed alive on the other end of it. But you know, now he's in this weird, awkward period of time where he does not have the Anivia egg to be able to provide himself a little more time, and up against the Yone absolutely can just die. So yeah, if I'm Ethan, I probably feel pretty bad at this point. But you don't pick Anivia necessarily for the early game. You pick it for the late game, and hopefully, you know, you're able to manage the enemy team's snowball. It's where you can get to a point where late game Anivia is a force to be reckoned with.
Have to admit, Vile kind of wasting a little bit of time here and there, always waiting for ganks. But, you know, it happens. It's a jungler thing. I do it often, so I can't really complain too much. He just wants to get his team ahead. He's been doing a good job of that this series. No reason to fix what he broke. Just sometimes he should get back on the farm, on like the map to keep sequencing. But since nothing was respawning anyway, and he had, I believe, just taken the Raptors from the top side, it's not that bad. Because like even now, he's just getting to the Krugs as they sequence. So all in all, I'd say his pathing was still really good there.
Yep, overall, farm levels, Lucian getting himself quite the lead up towards the top side of the map. Early Ninja Tabby buy from the Mordekaiser, pretty standard, I think, especially against a Lucian with the passive procs that he gets for the extra autos.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more solo Lucian in this league, because I just think solo Lucian is actually like one of the strongest laners in general. I really
The CS
expected.
different right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think almost every time I've seen like Lucian played in other amateur leagues, like this is what happens almost every game. Like it's just so crazy hard to deal with even in mid lane. I like that hook attempt. I don't think it was bad. I think it was actually pretty close, regardless of what it looked like.
Yep, just slightly wide, but still trying to look for opportunities down in the bot lane. Slight level discrepancy between the bot lane here. But I don't think that means too much for us. But a nice ulti coming out here from Yone. Ooh, that's going to be one dead Kane.
I hope so. Come on,
Okay,
please.
still, Anivia has now arrived. The wall is not quite enough, almost. That is a flashless Yone.
He dragged Kane all the way back with him too. I thought that was about to be the cleanest
Me too.
cleanest gun shit
I
around.
thought it was about to be like a clip. I thought that was about to be so.
Ito was getting so ready to clip that shit. Oh man, I don't blame you. I was thinking about it too. just because I was so excited.
Yone here, still continuing to play aggressive, looking for Hecarim now. Finds some decent damage and a knockback there, but it will not be enough. Anivia just gonna safely kite from the back here. A little low on mana. Might be a
I
little
think honestly, the sheer amount of pressure that Ethan is getting this game, I think he's actually playing pretty well. Honestly,
Yeah.
like probably could have a little bit of higher farm, but God, everybody's just mid this game.
Yep, and what I actually think is really impressive too, when you start to consider the fact that NA Uzi and Longboy Golem have both left this bot lane at least twice now that I can remember to make an attempt on plays at mid, or as in case of the first time, actually get a successful kill under tower. He still has a CS advantage. Yeah, he's still 16, 17 CS. Up off this Karthus. So the fact that he's been roaming as much as he has and still has a CS lead, I think really is a testimony to how well he has played, and manipulated these waves to still give himself an advantage and try and spread that advantage to the rest of his team.
I don't really understand this lane swap. I honestly thought the matchups are fine. I can see Yone not wanting to have to deal with Anivia though, but I guess like Ape Chimps is gonna lane swap right back, but I don't think putting Anivia in the long lane's the answer.
Yeah, I think Anivia in the long lane is a terrible idea. I think that's a big mistake if Anivia goes top against.
I thought they should have just stayed in the lanes they were at, and I thought honestly, like, I'd rather be Anivia and Lucian than Mordekaiser.
Oh, Mordekaiser taking Lucian onto the Death Realm here. Does not have a lot of room there. Is kind of backed up against the tower, but Mordekaiser going to think twice about going in on that one. Will result in nothing really going over here. Yone, though, up here towards the top. Trade now. Not a whole lot going on in the map right now. We do have a Cloud Dragon down there towards the bottom side of the map, but it doesn't seem like either of the junglers are really too keen on it right now. So I think we can expect kind of more of the same here. Pretty quiet early game, I would say, in comparison to the rest of the games that we have had. There was a little bit of action there. Kind of in general, definitely quieter than the other games.
Because early on, that was some chaos happening in the mid lane. I almost thought that was just going to be the game, like in general, like just constant like brawling, just stuff. I thought it was going to be that crazy game floor hype.
Yep, slow play here. Bot lane from Ape Chimps will get a little bit of priority. Go ahead and set the control ward there in the pit. Kane coming on down. Hecarim outside.
Because I feel like Mordekaiser being in the shorter lane though, just also like really helps him actually farm into the Lucian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to worry about long made for trades, and
I can't tell. Like I'd have to literally ask the people of Mamba on why they lane swap, because like maybe there's just something I'm not seeing.
yeah. Might be trying to
Especially since it's Mark and Expo, you have to feel like there must be a reason, right? Considering that it's Mark and Expo, like they usually like have reasonings behind their decisions.
It could just be also to throw Ape Chimps like off. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause, like just throwing them off sounds pretty good. Because like it'll just make them play worse because they're like, what's going on? And they'll try to match. They'll start trying to play your game rather than like actually like trying to decide what they want to do next. They're like, oh shit, they're lane swapping. We should lane swap instead of, oh hey, this is what we need to do.
Yeah, Anivia going 0 for 3 on the walls so far this game, but it's kind of unfortunate. Yeah.
She does keep trying to hit dashable champions at the moment, so it does make it a little harder on her.
Yes, indeed. But overall here, I mean, the game state, I think it's actually pretty even. There is a slight CF lead in the mid lane. Lucian definitely, though, I do think.
Yeah.
But overall, you would hope at this point that the CS lead that your Kane has gotten for you will make more of a difference as this game continues to go later, given Lucian's kind of late game power, I should say, like trough or like underwhelming late game power, especially in comparison to the Tristana. But you have so many late game insurances like the Karthus that does kind of, it's hard to justify being this late from the side of Ape Chimps. Excuse me, my words are not coming. But you have this Professor, he's behind, and you say, okay, well, it's not that bad because the Lucian, will fall off late game. But then you have to deal with the Karthus and the Yone that are absolute monsters when they hit late game. So it's hard for me to like imagine a world where this
And he's still
game.
an 80 carry too, so like it's not like he falls off for an 80 carry. Not like it's not like he falls off like Renekton falls off.
Oh man, flash forward very aggressively here from Lucian. Not going to be quite enough there. Anivia sub 100 HP. Probably going to be forced to recall here. I do not think she can play.
Kind of the same, but I think it's just too risky.
Yep. Absolutely not worth. Kane though, coming over to allow his mid laner maybe to get a little bit of that farm under tower. No, egg was popped. We missed it. Yep.
Yep. That's why we missed it.
Yep.
But honestly, though, I feel like I would take getting egg for Karthus ult because, like,
The cooldown, yeah.
yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I think it just because it makes like because the next dragon's in about 2 minutes. So I mean, it'll be back up, I believe. That's unfortunate. They might be able to get something out of this though, because like the fact that Karthus ult is down should mean that they are freer elsewhere on the map. I just don't know if like the top half is strong enough to compete, and I think that's why they wanted to get Expo in a longer lane. Because like Lucian sure can kill people with his burst, but like Expo was barely missing out on kills by like barely any HP. So maybe they just figured if they throw Expo out to the top side, then he's more likely to end up finding these kills, these trades, these like hardcore duels, and then they're also able to like break the top lane turret to also give him all that early gold as well.
Good respectable damage coming out from Karthus here. That is huge. One more should do it. Yep, that's it. Quick slice showing that he can play both AP and AD. Carries flash coming out here from the Blitzcrank. That's going to be the rocket jump away, but the hook will be flashed. NA Uzi trying to make something happen here. The exhaust coming in. He is trying to stand his ground and hold the gates, but that's not hard for quick slice.
So it's so unfortunate when you see that much effort.
Oh, nice unbolt trespass actually coming out here from Alex Williams to be able to avoid the damage from the Yone ultimate. No knockup will be had. But Yone is a champ. Hecarim is here to save the day, and Lucian is getting his in the mid lane.
Yeah, honestly, like Mamba's just kind of firing on all cylinders, and like it's just funny because it's like different people are stepping up each game. Like right now, like 3 of their kills are just randomly on like quick slice, and he's just having a good game. To be honest, like they just out 2v2'd the enemy bot lane.
Yeah.
Last time whenever they won the game against Chimps with the Karthus bot lane, Quick Slice did do the most damage in the game on this Karthus. That's whenever he like first executed just how much damage Karthus can do in that bot lane. It's kind of insane.
It just goes to show how much better their team comp is now that they've got like multiple frontliners, you know, different forms of CC. Because you know you've got the Yone ult, you've got the Yone second Q, Hecarim in general.
The first game in the series that we watched.
Mm-hmm. I also compare it to like their draft that they kind of messed up against Chimps in like the previous series because like they did a similar one to this game won it really hard, and then tried to do
That damage really disgusting.
The limits of his champion. But yeah, that was absolutely disgusting damage. I don't know. Mamba's playing with a lot of confidence and gusto, which is really bad looking into their next opponents. Because I feel like
whenever they get on a roll, they really get on a roll. And also, I think that Chimps is the team that could potentially be tilted. So I agree with that. And Mamba, if they play with confidence, like oh my god.
That's why I said like it's really dangerous for like the other teams, like because I think that most of the time, from what I've noticed, Mama's biggest enemy is themselves, like by far. I'd say their largest enemy is draft, and their second enemy is just themselves. Because I think like sometimes they just start playing like a little bit weird, and like I've talked to a lot of these players, and like they definitely seem to be kind of like momentum based, but they can still like play while behind. But it's like sometimes they just kind of handicap themselves and draft too much, that like the playing from behind option just isn't as viable, even though they can technically mechanically do it. It's just really nice to me seeing like Quick Slice and League is Vile come out and have like really good games. League is Vile having a very quiet game right now, but Quick Slice having a very great Karthus game.
Yeah. It's the kind of things you kind of expect, right, when you do pick the Karthus bot lane. You know, if the Karthus isn't doing something, one, I think it's awesome that they were able to win the 2v2 in the bot lane as Karthus and Blitzcrank. So I mean, just having that small little like glimmer of hope in this game that sets you kind of over the edge is really the kind of start that I think Karthus needs to be able to get himself to that point where he is really a force to be reckoned with in the mid to late game. So I think the fact that advantage early on is definitely good for their team.
I mean, I agree with you. It's just kind of funny because like the way I see it is like Karthus can like really just AFK bot lane and farm, and eventually he'll be useful for like his ult because his like late game is just crazy. But when you see Karthus like come out at like 18 minutes in like 3-0, you're just like, and then like and then they like duo killed like the enemy bot laners. It feels really good when it seems like Karthus is already like on track way before he's supposed to be, basically.
That throw though, gonna get called up here. Nice, Yone ultimate, gonna be able to knock out the Mordekaiser, able to dodge the Obliterate as well. Fancy feet are gonna serve him well here. Tristana though with a rocket jump, trying to come and save the day, trying to get himself some time. I do not think that Expo knows that he's there. It's kind of trapped. That's gonna be an easy kill.
There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, Alex Williams gonna wrap that one up. Assists going on over to the Mordekaiser and the Malphite here, so getting a little bit of that lost gold back in their pockets will feel real good. The Kayn though, he's farming well, so you know it's just really gonna come down to which team is gonna be stronger in the late game. I think with this kind of going back and forth, and right now to me that does look like Mamba mentality at this point.
Dude, that skin is so good though. Oh my god, I actually want to randomly buy that skin. Like every time I see him use the color, I really want it. The
Advised Lucian.
yeah.
It plays like
Mine thought Baylife, and I'm like, that's way off.
it plays like this funky music when you start the game too.
Yeah,
Oh, it does?
I love it.
Oh, that's amazing. It's like why I like playing the Surprise Party Fiddlesticks. Because he's got like the dance music where it's like doo, 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 doo. I love that. It's so good.
Yeah, but overall here, CS numbers looking really in favor of this Lucian now. I mean, we're looking at almost a 90 CS advantage. The unstoppable force here gonna find its mark. Looking for the damage. The flash forward now from NA. Uzi will be the shutdown going on over to Long Boy Golem as he will get the kill credit here for that one.
Dude, nice unintentional pun.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, oh, it will find its mark, and it's against the mark. Oh!
Wow.
You never wall cancel.
Very nicely done.
This is the best 0-2-0 Nibby I've ever seen.
Yep. Gonna find the hook down there on to Alex Williams. Look for the damage.
It's really ridiculous.
Heckram not wanting to go in on that. Challenging Spite, they just do not have a lot of damage here really to put forward onto this Kayn. Heals way too much. Blitzcrank gonna go down here with the slice and dice here coming out from the Kayn. Wrapping that one up as NA Uzi Rocket jumps in.
Oh, H-Gem's kind of on a roll right now.
Yeah, Mordekaiser gonna take Yone on over to the death realm. Teleport's now coming in. We're gonna be looking at a fight here for this T1 tower. Kayn, huge Yone ultimate. The tower shot will bink. Mordekaiser on the head there to manage to get themselves a kill. And yeah, I mean, Mamba mentality needed to make something happen there, and Expo really coming up big with the ultimate.
I'm really happy to see Chimps definitely not roll over though. Like they're definitely trying to still be proactive. They're definitely still trying to make plays, and them like seeing like signs of life from them is actually really good right now, especially when they're like a team that like really needs to scale to like manage to stay in this game. It's just unfortunate that like Mamba also like gets just as strong by scaling while also having like a 4,000 gold lead. But man, that Yone ult was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, let's save their tower, to be honest. And easy Ocean Dragon gonna get picked up here. Flash, unstoppable force coming out from Malphite will find its mark down on the League is Vile for the kill.
Did I cast or cursed him last game by saying MVP too many times? I gotta apologize to him. My bad, Vile. You're having a good see. I opened my big dumb mouth.
Yep, F in the Twitch chat.
It's all on me. He's not getting out jungled. This jungler just cursed him.
Karthus 300 gold bounty. Yeah, I mean, I just You know, the longer this game goes, though, I mean, there are win conditions that I think each team has. You do have Anivia, which is great at zone control. Red Kane, always a force to be reckoned with. He is sitting at 3-0-5 right now with the CS advantage, so he's going to be very, very strong, especially with Black Cleaver completed and the Warriors enchant. But, you know, there's always that lingering kind of creeping doom whenever there's a Karthus that, you know, you weren't able to just absolutely shove into the ground pre-15 minutes. You know, Karthus will and always will be strong in this game, so you definitely have to be careful for that. You know, you can't completely rule out the gold advantage either right now, which is sitting at about 3.5K. So all of these things really do kind of go, yeah, I think in Mamba mentality's favor, but it's really going to come down to execution, I think, around these neutral objectives and what we're going to see. I would really, really like to see Ape Chimps put a little more priority on the dragons. It is an ocean dragon that we do have for Soul. Yeah. You know, because at that point, you're Anivia who, you know, is not exactly a burst damage champion, who's looking to kind of poke and prod. If you manage to give this Soul over to the side of Mamba mentality, I think that bodes really, really poorly for their team comp. But Kane now going to find himself into this Blitzcrank Lucian. Karthus ultimate going to come on down, but man, this Kane is healing a lot. Lucian, though, I think he has the damage to be able to outduel the Mordekaiser. Yone now go finding big damage on the 3 members there. Looking for it. Lucian, though, gonna kind of giving his life over in the Death Realm. Anivia will find the kill credit, though, on the back end of it. Health bar's low, but I think they're feeling confident. Hector trying to find something. They want this Mordekaiser, but I don't think they have the ability to really go in and fight for it.
Ooh, if only Karthus.
Yeah, well, he used it early. That's the only reason everyone's so low. It did so much damage across the whole team of Ape Chimps, but they were still able to fight that very well. And considering the fact that NA Uzi went down and they were still able to fight that effectively is actually very promising for Ape Chimps and very promising for the prospects of Game 5.
Okay, now though, looking to find the Karthus stuck out here. Umbral Trespass is available. Damage going to be coming through with the Unstoppable Force. Malphite's going to get the double knockup, and that's going to be the shutdown going on over to this Kane. No,
I just have no idea why they were out there. Like, why be out that far after just losing a fight? Like, that's actually crazy, because, like, the fact that Ape Chimps can go and then get a Baron right here, and then basically, like, snowball their process of having, like, the really fed Anivia, and, like, or just having, like, a late game Anivia, like, a very strong red Kane, and then, like, a Tristana who's just scaling.
Yep, Lucian now could be in a little bit of trouble here. Umbral Trespass still available for Alex Williams. He's going to be caught out now in between 5 members. Blast Cone will get him to safety, but I do not think it's going to be enough. Flashing coming out from the wall from NA Uzi, and this is looking dire for Mamba mentality here.
Series
that
is actually
kills
crazy.
across the board, and that is going to be Baron here for Ape Chimps as they will be draped in purple.
And even again, the gold is going to be close to like even, I think. Yep. 300 gold separates these teams, even though there's a Baron buff and the momentum shift favored in the Ape Chimps side. It's just, man, I don't know. This series is actually just crazy. Like, it's been very good, but very back and forth on both sides. And like, honestly, it's been very interesting. I'm actually really happy that we ended up getting this matchup. I have to admit, Alex has played a very amazing game on Kane so far. I feel like normally I usually watch him play like jungle, and I swear it just seems like he's kind of like existing. Like he's chilling. Like not that he's playing bad, but it just seems like he's just like not really part of the plan. He's just living his best jungle life. But then like, this whole game, he's actually had like a lot of pressure, and I don't think Ape Chimps would be still in this game or coming back the way they were if it wasn't for him on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a pretty key to their success, and they're going to be able to get this Ocean Dragon. So they will tie this up 2-2 in the Dragon score line, and definitely going to be looking good, and definitely helps their prospects of being able to kind of maintain this push that they've kind of made through the mid game to kind of come back in it after what was, I think, at one point nearly a 5 or 6K gold lead for Mamba mentality. It's kind of actually impressive. Yep. Well, Karthus doing Karthus things. manages to get the 1-for-1. And a Uzi trades his life with Expo there. But again, I mean, maybe a little bit of oversight, you know, maybe staying for just a tad bit too long up towards the top side. He did get, you know, his CS numbers up, but I just don't think it's worth it overall. Kane though, man, 3 levels now on the Hecarim can easily make this 2v1 very much so a reality. Yep. Oh man, that's going to be absolute monstrous damage now coming out here, and not looking good though. Shutdown will go on over to the Hecarim though. League is finally going to pick that one up and a nice 1,000 gold, or sorry, 700 gold going into his pocket there. Definitely is going to make this feel a little bit better.
Yeah, it's pretty massive because he's really struggling with the 0 magic resist at the moment. So he needs to go back and go ahead and grab his Aegis so he can get closer to his Death Dance. I think the longer he stays around against this triple AP, I don't think he's going to be able to engage or do what he wants to do here. It just really depends. Expo might be able to go ahead and change the whole fight on its head with a good ult. But that's not up either.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels bad if you are Mamba mentality. You know, you had such a huge lead on this Lucian throughout the mid game. Yone was very, very strong and looking like kind of a late game monster. But I really think that they've just been outmaneuvered and out team fought as this game has continued to go on and on. Especially with Alex Williams just picking up so much in gold value across the map.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of it comes to the fact that like they didn't seem like they got their lead, right? And it's like their early game plan happened, and then it seemed like afterwards they didn't like really adapt to what should happen next. Like they went into that weird kind of like lane swap for some reason, and then didn't keep pushing their advantage in the top lane, or like they at the very least didn't like try to maneuver Lucian in like straight into the bot lane to just keep like the turret taking going. Even though actually I think the bot lane turret was gone too. I just think they should have definitely been looking for plays like around Lucian and then to play around Lucian and like hard stomp along with him in these skirmishes, but instead they kind of shied away from that, and then they found Lucian to be getting caught out in the side lane. Same thing with Yone, and then Vile just caught in transition as well. I think overall it's more of like a team issue than it is like any specific members. They didn't have like a good idea to like truly snowball their lead.
Yep, Hecarim though gonna find his life being taken here underneath the tower. Not quite the sealed fate ultimate that we were looking for there, but might not I don't know. Damage now coming down from the bottom.
This game now.
It's all over the map. At this point, it is all over the map. We see Ape Chimps really just dominating everywhere that they go, and this is really not speaking well for Mamba mentality to be able to close out this game. I mean,
Yeah,
if you win
like
and then
problem mentality. The only one I feel like who's actually even playing well at this point, maybe Blitz. Blitz is probably still playing well, but Quickslice is just trying his best, and it just doesn't really matter.
yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Oh wow, that would have been so funny. But Cracking and Inhib opened up at 30 minutes. Now the gold lead is ballooning at this point. It was just barely not even 1,000 gold, and now it's already opening up to almost a 4K gold lead.
Yep, they've just been able to take fights literally across the map. I mean, we saw
After being down about 5K, right? So that's like a 9K gold swing in the last 10 minutes.
Yep. Very, very big for them. And overall, it's just hard for them to find opportunities at this point in the game because there's just so much gold on the rest of these members coming from Ape Chimps that, you know, unless you're forcing, I wouldn't even say 2v1s at this point because the King has demonstrated on multiple occasions that he can 2v1. Mordekaiser, just based on the champion kit itself, can easily pull someone in a death realm, buy himself enough time for the rest of his team to respond. You know, so then it really becomes like, who are you matching in the side wave? You know, who are you matching in the side wave trying to get a pick with multiple members? I mean, maybe the Anivia, right? But it's hard to kind of figure out what the right course of action is right now for Mamba mentality and how they're really going to take control back over this game.
Yeah, it's really hard. I think they just kind of almost got to pray for a team fight, but it's just so difficult because, like, how are you supposed to get on to basically what's like almost a full tank Mordekaiser? Like, this guy has Randy Wins and Thorn Mill and Ninja Tabi. He's still like investing into HP items for his damage items later on as well. So he's just like a hardcore tanky, true juggernaut of the top lane. You can't really catch him out. You know, Kane in general is just really fast. You could probably
usually catch him out, but honestly, right now Alex is playing such a great game and not doing the usual kind of almost boneheaded mistakes he was making all series of just kind of like dying for free. So without him dying for free and Uzi playing so consistent, and then you just got the Malphite engage and Ethan making sure to just be like a wave clear bot, it's just looking really, really good for Ape Champs. So this game definitely going their way.
It is absolutely, and there's no doubt about it. If I think at this point it will come down to an unfortunate series of events that cause this game to go into 40, 45, 50 minutes.
I like how they're trying to go for this, but they didn't even like do vision control at Baron. Like there's still so many wards around the pit. There are there's one pink ward at their Raptors.
Yeah.
No pink wards in the inventory. Like honestly, like I'm starting to wonder like how much of like Ape Champ's woes or maybe just their vision control.
Yeah, but that's gonna be the Baron
That
started
they're
up.
going for the Baron. Yeah, that is known. Yeah, now they see that the vision is there.
Yone, though, going to get sent into the Death Realm now as it's 4-on-4 here. Hecarim having to go unstoppable, but the Electrocute proc from the Anivia will be enough. Yone now here going with the 2v1 against the Mordekaiser as the rest of his team will fall. Double kill now for Ethan on the Anivia. That's going to be huge damage. A Blitzcrank is the only one left in the base. Kane still has the Emerald Trespass available. This could be very one dead Blitzcrank. Yeah. This is actually looking really, really dire here. I mean, Lucian still has not recalled. Yone is just now back, and these are Baron up super minions walking into the base. First Nexus Tower is just going to get absolutely obliterated. The respawn timers are way too long, but Expo will try his damnedest to try and make something happen here. We get sent back here. Lucian not quite going to be enough there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the conclusion of game number 4. We've got game 5 on the horizon.
That's a tilter. I think if you're a Mamba mentality, that's a real tilter.
Yeah,
They threw that game so hard from the lead that they had in those solo lanes at the beginning of that game.
They went from an amazing lead to getting utterly stomped. And
Yeah,
it's
to get absolutely stomped in those team fights, and then letting
Especially
just get
when, like,
outscaled, and then whew.
they get a lot of champs that they wanted to. Like it's not even they lost in draft, I feel like.
Yeah,
Like,
they
I mean,
lost
that
the team by
might still be able to be argued that they lost in draft. I thought their draft was fine, but like as the game progressed, obviously it didn't look like that. But I think a lot of that came from the fact that like Mamba just didn't really look like the same Mamba we just saw in the past 3 games. Like it didn't seem like they were really proactive. Like it's like they were kind of accepting plays rather than like making them.
Yeah, at some point they definitely stalled the lead that they were snowballing. Maybe it could be attributed to that lane swap. We see that the Karthus still did the most damage of the game, followed up by Yone, but then, and then the most damage on the HS being done by the Kane, but I think it's like when that damage was done, I think the Tristana just came through and did a lot of damage in those team fights, and they were able to just like wave clear and just hold the game out long enough. I guess I would say Tristana and Anivia are probably two of like the best like wave clearing carries and able to really stall out that game, and that's just a real tilted pro mentality. They feel like they probably feel like they really had that. They really had that.
But that's just like that's another reason why I was kind of skeptical about League's Vile playing Hecarim. He had definitely showed me up in the previous game, but this is more of kind of what I was expecting. Except I still expected a better performance. He only did like 140 damage more than his Blitzcrank, and that's full AD, full damage like Hecarim. And at the very least, then he went like full tank. There would have been more of a frontliner to just be in front of Expo and Mystery Bunny, so maybe they could have unleashed more damage. But all in all, I'd say Game 4 was really actually just jungle diff.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some truth to that.
Maybe not in general. I'm just saying, like in this specific game, Alex played out of his mind, and League's Vile played worse than I think I've ever seen him. And this is coming from somebody who did stand him for MVP. I'm just saying. He can still win back MVP in my heart if he comes out blazing this next game. Blazing. Get that revenge. Throw him on that Olaf. Run some kind of shieldy comp. Get that mentality going back better.
We will see. We will be setting up the lobby and everything here for Game 5. We are moving on to a Game 5.
Okay, I'm gonna go let my dog out.
visual signals of an unknown entity within 1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
Here we go. Game 5. Here it is.
I guess I got back right at the right time.
Welcome back.
Works out just out for everyone, but we are here. Game number 5, Ape Chimps versus Mamba Mentality. Took it the distance. We've had one hell of a set of games here today on the Black Twitch League. But again, I'm the Idea PC, joined by Ito and In Defiance on the casting desk. And Maokai there, coming up as the first ban from Ape Chimps, and tried and true, as ever, the Vayne ban from Mamba Management. Mara Mentality.
Mamba Management.
It's late, guys. It's late. All right.
Yeah.
It's late, guys. All right. What, 4.5 hours? We got
Yeah, we've
this.
been here a long time, yeah.
See, you're not wrong though. It's because Ito told them to ban it. So Mamba Management actually did tell Mamba Mentality to ban Inauzi's Vayne at all times.
That's fair.
You didn't know it, but you're right. But I'm
The
actually
Yumi really pick ban every game.
the only thing is I could also see it becoming a stomp just because like game 5s, like best of 5 series are mentally draining. And like these
It's the
games have like
size.
all the way like smacking back and forth. So I'm expecting like hopefully like I hope it's like a really good game 5, but I could see a stomp.
Malphite Knight being picked in, I believe, 3 games in a row.
I think it's their way of just preventing, I guess, Mamba from picking it. But I mean, it works well because, like, honestly, one problem that Ape Chimps always has when they generally play their comps is because they just play their comfort champions, is that like they generally don't have reliable engage. So I think like the fact that they just started keying in on the Malphite, I think it's just a more guaranteed version of All-Star, except just worse in laning, I guess. And so I don't think it's a bad pick because you generally in AUs you can cover for like any laning deficiencies as well.
Look at the double takeaway from Mamba Mentality here in their first 2 selections.
That's
Taking away,
actually
yeah. taking away NA Uzi's Ezreal, and also taking away Alex Williams' Kane, which is also League's Violet's most played champion in ranked. I'm not sure if that was where we don't see him on it often, but Kane is his most played champion in ranked. So he's very comfortable on the camera. We're going to see we have a Malphite Galio combination on the side of Ancients. They're going to go ahead and bring the Mordekaiser back as well.
I don't like that. I think it's really. Well, I mean, like Mamba just totally like took them to question. They go, fine, I'm going to play Kane. I'm going to show you I can play a really good Kane. Red Kane obviously was really strong in the series.
Mm-hmm.
And then as Ape Chimps, you're going to draft, like, I understand NAZ is good, but you're going to draft Malphite, Galio, Mordekaiser into Red Kane.
Yeah, it's
It's on purpose this time?
That's a very, very good question. Last time that was the Blitzcrank, so. Is that not Irelia? It is Irelia.
Okay. What's the over and under on this being mid lane expo, Aurelia?
Yeah, I just realized like, oh, I guess this could be mid Irelia. Has he
I don't
played
think
it?
that would either, though. I don't remember, though.
Has he
I don't
played
know.
it? You know what? Let me go back to the list. 1 second.
Wits End is this very, very strong item. And
Yeah.
Wits End is a very amazing item for this game.
Oh, he has played Irelia. It was his 5th champion this season. Oh, he played Irelia versus Jaw mid. That game where Jaw played Cassiopeia and Expo mid, like solo killed him on Irelia like 5 times in lane.
Mm-hmm.
So he did play Irelia at least once this season. So it could be Irelia mid.
Yeah, and I think it's a good pick overall, kind of as you were saying. The itemization with Wits End really does go well with her kit, in addition to the fact that you have these 3 AP heavy champions. So definitely going to be.
Him on the Silas, too.
Mhm.
Oh, no, the Silas is one. Dude, come on. At some point, I think you're just overboarding it. Damn, you literally Master Yi. Holy fuck.
Huh?
Ladies and gents, what are we getting ourselves into?
What? Wait, what? Wait,
I love
what?
this game.
All right. So,
Wait, real?
Is that
Master Yi-
Kindred?
Kindred? Yes, it's a real pick.
Expo just says, I respect that. Expo just says, I respect that. Okay.
Well,
No,
Okay.
what the hell?
If,
I love that. I
for
love that.
for those that have been with us for the last 4.5 hours that came to see this banger of a band pick phase, thanks for sticking through it. It was worth it. We're getting Master Yi in the finals, best of 5 here. And Kindred 80 carry, I'm guessing. I really have no idea where these champions are going to go. I'll be completely
You
honest.
know
with
it's
you.
bad when our own team doesn't know the draft says NAUZ. Oh no. Wait, so these weren't mistakes. Wait, these aren't mistakes. No one is saying that these are mistakes.
Yep, these are the champions we are going into game with. So
Okay.
prepare, folks. Strap in, grab your seatbelt, get a beer, and enjoy game number. Get a beer if you're of age. Yeah, like I have to put that out there. We are streaming. I have to put that out there. But yeah, this is just insane. I don't even know.
I don't know how to analyze this anymore, man. I'm sorry. I thought I had this like series on lock, especially with like, you know, the other 4 games I just watched in a row. And then all of a sudden this hard pivot.
Yeah, last
Like, the
2
first
picks
three
from
made
Ape Chimps.
sense, but yeah, like the last 2 picks, I'm just
Yeah, Master Yi Kindred. That is I don't think I've ever seen this ever
Nope,
in any of the
never.
amateur games that I've casted for, and yeah, it is kind of hype, you know. Like I think as casters, I love seeing things that are kind of niche or are just not played very often. So we are definitely getting a lot of that tonight, and you know, the late game I think is you know, definitely it's going to be there. It's a ticking time bomb with the Master Yi.
I don't even know.
Ito's
I
broken.
don't even know.
Ken
I'm so
bot
down for
or
fucking-
I mean,
So
I
down,
don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that these were mistakes, and then both teams just said, "Nah, these are the picks." Said, okay, like in the Shaco ban, I thought the Shaco ban was an accident, but no one like said
Oh,
anything different.
I know the Shaco ban. The Shaco ban's real. I know.
Yeah, okay.
He,
Alright.
he plays 3 junglers. He plays either Kane or Silas.
Oh, that's fair.
And when he
yeah.
plays neither, he gets Shaco.
That's fair.
And-
I guess we have seen Mashik before. Okay, that's fair.
So apparently this is his hard pivot, instant lock mastery.
I guess this is the hard pivot. All right, you leave me no choice.
To be fair though, I do think it's a pick that can randomly deal with the red Kane pick
Yeah.
and some of the different playmaking like of Aurelia. Like if he randomly goes like alpha in these team fights, you know, the Galio and Mal fight, you guys are sure Kane is eventually going to sustain and like look really strong through them. But like if he starts resetting after any of them get their CC off, and then if you think you kill Master Yi, you get a nice Kindred ult or something like that. As long as Kindred doesn't see, I think I trust Inaozi to not accidentally save the whole enemy team. In fact, I think Inaozi might just save himself, to be honest, with his ult. Maybe he
These
won't
are
save.
both 4 melee compositions, by the way. Just
Dude, I mean, I honestly thought Mamba was just going like Super Saiyan with the draft, and then like Ape Chimps just went like straight fucking, I don't know, like ludicrous speed. And I'm just like, what's going on? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I honestly thought Mamba was about to like smurf the ever-loving shit out of Ape Chimps with draft. Yeah, like no, like
yeah.
like, and then the E Kindred, and I'm just like, that's either awful or just like it's gonna be the most next level shit that nobody was ready for. I can't handle it actually. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't mentally prepared. Not at all.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't see it. And they did it so quickly. Like they knew that this is what they were going to. Like what type of preparation for game 5 did these teams make? They just both came out here with some crazy, completely different composition than what we've seen throughout this entire series. It's like, all right, it's game 5 time. Time to pull out my game 5 playbook. I just don't know. I mean,
I don't know. I honestly thought I was actually like, because I'm the first person who always like talks smack about Mamba's drafts, but that's because like I don't know, you guys do just it's random stuff sometimes. You guys are just really strong, and then like I watched this draft, and this was like the one draft that I just watched and it made sense like the whole way through.
mm-hmm.
Like every single bit of it, I was like, wow, like they're honestly like hardcore smurfing in this draft, and then. Because I really don't think Yi and Kindred is actually bad. I've seen AD carry Kindred in some of my games. Like there's been like some one tricks, and they've been really strong. It's like it's one of those
crazy scaling champion too.
Like Graves mid is like a super sleeper pick. Because there's random people who spam it and like they just hardcore stomping in diamond, and you're just like, wait, who are you?
I would have loved to see Expo play Graves mid. I actually saw him play Graves mid with this team like in the normals the other day, and he carried the game.
It's really strong. There's just so many random one tricks. I think like sometimes you got to pay attention when like a one trick comes like careening through like solo queue like that. And like I've seen AD carry Kindred actually do similar to that.
Well, both teams not holding back anything here in game number 5. All the secret picks that, I just want to say both teams, they went to the lab. They're mixing up something special for game 5. And here it is. So ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to start game number 5, we're going to go on over to our quick spectator delay. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, because if there was one game that you were going to watch, it better be this game 5 right here. So we'll see you out on Summoner's Rift after the break. Again, I'm the Idea PC, joined by Ito and Indefiance here on the casting desk. We'll see you in a bit.
He probably knows this matchup very well. Here we go.
Yeah,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. This is game 5. This is what we've all come and waited to see. And I just want to throw it out there. Ignite, Smite, Master Yi. No flash needed. The confidence is at peak levels, and 8 chimps are ready to steamroll at 45 minutes. So strap in and get ready for a hell of a game.
Yeah, I just hope it's a straight fiesta. I just want these teams to just fight. Like all game long, I just want them to fight. Every time they get a power spike, just fight. I just want it to be like really bad, really close, just like nobody really gets turrets and they just keep brawling over like simple objectives like scuttles and stuff and like buffs. I just want it to be like both teams trying really hard to just end it in the game 5 and it just become like this crazy like ends on a nice edge stuff. Like that's what I really want from both of these comps.
Yep, and we have the line of scrimmage set up from Mamba mentality here on the red side, just trying to prevent any early game shenanigans here from the start. So playing it safe, not really going out for anything too crazy here. But I will say these drafts, I think, will quickly change that as this game continues to go on. So I don't know. It's
Who are you taking for this game? Like
who am I? Yeah, you know what?
who are you gonna throw it behind? Who are you gonna throw it behind?
Oh,
who
man.
you
See, this is oh gosh. You know, you get it wrong, and then everyone roasts you, and then you get it right, and you know, I'm just gonna go for it. You know,
someone.
let's see. Take a look at these champions. You know what? I'll be honest. I kind of want the Yi with no flash to win. So
I feel it.
based on that, I'm just gonna say, yeah, yep. Abe Chimps. I want to see that Master Yi get to 40 minutes in the game, full complete build, and just steamroll. So it'll be fun.
What about you, Ito? You feeling your team's gonna take it? Do you think your comp's good enough?
Yeah, it's just like the thing is like, do I go against my own team here? Like, what do I honestly believe in?
Well, so now we got more time to talk about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus, I feel like
It is a good
I
draft
like
fight.
easy to run team comps. I think the team comp on the side of Ape Chimps is the easiest to execute with. I think Mamba mentality usually needs to get their advantages through the solo lanes. I don't really see that happening right now. So I am leaning towards Ape Chimps. But Expo could perform on Irelia and make things different. But,
Just to, I just want to throw it out there. The reason for the second pause was a screaming cat in the bathroom.
Dude, what a banger of a game 5.
What a banger.
2 5s, cat screaming in the background, Master Yi jungle. Back to the Aurelia Galio mid lane.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Master Yi in general again.
Screaming cat. Gotta love it. Well, talking about cats, I'm actually highly allergic, so I guess it makes sense, aside from the fact that Yuumi is a completely broken champion that I ban at every single game.
Okay, like I'm literally physically allergic to this champion.
Yeah, I just can't do it, guys. I'm sorry.
I mean, I know there's some people who actually are so afraid of spiders they cannot handle it in video games at all. Like that's how bad their arachnophobia is. I can kind of
pick Elise and tilt people in ranked.
Yeah, it'll actually happen. Because people made a model replacer just to make Elise stay or get a different weird form or something, just so she wouldn't be a spider, so they could play or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. The more you know.
Right?
The more you know. Well, that is crazy, but man, I don't know. My brain is still fried, but you know what? It's okay. We'll find something. So, Malphite.
I wanted to be
the early one
because it was so good in their draft, but then Ape Chimps won the Master Match, and I just want to believe Master Yi Magic,
Yeah, I do want to say though, good initiative though coming out from Mamba Mentality to be able to pick up the scuttle there. Looks like they won't really give too much away for it here. Actually, Galio might be a little overextended. Yep, Ignite's going to come on down. That's going to be first blood going on over to Quick Slice here to start this game 5 off. Mordekaiser, though, with a huge death's grasp there, able to find multiple members. Passive is popped. And now Irelia finding herself on the far end of this trade. No flash available. That's going to be a kill going over, but Mordekaiser finds the dredge line in the back. And that's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of Mamba Mentality.
Yeah, kind of an interesting fight to take if Master Yi's on your side of the map.
Yeah, Kane is here. Kindred playing very aggressively. Gallia with the teleport down in. Did not even see that one coming through, but now here's Silas coming on in, able to get the chains to land, but do they have enough CC to lock it up? Do they have the damage to be able to follow through with the teleport? Aurelia now also trying to make her way into the fray. Looking for the kills, many low health members here, but the mobility of these champions. Flash is being burned, actually managing to find the chains, and Mystery Bunny will find the kill down onto Alice Williams. Galio 2 will get caught by the dredge line, and that's going to be a 2-0 on the back of that team fight.
Okay, this is the game I want to see.
Jeez. Ladies and gentlemen, Clown Fiesta, Standard League of Legends be damned. Let's all teleport to the bot lane and make it a fiesta. Why not?
Dude, I just want to whisper one of them and be like, "Dragons up." Go for it. Go for it. Dude, this is exactly what I wanted to see though, because the thing is I do think that they could snowball really hard off of this. Obviously, the fact that he's this close to Manamune on Ezreal, it really helps facilitate the type of champions that Mamba Mentality has. But all in all, I think both of these teams just have such a potential to just keep coming back and just smashing into each other that this game could be really, really fun by the 15-20 minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too, with all that gold going over to the Ezreal, just to look at it from an analytic point of view, he doesn't suffer from that kind of really super weak early game when he's able to just go back and pick up the pickaxe along with the tier. You get the best of both worlds. You get the damage and you get the tier stack. So, this Ezreal I think is going to be pretty strong in this early game. A lot stronger than you would normally expect. Should be a given with 3 kills sitting on his plate. But overall, I mean, yeah, it's a great start for Mamba Mentality.
Yeah, because I agree with you, especially because since we're playing such a weird niche pick here with Kindred on the side of Ape Chimps, it really helps to just go ahead and get that early Muramana and get it stacking, and then with a Nautilus. Ezreal, you have so much threat on Kindred all game, while Malphite can't really answer.
Can make the plays, but Death Realm gonna get called up now onto Mystery Bunny up towards the top side of the map. Passive stacked and getting the kills, maybe. Whoa, Obliterate not gonna quite land. Really, really close there. But yeah, We'll keep the flash. No crazy Mordekaiser play there. Ooh, nice stun though coming out here from Expo. Able to get good damage down on to Ethan in the mid lane. And I really actually playing better than I expected into the Galio here mid.
Hey, this is actually like a really hard matchup for Galio to like deal with, even with Bramblevest. Because once she gets like within, it never does damage. Like, it's like as Galio, you just can never do damage to her. And then all she does is keep getting stronger from there, while you kind of just become like more utility based. And so her solo kill potential is like always there with her burst, and then her like overall DPS.
Well, things lining up well here for Mamba Mentality going into this this early game. Strong showing so far with I don't know, definitely not disappointing. I'll say that. Definitely not a disappointing game 5. So, gonna be interesting to see where these teams decide to take it from here. But overall, Master Yi doing what Master Yi does, hard farming in the early game, getting himself a nice gold advantage over his opponent there in the Kayn, and actually managing to put down some pressure here in the jungle, forcing the Kayn off of his red buff. Could be looking for the kill here with the burn coming on down to the ignite, looking for the alpha strike. That's gonna be it. Able to get the kill. Ooh, Galio actually going to execute there underneath the tower, and Master Yi, yep, surely dead. Overall, though, I do believe that that is going to be a net trade in favor of Mamba Mentality, with Galio being out of lane, losing some of that experience. Aurelia being able to get the free shove and possibly a roam timer of her own now, should be able to set them up pretty well.
Yeah, but all in all, yeah, I don't know. This game's just gonna be good. It's funny because like I want to analyze it, but then I'm just loving like how the teams are just like constantly fighting. I think Expo is actually running up to the top lane here, looking for a gank. Definitely just trying to make sure.
Ooh, this actually could bode very, very well for the Aurelia here. Able to get the nice setup, utilizing the stolen Mordekaiser ultimate here. Yep, damage going to be coming on through now. Aurelia going to be getting the damage off, hopefully, but not able to close the distance with the speed that Mordekaiser has off his passive here. Siler's trying to hold intact here. The flash, though, I can't say it's anything other than a whiff here. I'm pretty sure Mordekaiser still has the indestructible shield available. No, he does not, and that's going to be the kill going on over. Nice dredge line onto that Kindred right there. Both exhausts being used here. Damage coming on through very, very nicely, but there it is, ladies and gents. The auto and the swing. It's not a miss. Nice dredge line coming up, and Hacksaw coming in clean in the bot lane, making a double.
What's happening?
Ito, you're just laughing because this is what you just would want to see in a game 5.
Actually, damned impressive. I mean, Hacksaw had some absolutely great micro play there in the bottom side of the map. Ezreal being smart, you know, not getting greedy, looking for the kills, able to save his life as well. That's going to be the completed item, actually. The Manamune coming in for the Ezreal at before 10 minutes, might I add, is absolutely great for him. Aurelia trading really, really well here, getting some good damage off.
No way.
But not going to be able to get the kill. Taking the tower aggro there will pretty much be a dissuasion from going any deeper, but the priority and the amount of... Oh my goodness, quick slice. Quick slice.
Expo wanted it.
You
Expo
animal.
thought he would live. Expo thought was a flash forward just in case he lived through the ultimate was going to Q. Imagine.
This is nuts. I mean, to have this much of a lead at 10 minutes, just with kills, with map pressure, is insane.
We got more pauses.
And from the chat, cat stuck. Sad. Top cat stuck. Meowing from bathroom? Oh, man.
Top has to restart client meow from his basement dungeon visual bug. DNS release cat. The bug where he can see minions with 0 HP under tower. There's some minions that are on cocaine or something. There's a visual bug in his client. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know the bug he's talking about. It actually is very annoying because they're clickable, but you can't do anything about them, and it's just super annoying to play with.
Aurelia already has Wit's End. Oh, is that why? Whenever Expo came in back into lane and just went all in and ignited him, I was like, "There's no way he kills. He gets even close to killing here, right?" And then Ethan was very close to dying, and I was very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, this is just rough. I mean, Ezreal, you know, 3 kills off the teleport shenanigans we had bot side, right? True shot barrage across the bow of mid lane. right, to pick up the kill off of Ethan recalling underneath the tower. Just puts him in such a position. I mean, he's sitting now. He's got the completed Sheen and Manamune at 10 minutes, 18 seconds in this game. I mean, I just don't see any way that this Ezreal is not going to be useful throughout this entire game.
Yeah, very true.
Like yeah, you have the Master Yi. Sure, you know, he might be able to scale, but I just don't think that you give. Like, I don't think it's going to get to the point where Ape Chimps will not be able to give up pretty much all the priority for these neutral objectives, and the kind of like conglomerate that all of that will be worth, I don't think is worth having a late game Master Yi. Rift Toad getting called down here in the mid lane as well. It's looking like possible first tower. Not quite. Not able to get it to 2k health, but all the plate money going right on over now. And Dragon should be pretty much up for the taking here. Ezreal Mystic Shot. Just 20% of Kindred's health gone.
Yeah.
Just one.
Those are hurting already.
Yep. And that's not, you know, I mean, you got a Mystic Shot auto, you know. I don't even want to know what that's going to look like. So it's just, it's kind of crazy at this point. Ocean Dragon going to be our second Drake of the game. So we will be looking at either a Mountain or the good old Infernal Dragon here in game number 5, which I think does bode well. It'll be interesting to see how Ezreal decides to build, if he's going to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet into Death Dance build, or if he's going to go Triforce instead. But there should be Triforce here, I would think, given how far ahead he is.
I can see that. I think Iceborne would help him like enable his team a little bit more though. But I think a Trinity Force, just considering like you said how far ahead he is, it's definitely an option. I think it just depends on what he wants to do for his team. He's been very consistent like this whole series.
Yeah.
Other people may have had higher highs, but they've also had kind of lower lows.
Yeah.
So far, Quick Slice is actually playing a really good series.
Yeah. Some fancy feet in the early game. Able to net himself the kills. Master Yi and Galio now hovering towards the bottom side. They actually might be looking for the 4-man dive here under tower, but the ward there will be able to spot them out. They know that the danger is coming. Master Yi also will show on this control, so should be a pretty easy disengage negation. Gosh, half of Master Yi's health just gone to Mystic Shots. Here to start this one right off here. Tower should be going down here. Would enable to dive. Galio would be smart to back off, which he will. Well, that's going to be first turret gold going on over into the hands of Mamba Mentality here to start this game off.
It's going to be really hard, honestly, for Chimps back. It's just like it just takes one really like awkward fight to drop.
Nice stretch line there onto Kindred. That's going to be good damage here, and Ezreal being mostly Q damage base. A lot of damage coming through though, but the stopwatch though coming in handy here. Oh man, the flash not going to be quite enough there. Shutdown going to go on over to Kindred here. Ezreal cannot continue to keep this fight up. Might be able to get some fancy footwork going here. Will be able to get himself one, maybe two. Make it two, make it a double. Give Quick Slice his slice of the cake. That is huge here, and nice duo coming out here from the Master Yi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the early game kills that Master Yi needed here. That'll propel him throughout the mid game. He's already sitting on the completed Blood Razor, so
it's really dangerous now because Master Yi just got one shutdown. He got a double kill. You've got Ezreal right there who can he's got that fat gold bounty on top of his head. If Master Yi gets another one of those kills, and then they get like Mountain Soul on top of that to make him even tankier, it's gonna be really difficult for like Mamba Mentality to keep up with that amount of damage.
Oh, the missed flash here from Mordekaiser. That's the misplay that Silas maybe needed. That's going to save his life, at least, at the very least here. What a game. It's pretty exciting to see these teams not hold back at all. But, I mean, yeah, as you were saying, I mean, if Master Yi is able to get the shutdown gold on Ezreal, I'm pretty sure at this point, yeah, he's sitting on 2k gold. He has the completed recurve build. I forget the exact cost for Ginsu's Rage Blade, but he is pretty damn close to it right now. Teleport now, though, coming out here from the Mordekaiser. Going to be coming on in. Double TP, actually. Galio also there. Maybe? I don't know. It feels to me like definitely a wasted set of teleports here.
They can dive it, though.
Yeah, I feel like if Mamba Mentality's smart, you just back up.
I think yes, but I think in a game 5, like Mamba would fight that. Expo would fight that. I think maybe not if his ult's down. So
Definitely dangerous though, but the teleport's being expended. That's definitely going to give them a little more pressure.
it's just like when you, I think creating a lot of mini skirmishes where like Master Yi can potentially just get like a little bit of anything is just like beneficial, even if the gameplay is kind of sloppy.
Yeah, Master Yi doing a good job of keeping the perpetual farm machine going here in game number 5. Still hanging out down here in the bot lane. I do not think that the Mamba mentality bot lane is actually aware of it. This could be very, very dangerous if Nautilus does decide to go in for a dredge line or any kind of pick. No, he is going to smartly back away here. I think that is definitely the right call. Kindred's upfront damage potential definitely can be kind of devastating. There it is, Master Yi now going in. Call a Highlander being put out here, but huge damage coming on now. True Shot Barrage gonna find its mark, and that's the kill. Quick slice is godlike. The Ignite, though, gonna be enough. That's the shutdown going on over to the Kindred, and a double kill now. They will get revenge and retribution in the bot lane, and that is what the doctor ordered.
Exfil coming in from the bot side, looks like.
Yep, looking for something. A little bit of a dual skirmish up towards the top side. Flash gonna be expended as well. And Aurelia has a perfect shot down here on the back line. Galio, though, is going to be able to be the equalizer that they needed. And Ape Chimps definitely fighting back here in the mid game. Not going to roll over in game 5. And this is very, very similar to kind of what we had seen before, where the mid game team fighting seemed to be just slightly a hair better with the skirmishes and the fights that went on from the side of Ape Chimps.
Damn, Debbie. But yeah, this could be really dangerous for Mamba mentality. If they manage to get like, that extra shielding on top of Kindred and Master Yi, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah. Completed against his Rage Bait, has tier 1 boots in the inventory as well. Definitely no slouch here in this game. But the damage just not going to be quite enough. That's the third dragon now going on over. And questionable Alpha Strike, I will say, going to the team of 5 members, but you got to try at one point, I do suppose. And Malphite just going to be unfortunate. Oh, Mordekaiser there with the death grasp. Brings 2 over with him. That seals his fate. Double kill for Ezreal and 1 picked up. 3 for O trade for the Drake. I'd say that is worth, despite it being soul point. And that's going to be Rift Herald drop mid for a tier 2 tower, and Ezreal pushing in towards the bottom side of the map should be the T1 as well.
Wow, tragic.
Oh my Natividaddy in the chat is correct. That was really unfortunate with that hand just
charge off.
over the wall.
Really tragic.
It is how would you say a comedy of errors in game 5.
Yeah, but that's just like what happens when like these series can go like this long, especially like considering how hard fought the whole series has been, how back and forth.
Yeah.
And like the thing is though, is that like both teams actually have like a nice kind of win condition here, so it's still going to be a nice game.
Also, I'm saying NA Uzi just has gotten like a lot of gold in these last few fights, and he's NA Uzi, and I think Kindred is like a crazy late game champion. Like as he just keeps scaling, so very interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, she usually is, but the problem is it's so hard for her to get like the same level of stacks, or at least like the certain like breakthrough points of when she gets like enough attack range and enough of her extra like
that's fair.
stacks.
Like, and I do want to kind of give a shout out to Liga's Vile here for being able to manage to keep up with the Yi in farm and actually in gold as well. There's only 150 gold separation between these two champions, so yeah, I would say good on him for being able to maintain what I think is, you know, it's not a terrible matchup for Kane as far as the farm fest goes, because Kane does clear pretty well. But to be able to keep even with the Master Yi, even after the double kill and kind of the crazy stuff that we've watched ensue throughout this game, you know, I do have to hand it to League as well for still being relevant in this role.
Yeah, has he gotten his form yet? Yeah, he has. Okay. So yeah, I think it's all just really going to come down to like these next few fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, execution.
If we start going like way too far in Mamba's favor, they might just be able to outstat like Ape Chimps in general. But like if Ape Chimps are able to like get a few kills here and there, and then are able to complete the Mountain Soul, like at some point it's going to be really hard for Aurelia to, like regardless of how much damage she has, to deal with like the Malphite just slowing her with E and like the amount of CC coming out of Ape Chimps while you've got like just a match E scaling.
Yep. Okay. Mystery Bunny is finding himself with the Yi here, but oh my goodness, Ezreal Mystic Shot, half of Master Yi's health. He's just going to be on the outside of the range of the Kindred ultimate, not going to be able to have that saving grace there. Galio, though, might be a little too far forward, as Ezreal does do impressive amounts of damage, especially with these combos coming through. We do have to back away here. Kane, though, maybe looking for something here, able to get the airborne onto there. Galio going to get knocked up. Umbral Trespass going to find its mark. Not going to be able to avoid any of that, though, with the knock-up follow-up. Flashing through, able to get the kill. Mordekaiser now going to be able to find the trade there. Kindred, though, getting free firing damage onto the bot lane of Mamba Mentality. Will be a one-team fight, and that's a 4-for-1 trade here in favor of Apes. And that is going to be Baron the prize. Mordekaiser going to teleport down on towards the bottom side of the map. And Silence left to attempt. Oh, there it is. That actually is a great ultimate for him to steal. Oh my goodness, what an alpha strike coming out from Master Yi. But the damage will not quite be enough. Will trade 1-for-1, possibly Malphite as well. That's going to be 2, but they will be able to get the Baron. But, I mean, this is kind of disastrous. I mean, you lost 2 members. Kindred actually trading pretty well and effectively, but it's not going to be enough there. With the Ignite ticking down, will be the difference maker. And that's going to be only 2 Baron buffs remaining here for Ape Chimps.
Wow, 1,000 shutdown gold going straight to Aurelia, though. That does feel pretty nice.
Yep.
That was an incredible alpha strike, by the way. Yeah, very, very true. That alpha strike was insane.
Oh,
Yeah, I really wish he deserved to live there.
Yep.
Yeah,
yeah. Like, he's like, I can't smite Baron. He should have said fuck it. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. But red team off the back of that, really off the back of Silas being able to go with the teleport, Irelia then eventually making her way down to the fight. I think that whole exchange really bodes well for Mamba. It's something that they needed to prevent the Mountain Soul from going on over to the side of Ape Chimps, and does reduce the kind of pressure that Ape Chimps would have had with this Baron push. So well played overall. Still finding areas where they can poke and prod. Irelia has been in side lanes all game and has been forcing out teleports from the Mordekaiser earlier, and is getting gold back in her favor here. Oh no, just instantly deleted. Nautilus though, gonna stay for the auto attack on the tower. He's probably dead anyway, but the damage coming out through. Master Yi though, gonna find the kill onto Ezreal. He's getting the resets all up in. Gonna go airborne. Kane should get the kill, and that's gonna be a 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Silas, you might want to run, my friend. You might want to run. That's going to be the knock up there, and that should be the kill. Yep, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Unstoppable Force is indeed unstoppable. It's just an absolute bloodbath. I mean, we are looking at nearly 2 kills a minute in this game so far. Another one going to go right on over here. Maybe. Kane is Kane. The slow is going to come through. Yep, there it is. Ooh, finds the Umbral Trespass. Actually able to get himself pretty decently away, able to find the trade kill. Good work from League as Vile, actually, to kind of make that even a possibility.
This is the exact game 5 I wanted.
We have 39 kills, guys, in 24 minutes. I just don't even know what to say.
This is the exact game 5 I wanted.
Ezreal gonna do what he can, and I'm really gonna clean up that wave pretty easily. Q resets are nice.
Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry, my pizza just got here.
Oh, you're fine, my friend. Well,
I see I missed just more fights and chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much exactly.
It's a pretty good banger of a game to end like a banger of a series, to be honest. Like it's been back and forth, teams playing very close, and like even now, like just 1,000 gold separate these teams. You know, sure, the Ape Champs were able to get Baron, were able to get some kind of a push off of it, but then Mamba was able to answer and prevent the Dragon Soul from going over, slowing down the game even further.
Yep, which really is kind of the name of the game when you're down this far in Dragons. You know, you are looking to try and elongate this game. It does kind of seem a little counterintuitive because you do have the Master Yi that is kind of a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, now Rele has the GA. That's definitely gonna help out in the fights.
Yep.
I still think like one big fight here can go like either way and then help the game go. Like I still think it's basically possible for both teams to win. Is pretty much what I was getting at. But I still really just like the Master Yi into Mamba's comp. I just think with that much front line and then having Kindred as a back line, it's so strong.
What I do kind of want to see here, though, is maybe something like a random Omen coming out of the Nautilus for the Master Yi specifically.
I'd say for the Kindred too at this point. It helps with the. I think it also helps reduce the damage on her E crit. That's an execute, so it has extra beneficials there.
Yep, I think it's absolutely going to be necessary for them. Master Yi and Kindred, though, nowhere to be found on this fight that may ensue. It's actually, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this happens here. Oh, Malphite there with the flash and unstoppable force. They find the Master Yi, though, down there on the backline, able to get him knocked up and CC, but the damage just is not there. Master Yi is pretty much untouched going into this fight. He will eventually, will not fall. The healing is just way too much. And the CC is there. 8 Chimps managing to find the flank, managing to find the kills, and ladies and gentlemen, they are looking for the ace, and they will get it. Quadra kill here for Master Yi, and Alex will make it happen. Dragon Soul is the prize. Wow.
Ape Chimps making it look easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl out here. Just completely popping off. And that's like the problem. He gets like 2 items and then he's just, it's just like, what do you even do against that? It's like you have to get through the Malphite, you have to get through the Galio, you have to get through the Mordekaiser. They're just sitting there like wailing on you, and then you've got a Kindred as like a backup like ult option on top of her already incredible crit execute damage. It's just so hard to deal with this. And then now you've got the Mountain Drake resistances with the Wit's End on top of the shield from the Soul in general, on top of the already tanky tanks and on Yi. It's just like, I honestly think Ape Chimps just take this game at this point. I still think there can be some outplay done. The gold lead isn't too ridiculous, but it's just, everyone's played against Yi before, and like it just feels a little hopeless.
Well, I mean, and honestly, I actually really like Mountain Soul on Master Yi, because with his current build, right, with the Wit's End, he's getting extra resistances out of that. He can go straight into a Death Stance and get more resistances out of that as well. It's like, not only is the Yi going to be an absolute behemoth of the raid boss, I should say, but then you also have this supporting cast. Yeah. You know, you have this supporting cast of the Kindred, who is, you know, insanely fed now, 4 completed items. And then, as you were pointing out, this tanky, beefy frontline that just does not die.
Look at them. Like, it's even Kindred seems beefy at this point.
Yeah.
Like how do you not feel safe? That Kindred feels so protected. She's in the triangle of safety. Like, you just got a Malphite to your left, a Mordekaiser on your right, Galio just chilling wherever next to you, they're ready to ult.
It's kind of, you know, that's what it is. It's the Bermuda Triangle of safety, where if any of the champions of Mamba mentality walk into the 3, they just kind of like, the fog of war envelops the area, and then when it disappears, they're just gone, you know?
Just like, what happened? I don't know, I just see gray.
It's actually just kind of insane, I will say.
Yeah, I think the best
kind of insane.
of Souls came for them too.
Yeah. And I actually do want to do a quick check-in on the Kindred stacks. She is at 5 stacks, just for those who are viewing and don't necessarily have access to that information. So she has her range increase at this point in the game, and really is just very, very strong. I mean, you know, despite the Ezreal having such a lead in the early game, Kindred has still managed to come out on top in CS. She's been an absolute dominating force in these team fights, and they've just been able to find you know, little picks here and there throughout the mid game that has brought her to this level of the game. So, Baroned up minions going to be coming in, and this is going to be Ape Chimps' chance to break the base, crack it open, and get themselves one step closer to clinching a ticket to the finals. So, very, very excited. They've got to be able to try and hold the gates, but even with everyone there, ooh, Unstoppable Force able to find its way onto 3 now. Galio with the Hero's Entrance going to be coming on in, and there's the knockups coming on. Shut down though. Kane able to get the Yi. Is this the fight that they could need, that they wanted? Irelia getting major damage down to the backline, forcing out Kindred's ultimate. Gonna call with Lamb's Respite. Mordekaiser going golden, and that's the kill though. Gonna be traded on over. Kindred will remain the dominant force in this fight. 4 left on the side of Ape Chimps, and that was a 1-4-3 trade in their favor. Nexus Tower is now in danger. Ezreal and Kane are the last vanguards. Can they stop it now? But the knock-up in the CC just way too much. The damage is there, and ladies and gentlemen, that is Game 5 in the hands of Ape Chimps, and they're going to the finals in the Black Twitch League.
What a banger.
Man, oh man.
How do you prepare for Master Yi, though? Like,
Man, oh man.
how do you prepare for that pick? Who does? That's so insane. And who prepares for the Kindred AD carry flex with the Master Yi jungle?
Yeah, very impressive game overall, I do have to say. For once in my life, I was right. I got the prediction. Not based off of any analytical prowess, but based purely on the fact that it's the Yi. So I guess that feels good. Usually I get them wrong.
See, but the Yi factor.
Yeah,
is
it's that.
much.
It's that. You know, it's sugar, spice, and everything nice, and but then there was an unintended ingredient, and it wasn't Chemical X, it was Master Yi. So, coming on in here, 31 minutes, 20 seconds, final game time. Victory going on over to Ape Champs. Congratulations on your finals berth. And tomorrow, I do believe we have semifinals day 2 actually coming up. Same time, I
Indeed,
believe.
we do. Yes, same time at 7 p.m. EST. That will be between Predictive Gaming and Dinosaur Club. Dinosaur Club being the only team to really, being the only team to beat Ape Chips. So actually, interestingly enough, so Ape Chips was the number 1 seed coming out of the regular season. And last week we had these gauntlets to determine which team between seeds 8 and 5 would be the 4th team in semifinals. And then Ape Chips got the opportunity to select whether they fought Dino Club or they fought the winner of last week's gauntlet. The winner of last week's gauntlet was Mamba Mentality, and of course, Ape Champs isn't going to choose the only team that beat them, so they chose to play against Mamba Mentality, and what a series it was. Both of those teams kind of known for just having like really super highly skilled players, like in terms of Expo, Mystery Bunny, and NA Uzi are known as just the best players in the league, so they just came out here and showcased their abilities. And the two teams I think that kind of like really skirmish a lot and kind of fight down in the mud. And I think that gave us a very interesting best of 5 series. Of course, I was the person that put together my mentality, so I am sad to see them eliminated from the competition. But I think that they played absolutely fantastic. Gave us a very good series today.
Absolutely.
Super interesting and fun gameplay. And I'm just excited to see finals in general. I think tomorrow will be a very different like series, because I think the two teams that play tomorrow play a lot more like normal, clean League of Legends. Like Dinosaur Club, we've been lamenting about them all season about how just clean their like overall gameplay is, and I think Predictive Gaming is also kind of similar. So that won't be as down in the mud type of dirty type of get down in the mud and skirmishing team fight. I think that's just like a really good objective, good macro play team. So we'll see how that works out, and that will be hosted by Reagan. Mrs. Chicho will be coming by and hosting tomorrow.
What's your predictions?
For tomorrow?
For tomorrow.
I think Dinosaur Club was jibbed of a number 1 seed after how hard they clapped Ape Chimps. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Okay, so
I predict Dinosaur Club is probably the best. I think their macro and their drafts are just the best. Yes.
do you think they're gonna 3-0 or do you think they're gonna
Oh,
3-1?
3-0.
2? What do you
No,
think?
I think it'll be like a 3-1 at least. I think it'll be a 3-1 at the
Do you
very
think
least.
3-1 Dino Club straight up?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Well,
I agree.
but-
I think it's all 3-1.
We will have to wait and see, gents. We'll have to wait and see. Any other announcements before we give all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen at home a goodbye for the night?
No, I don't think so. I think I have it. Thank you so much again for Idea PC coming in and doing some. I found them in Excellency, recommended by Jake, to come and do some shoutcasting here for us with the play-by-play. Fantastic job, awesome. And in Defiance, thank you so much for coming back to the desk as you have many, many times before. Thank you, of course, to Parasite for hosting the stream, making it look nice and wonderful, like what you see in front of you right now. And we will be back again tomorrow. We'll be having Idea PC back with some more casters and some more exciting gameplay tomorrow. I'm definitely looking forward to that best of 5 series. And then next weekend, we'll have our finals. And
Awesome.
that's all I have to say.
Sweet.
We'll look
Well,
for someone to host.
ladies and gentlemen, from everyone here at the Black Twitch League production, have a great night. Stay safe over the weekend. We'll see you back here tomorrow. And this is us signing off. Ladies and gentlemen, catch you on the flip side.